I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. These motherfuckers on the road, where the hell they learn to drive? Jive turkeys at my job, about to get a cool, cold, mean five. Should've took the day off, might slap my boss. My own damn kids pissing me off, as if I hadn't had enough. Chipotle, fuck my goddamn order up. I'm fed up, I'm fed up, I'm fed up. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Bartender, don't you see me waving you down? This guy came after me, I was here first, but you serving him rounds. No, I bought the Uber here, my friends expecting me to buy it back. Tomorrow morning, I better get a cash app, or every last one of you motherfuckers getting slapped. Bet that. Whoa, I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Woke up this morning with these thoughts in my head. The world would be better off if I just stayed my ass in bed. Whoa, I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. These motherfuckers on the road, where the hell they learn to drive? Jive turkeys at my job, about to get a cool, cold, mean five. Should've took the day off, might slap my boss. My own damn kids pissing me off, as if I hadn't had enough. Chipotle, fuck my goddamn order up. I'm fed up, I'm fed up, I'm fed up. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Bartender, don't you see me waving you down? This guy came after me, I was here first, but you serving him rounds. No, I bought the Uber here, my friends expecting me to buy it back. Tomorrow morning, I better get a cash app, or every last one of you motherfuckers getting slapped. Bet that. Whoa, I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Woke up this morning With these thoughts in my head, the world would be better off if I just stayed my ass in bed. Whoa, I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Wait. Hold on here. Is this the barbershop? Is this the barbershop?
Yes, it is.
It's the barbershop.
Yes.
Wait, I mean, we can't talk straight in the barbershop. Then where can we talk straight? We can't talk straight nowhere else. You know, this ain't nothing but healthy conversation. That's all
You
right.
gotta tell who the park down.
Man, ain't nobody exempt in the barbershop. You know that. Ain't nobody exempt. You can talk about whoever and whatever, whenever you want to in the barbershop.
Why you gotta tell?
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
I wanna be the greatest. Everybody on the fake shit. I look around and feel like everybody is the fakest. I make this every day and I'm impatient, hoping one day I blow up from the basement. Statement, the top is so vacant. I don't hear shit that I think is amazing. Waiting for my day when I'm playing sold out shows for 1,000 faces. Hey, give me that crown, get in my way and to be put down. It ain't your place, all this my town. If I want that shit, then I'll get it right now. I'm losing it, the noose it fits. I'm losing shit, a stupid myth. You choose to live or choose to dip. You choose to fight or lose your grip and lose a gift.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
Yeah. There's no mercy in this world, just hunger-thirsty persons in different versions. Each new update, that shit worsens. Why? Pull back the curtain and you'll see the different vermin. We all have different burdens that all seem to cause disturbance. Yo, so do me a favor, don't treat me like a neighbor. Don't need the different flavors of your problems just to savor. I've got my own issues, I need a comb to get through. Don't need to groan with you, just go get your own tissue.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind?
The mute monster got me again. What's going on, everybody? What's going on? What's going on? Hey, y'all, go ahead and hit that like button. Hit that like button right now. Yeah, whoever's in here tonight, hit that like button right now. All right. I thank you guys for being here for another episode of The Barbershop. And as you guys can see, the situation tonight and the conversation tonight is basically the whole phase is necessary, guys. It builds character. So guys, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, also hit the share button so you can share this great content as we continue to pursue greatness here at Black Men Unfiltered Network and have these real conversations. Let me see here. Oh, okay. All right, guys. So tonight, it's a few things that I want to bring out. All right, guys, I think you guys should support every content creator's channel because I think it helps. I think that it's good to have people who support you and be there for you, give because it's necessary. All right. And I think that, not everybody, right? Because everybody ain't trying to do, what everybody's trying to do, but though you know which ones that you need to support. We got King Libra in the building. Salute. He said, salute BMU. What's going on? Mr. He said. He's in the building tonight. What's going on, Mr. He said? Good to see you, my guy. All right, guys. So listen, there's a few videos that I want to watch tonight. If you guys want to join the show, please hit the like. Hit the link is at the top of the chat, and you guys can come on in and have the conversation. All right. So the first thing I want to talk about tonight, Barack Obama, during the time that he was playing under the umbrella of the puppet master herself, Kamala, there was a crowd of women, and in that crowd of women, they were talking about Obama being fine. They say, man, he said, I'm old. They say, no, you fine. Obama, boy, he got red as a stop sign in Arizona. He said, oh, yeah, you think so? He said, I'm not going to tell Michelle you said that. Well, I want you guys to hear. What's up, Milani? Good to see you, baby. All right. So, all right. Good to see you, Milani. Good to see you, baby girl. Glad you're here. All right. So, I want you guys to see this video, and I want you to get put in the chat. I want you guys to be very, very active in the chat tonight. Okay. All right. So, I'm going to play this video, and y'all tell me what y'all think. Here we go.
Something I have to admit that sometimes going out on the campaign trail feels a little harder than it's used to. Not just because I'm older and grayer. Said I was still fine. Okay. I'm not going to tell Michelle you said that. Although Michelle does agree.
I hadn't seen that.
I love that you hadn't seen that, but you do know.
I heard about it.
Yeah, you heard about it.
He came home. That's the first thing he said. I was like, how did it go? Somebody said I was fine. I was like, oh, really? That's so sweet.
You don't share stories like that with him, though, do you? No, of course not.
He doesn't need to know all my business.
Yeah, that's right. To show you something that
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm muted. So tell me what y'all think. I give y'all 30 seconds. Tell me what y'all think in the chat. Because she said, I'm going to play it one more time.
Show you something that I have to admit that sometimes going out on the campaign trail feels a little harder than it's used to. Not just because I'm older and grayer. Said I was still fine. Okay. I'm not going to tell Michelle you said that. Although Michelle does agree.
I hadn't seen that.
I love that you hadn't seen that, but you do know.
I heard about it.
Yeah, you heard about it.
He came home. That's the first thing he said. I was like, how did it go? Somebody said I was fine. I was like, oh, really? That's so sweet.
You don't share stories like that with him, though, do you? No, of course not.
He doesn't need to know all my business.
Yeah, that's right. To show you something that
Now, Marcus said, wow. He said, Marcus says, it sounds like she's envious of Obama. I feel the same. Now, 16 of y'all watching, hit the like button, subscribe button. If you guys want to come up, the link is at the top of the chat. All fellas, this is the Barbershop. Come on in the Barbershop and have a good old time tonight with your boy. But Marcus, do y'all agree with Marcus? Marcus says she's envious of Obama. Yeah, she's envious. What do y'all think? All right, now I'm on one today, so I'm going to definitely infiltrate. All right, bitch ass niggas. Black and Proud, aka Black Hawk, says, BMU, you are at it again, denigrating Black women. Please stop, Leah. Black and Proud, aka Black Hawk, I would have so much more respect for you if you would come up here on this panel so I can cook your ass with good grease. Maybe. I'm waiting. Oh, he ain't gonna come. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Over here, Black Man Unfiltered Network, if you're not trying to stand on business and come up and say what your business is and stand on it, we ain't trying to hear that shit. So you can stay in the chat. Ain't nobody gonna block you. Nobody's gonna block you. Now, Marcus say maybe it's me. Now, the Objective Podcast with Boss Man. Boss Man says, I think it's playful banter, but that's just one way of looking at it. Now, I would agree with you, Boss Man. I would agree with you if she didn't write a book that says she can't stand that nigga. I would agree with you. If she didn't write a book that says I can't stand that nigga. Travel One says, wrong. Michelle Obama is the prize. Lord have mercy, Jesus. Black men are so jealous. Obama is not in office. Move on. They are having fun at this stage of their lives. Yes, they are having fun. That's why she didn't show up for her husband at the funeral. That's why she didn't show up for her husband at the inauguration. That's why she let her husband walk alone. And you've seen all those good, faithful white women who are married. Barbara Bush, not Barbara, she did. Laura Bush and her husband, George Bush. And then you saw Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton. You saw Donald Trump and Melania Trump. But you saw Barack Obama and nobody. Statistically speaking, we already know that women don't show up. Hold on, that you already know that people don't show up. They always already going to say that women don't show up for their husbands. So Travel One, you're wrong once again. You're wrong. And she's not the prize. He's definitely the prize. If Michelle Obama were to divorce Barack Obama today, who would marry her? Stole my daughter's cup. I'm drinking out of it. Who would marry Michelle Obama if she left Barack Obama today? Now, let's ask ourselves that question. We're going to figure out who the prize is right now. If Michelle Obama left Barack, who would want to marry Barack? I'll wait. He is the prize, definitely. Without Barack Obama, nobody knows who Michelle Obama is. He was the senator. The light shines so bright on him. His wife was jealous of him. That's why she wrote the memoir talking about how she could not stand him and how she didn't support his presidential run. All right, y'all hit that like button, hit the share button, and subscribe button, guys. If you're here right now, thank you so much, Marcus. If you're here right now, hit the like button, subscribe button. If you're a gentleman and you want to come up into the barbershop, be careful. Turn your camera on. We got to see you. Turn your camera on, hit the link, come on in. Okay? I think that's the problem. I think Travel One, the problem is, why are you worried about it? Michelle Obama has always been independent. That's the problem. That's the problem. She was always been independent. So when Barack hit the highest level of power, that's why she had a problem. I can't have my man being higher than me. What? I can't have my man being higher than me. That's why she didn't support his presidential run. That's why she didn't want him to be president. I need to have leverage for him to be beneath me. Do you agree? Now, I will say this, Travel One. Travel One said, no, it's not. You are the problem gossiping. I'll say this, Travel One. Again, here on Black Men Unfiltered, we would love to have you in the chat, but we're not going to give you any energy if you're not trying to come on the panel. If you're not trying to come up here and have a conversation, we're going to leave you right there in the chat where you deserve to be, hidden behind a keyboard, probably ugly than a motherfucker, and don't want to come up and have the conversation. Okay, but don't worry. While you're here, Travel One, I have a lot of people in the chat that loves to talk to you, and they're taking care of you. Right? So, guys, make sure you stay on Travel One. I mean, I want you to stay on her in the chat. Make sure y'all hold her accountable, or he, she, whatever it is, they, it, them, the, hold them, the, accountable, and stay on our ass. Okay. Now, Travel One, I want you to come up on the panel. Can you come up on the panel, please? The link is at the top of the chat. I did, Marcus. It's at the top of the chat. See? Nothing. This is what we deal with. This is what we deal with. Travel One was probably born with a penis and wants it removed so bad so she can fluently be a woman. BMU, you're from the Deep South, and I'm from the Deep South too. Ninja, you know black men don't behave like this way. Oh my God. Like what? Like what? Like what? I'm not, without further ado, I want to bring up my brother from another mother. Y'all know this man, the dark-skinned brother with the bald head. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, my brother, JT, on What We Know podcast, is in the building tonight. JT, let me play a little bit of his theme song. Here we go.
I feel like slapping a nigga today. Oh, oh, oh. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Oh, oh, oh. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Oh, oh, oh. These motherfuckers on the road, where the hell they learn to drive. Jive turkeys at my job, about to get a cool, cold, mean five. Should've took the day off, might slap my boss. My own damn kids pissing me off, as if I hadn't had enough. Chipotle, fuck my goddamn order up. I'm fed up, I'm fed up, I'm fed up. I feel like slapping a nigga today.
JT! What's going on, my guy? What?
What's up, boy?
What's going on, my guy? Good to see you, man. Hey, Travel One here for you.
Yeah, Travel One don't want no smoke over here. Travel
One. I think she came over here for some smoke. We're gonna give her all she wants tonight.
I see her in everybody's house over there talking shit.
I ain't gonna never come up. Catelia said, oh, they finna run up out of here. She finna be gone in a minute.
Hey, Catelia.
Catelia said Travel One is a complete clown. Thank you.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna see what she's gonna say to y'all after y'all bang her the head off the damn death. All right, y'all hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Y'all see who in the house tonight? JT from What We Know podcast.
Yes, sir. Yes,
he is in the building, man. Did you get a chance to see Michelle? Now I see my boy Boss Man already taken up for her. He said it's playful banter. Did you see the video?
I saw a little bit of it. I seen that. I didn't know. I saw the part when Barack said that Michelle wouldn't agree, but I didn't know.
Okay, here we go. Let me play it for you. Here we go.
Something I have to admit that sometimes going out on the campaign trail feels a little harder than it's used to. Not just because I'm older and grayer. Said I was still fine. Okay. I'm not going to tell Michelle you said that. Although Michelle does agree.
I hadn't seen that.
I love that you hadn't seen that, but you do know.
I heard about it.
Yeah, you heard about it.
Came home. That's the first thing he said. I was like, how'd it go? Somebody said I was fine. I was like, oh, really? That's so sweet.
You don't share stories like that with him, though, do you? No, of course not.
He doesn't need to know all my business.
Yeah, that's right. To show you something.
That's crazy.
What you think, JT?
Yeah. Nah, I know she probably get a lot of guys trying to hit on her too. Like she said, she ain't sharing that with him. But I don't know, man. That's crazy.
You think
That's crazy?
Niggas be trying to holler at Michelle behind Barack back?
That's a hard one right there because they got that doggone Secret Service right there. Yeah, Paul.
It could be one of the Secret Service guys.
Shit, they ain't no telling, man, the way shit is right now. You seen that doggone show that used to come on, Scandal? So we already know what that all about, you know.
Anissa, you might be right. Anissa says just playful.
Hey, Anissa. How you doing, sweetie pie?
Hey, yeah. What's up, Anissa?
How you all right?
She said no because they can't compare with Obama. Listen, Anissa, I think that we know who run that house.
Yeah, after you know.
We know who come on.
I used to look at it that way, but I'm like, after the curtains then came up, after the credits started rolling, I started looking at them a little bit different.
Anissa, I'm gonna ask Anissa a question. Anissa, how old are you? Camp Talks, the link's at the top of the chat. How old are you, Anissa? Let me see if she put it in the chat. She ashamed of her age or not. Oh no, Michelle ain't gonna. If Michelle and Barack Obama divorce, Michelle will never be married again. There's not a man on earth who would marry her. She with the right guy.
Barack right. I mean, even if somebody did, it's always somebody that would do it. But I mean, you know, you got one swing.
The nigga gonna marry Michelle. He got to be a billionaire because if he making less money than her, she's gonna talk down to this nigga like he ain't shit.
Yeah, that's why I said somebody would do it. But you know, what we talking about? What kind of she ain't gonna get the deal she got right now? You know what I'm saying? So that ain't going. It won't work. When you start dating somebody from that, you know, that level of life, after the president, then where you go? You gonna go down to Congress?
All right.
You gonna date somebody in the Senate? What we talking?
Now I will say this.
And then could you make it public?
Now Anissa, right? She couldn't make it public. She had to be fucking a pool boy. Anissa, now you talking all that shit, but Anissa, she ain't put an age in her yet. How old you think Anissa is, JT?
Anissa,
double nickels. She's not gonna tell us her age because she don't want us to think she old.
I would say between 52 and 55. I would say that. Yeah.
Okay. How old do you think Cheryl Underwood is?
Shit, Cheryl Underwood is almost 60, if not 60. Cheryl Underwood is, I'll say Cheryl Underwood is about 56, 57. I think she's about that.
I'm going to look it up real quick. Because she may be a little bit old in there, but I'm looking at it.
Cheryl Underwood is around about the same age as, let me see, who is she being? Her and Monique, probably around about the same age.
Oh, she's 61.
She's 61, so she's older. I think Monique is what, 57?
Mm-hmm.
Cheryl Underwood is, yeah. Oh, so she's 61. All right. Yeah,
So,
Cheryl Underwood is 100% old school. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I can see it now because remember, I don't know if you remember Cheryl Underwood's. Her whole thing was when she came up on the stage, she was like the auntie, right? She had her purses. She was always carry her purse on stage. You know, like she was coming in your house. And she talked that shit. Yeah.
I did not know this. Do you know Cheryl Underwood has 4 PhDs?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I know a lot about her. She's also one of the Divine Nines too. Ain't she a Delta? Yeah, she's a Delta. She's always, that's the thing. She was, yeah. Cheryl Underwood wasn't supposed to be a comedian. She loved being a comedian. You know what I'm saying? But that woman, she was big on education.
And she was in the Air Force.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I can see 61.
And she's a Republican?
Yeah. Like when you hear her talk, she was raised with her daddies and uncles, and you know, she took on their ideologies and things like that, and she learned the way that she learned. I think Cheryl Underwood probably would have been. That was one of my biggest things about Cheryl Underwood was like, why didn't they have her as one of the queens of comedy? I thought she was probably the funniest out of all of them. Her and Samoa. But,
hey, champ, you coming up tonight, bro? He says she's a Zeta.
She's a Zeta. Oh, okay. I know that she's big on education. Like the woman is smart as shit, man. That's why she ended up, think about it. That talk show shit that talk show money that she got, that daytime talk show money, I think she was destined for that. You know what I'm saying? I think she was definitely destined for that, man. It was just something in her speech, which even when you see her stand up, although she you know, she sweared and stuff like that, she just didn't come across as just being, she didn't have to be the super ratchet. You know what I'm saying? She actually had real shit to actually talk about and be funny. I thought, in my own opinion, man, I thought her and Simone was probably the 2 funniest ever. So I've always liked Cheryl. Even when people were sitting there talking about she was ugly and she looked like Wesley Snipes, she was like, well, fuck it. Yeah, nigga, I do look like Wesley Snipes.
And making Wesley Snipes money, shit.
And I'm making Wesley Snipes money. Probably, she making way more than Wesley right now, nigga. She making that daytime, you know, when you making daytime talk show money. That's like making episode, you know, like you making Friends money. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah.
Well, yeah. Let me show y'all this. This is Cheryl Underwood talking about traditional marriage. I hope y'all ready.
Being the breadwinner in a relationship?
I'm not the breadwinner in a relationship. You mean any man I'm with?
Yeah.
I'm not the breadwinner in a relationship.
But would you be okay if you were?
I'm not. There's no man I know from you, or he got a regular job. He work at a warehouse. He is the head of the household. He is the breadwinner. I will chip in as he see fit because he's the head. Now, this is the way I was raised. A lot of women not gonna agree with me.
No, they ain't gonna agree with that.
I'm cool if you don't.
The breadwinner, you know, he has normally, that person has the larger voice in the relationship.
Even if I make more money, it doesn't make me the breadwinner.
Oh, okay.
I am advice and concurrence. He is the head of the household. This is what I believe.
But when you got the money, you making the money.
No, this is what I believe. He's a man. He is the head of households. People need to start reading Ephesians. That's what I believe. I may be strong-willed. I may make money. I want to make his life better and easier, but I'm not the head of the household.
Are you okay being the breadwinner in a relationship?
I'm not.
What she said was absolutely true.
Amazing.
Because,
But look at the hater. Look at the hater. It does not matter, Anissa, if she's never been married before. What she said is truth, and you can't deny it. The man, she said, no matter, you know what? I'm going to find the video. I'm going to see if I can find it. There's a video, JT, of a lady saying her husband was the breadwinner of the house.
Mm-hmm.
And she said, while he was the breadwinner of the house, he had a bad accident that caused him to be paralyzed from the waist down, so he could no longer work. Mm-hmm. She said she went to college, got a job, and now she makes way more money than he did, but he can't work anymore. So she's paying all the bills. She said, even though my husband in a wheelchair, I still go to him and say, hey, how can I spend this money? She said, he is still the head of me, my children, in this house. I don't care if he's not working and bringing a dime in this house. He's still the head of me. He's still the head of this household.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't understand why people would even, I do understand it. I understand why you would have now in these moderate times where you would have somebody using the term breadwinner. I wish we can just get rid of that fucking word, to tell you the truth, because that word doesn't fit these times today. Matter of fact, the misconception of what breadwinner is what keeps a lot of people apart from one another. And that keeps their mind, like when I hear her say that, no, I'm not the breadwinner, and I don't care if the man was a maintenance man or whatever it is. When it comes down to making sure that this family is straight, I'm supposed to be up under his guidance. So whenever he see fit, I'm going to sit in, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to chip in whatever he sees fit. I understand exactly what she means by that. But that's what makes, living in these times and trying to be married. Think about it. Think about her celebrity. This woman has been a celebrity for a very long time.
Yep.
Think about, like, I don't know if you've seen that whole interview with her and Shannon Sharp. They used to date.
Yeah, I saw it.
And Shannon Sharp needed hoes. He couldn't get with a goddamn woman. And like a lot of other men that she's dated, them niggas can't know, because they ain't about, being with one woman and shit like that. Now imagine, how she gonna be able to date just a regular guy that has a regular life, and then have to figure out how we supposed to do this? That shit is a difficult thing, right? I think she understands it. I think a lot of other women of that stature understands it. This is why they will probably, they'll say, well, damn, I don't want to still be out here just throwing the coochie from the free throw. So I'm just going to have to deal with it the way I have to deal with it. I just know a lot. It's way more difficult for a woman to try to get a regular relationship, the type that she wants. The whole thing of, I'm going to be monogamous. I expect my man to be monogamous. All these different things. Like, you dating a Shannon Sharp, the nigga he out here fucking with a bunch of Michelles. It starts to look goofy on his part, really, to tell you the truth. When it comes down to it, it's like, all right, you're getting older, my guy. And you're going to wait till you get to the age that you is right now to be sitting here fake leaving your phone on. What they call it, butt dialing. He looked goofy. At what? How old is Shannon? Like 55, 56?
Yeah, he double nickels.
55. So it looks goofy on all our parts when we out here still thinking we can live a life of, how we were living in our 20s. As we get older, the way that we live, I don't care how much money you got, it looks stupid for a man to be doing what Shannon Sharp is doing. You know what I'm saying? If you're going to do it, why not just keep it up under wraps, homie? You look goofy as hell. So when you have a woman like, with a celebrity as her and a lot of other women that's in there, how can you find out how good they are when y'all ain't got married when you were young? When you get older, at some point you be like, well, shit, I just got to stick with the dating shit. It's just too many motherfuckers in that lifestyle where you like, everybody is they sharing pussies and dicks. And they understand it. So the whole married thing is, if you ain't in your 20s, before you even start making the real money and shit like that, and then you think once you get the money that it's gonna be easy, it's gonna be worse. You accumulate some motherfucking money at my age, and you trying to date some new shit. That shit is difficult as fuck because you like, man, I done worked my ass off. I want to share it with somebody, but I don't want to just share it and then this motherfucker get whatever it is and then they think that they're entitled to my shit. They want servants pay because it didn't work out and all that shit. Nah, fuck that. I'm straight. Now imagine how she is like, if you actually see it, I have never heard Cheryl, I'm about to call that broad Shirley Murdoch. I'm about to call her Shirley Caesar. we just gonna stick with Cheryl.
Yo, ass stupid one.
But she's 61.
Yep.
What now she's supposed to meet somebody who? You can't tell. It's a done deal with that. You better get you a Stedman.
Yep.
And maybe she do. You know what I'm saying? Remember, she's always talking about Oprah Winfrey and Stedman. And at the end of the day, she probably got her a little guy that, you know, they see each other, have a good time with each other, whatever. And call it a day. At least you don't see her doing it. And because that kind of surprised me when she said that her and Shannon Sharp was, I don't know if they dated, but I know that, you know, they talked for a minute or whatever. And Shannon Sharp was like, yeah, I can't do this. You too old. That's basically what he was saying. You too old for me. So I have no idea, man. When it comes down to this, why people still use this breadwinner thing. It's like, you hear it now in the 2000s way more than you heard that shit in the 90s and in the 80s. The only time you you didn't even really hear breadwinner. What we used to hear was head of household. And that normally when you hear that, it's like you're doing taxes or some shit like that, right?
Yep.
You know, that's basically where it came from. But that whole, I'm the breadwinner, who's the breadwinner? It was always assumed anyway that the man was head of household, so we didn't have to use breadwinner. I can't even remember how that term even came back. But that breadwinner shit, that shit sound like a goddamn horse. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy.
Nissa said they just went on a date and became friends. You know, she's not his type.
Yeah, I mean, of course. Shannon Sharp is a athlete, and might I add, a very great athlete. He did some really good things in there. And his celebrity as an athlete, it is what it is. That's why, Black man, I don't understand why these women would sit back, marry these men, and then now you hear it's a sex scandal.
Yep.
That shit crazy as hell.
Yep.
He's a basketball player. He's a celebrity. You already understand that chances are you dating somebody that you're going to have to share with people, probably until he get old, until he, you know, y'all get older and he, you know, gets out of the game or something like that. You know, it is what it is.
Whoa. Boss man smoking some good shit tonight.
He said, well, now women can be head of household now. So there has to be distinction, just as though to question. No.
Let's just talk to the question.
No, this is what fucks everything up. No, that fucks it all up. Man is still the head of household. He's still head of household. At the end of the day, the reason why it gets misconstrued or that it gets confusing is because people are not going by the direction that was set in front of them. We keep ignoring all of the damn directions. We keep trying to put our own principles in front of this shit. It don't work. It works until it don't, right? Head of household is still, it's a reason why this whole head of household shit don't work. And I, you know, I always say this on Black Man. People do shit because they don't believe that there's another level in life. They don't believe that they get old. They don't believe that they start getting weary, sick. And eventually, what do they do after that? They die. They don't understand that we're put here so with our own children, which is a part of our community, we're supposed to get them to be better and stronger and smarter and wiser than us. But we keep transferring down our stupid ass ideologies. And one of the reasons is because we keep leaning on our own understanding of what this shit's supposed to be. We doing the same thing and get mad when our kids sit there and they end up trying to do things up under their own understanding, right? We can't be mad at them. We got a set of instructions right in front of us that we don't even use. It's kind of like, you know, when you putting shit together. That's why it used to be so funny to me. I used to laugh at my father every time he be putting shit together. When he finished putting together, he got parts and screws and shit that's missing. Not missing. They were supposed to go on something, but he didn't utilize it all. That's how we are in life. We say, fuck them instructions. We just look at how it's supposed to look on the outside and we put it together. This is what we do with our lives. We look at something on the outside. We think that's how it's supposed to go, but we never read the instructions. Guess what we end up doing? If we're doing a chair, the chair is lopsided, the shit rocking when it ain't supposed to be rocking. You're like, well, let me see all the parts you got. You look at all the parts, you're like, you do understand all those parts supposed to have been on this goddamn chair. And that's what our life is. Jerry-rigged. Instructions right in front of us.
Yep.
Our attitude is, I don't need to read them damn instructions. I got it. I got it.
Now I want to stop here for just a second and give some shout outs to my boys to who is ever going to be doing it in the future and who has done in the last day. My daughter is going to be attending a basketball journey to Florida, and she's going to be going to Florida. And I was trying to get her sponsorship, but she had to raise a certain amount of money to get full sponsorship. And so we're close. And I want to thank Mr. Bennett for giving a donation to my daughter yesterday. Also, Peter as well for giving a donation yesterday. Our Payne gave a donation yesterday. Boss Man gave a donation yesterday as well. If you guys want to help my daughter get there to Florida, you could definitely send the Cash App. It's scrolling at the bottom of the screen. And we'll get her there in some good old fashioned, man. And I'll have my daughter come on so she can give you guys thanks like we did with the football players or whatever, because you guys helped out with my football team as well. So I'll have my daughter come on here probably next Tuesday so she can give thanks to everybody who gave. But if you want to help my daughter get to Florida, you could definitely hit the Cash App and when you do the Cash App, just put in the, because I want to keep a record of it. So put in the subject line, donating for daughter or whatever. So I keep so I can shout you guys out. And let my daughter see it as well, that she does have support. So I appreciate you guys. I really do. But I want to bring up my other brother from another mother, the president of the 7B Club. Mr. Bennett is in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up, give it up, give it up, give it up.
Good evening, gentlemen. Good to see you. Good to see you.
All right, Mr. Bennett. Now I'm glad you're here, man. Did you see Cheryl Underwood's take on marriage?
On Shannon's show?
Yes.
Yeah, I did.
So what are your thoughts on what she was saying?
I'm kind of mixed views on it because I hear what she's saying, but it's not aligning up with what she's doing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think it's interesting because that's been just a Yeah, I guess it's been a thought process that's been running in different situations in my life the entire week. Your Tuesday show, when we had King, by the way, we're bringing actually King back on our Gray Area show. So we're going to have him talk about his military career and whatnot. JT, actually, I want to reach out to you as well because we would love to have you on. We want to get a lot of the vets, a lot of the military. Oh,
you reached out to Mandrill?
Yeah, we did the show with Mandrill.
I thought you wanted to do all of them at one time together.
Like no. Well, we're actually thinking about that. We're thinking about another type of show, especially when it comes to VA benefits and things like that. So we're thinking about that kind of thing. But JT, just to have, we'd like to have you on for a one-on-one and kind of share your story a bit. So we want to do that as well. But I was taken away by the King when he was talking about just how, the household that he was raised up in, what was said really wasn't what was done. And, that's just been something that's just been on my mind. And one of the reasons I was running late tonight was I was talking with my daughters, my oldest, and we even had a conversation with my middle daughter the day before. And, this idea of, you can say certain things, whatever, but, you have to step up sometimes too. You have to do what it is that you're saying. And even now, even though I'm thinking, okay, my kids are grown, I'm still understanding that my role as a father. Now, JT, you may know about this as well with your two daughters. I'm still very much needed. Like, I need to be like intimately involved. I've always kind of been the type of person that, I give you your freedoms. I'll let you go and do what you need. But my daughters are kind of telling me in one way or another, Dad, I still need you. Like, really, like, I need you, I need your full participation. Because my thing is always, look, anytime you want to come to me, come talk to me. But it's one of my daughters, it's like, no, like, Dad, I need you to come get me. Like, they want me to arrange things with them and, like, grab them. You know what I mean? It's like they're kind of asking me for that. And I'm thinking, y'all grow. I thought I was like the coolest dad ever because I don't get all into your biz. But it's like they want me in their biz. And so I was literally my daughter, I was about to come on. We were just going at it for about 45 minutes, just talking about just the transitions. Again, this is the one that's going to medical school. And, there's a lot of work that needs to be done as far as making sure she's in the right mental space before she leaves.
And tell so us again where she's going, where she's headed.
She's going to St. George Medical School in Grenada. My niece, she graduated from there last year. She's an OB. She's practicing in Orlando. All she does is deliver babies all day. So that's her day. She just delivers babies. And so she's taking that same path. So she's going to have a lot of support when she goes there. But there's still a lot of work. There's still a lot of like mental work preparation that still needs to be done. For my middle daughter, there's still preparation. There's still things that need to be done, like that, adulting, becoming a woman. There's still some of that girlish high school type of stuff that's there that quite hasn't been fleshed out yet. So I need to help him with that. My youngest one, she kind of needs some of that too, but we always kind of knew that. But for the two oldest ones, they're kind of saying like, Dad, I need you. And that's just been the mindset. So it's like, okay, so I got to be a lot more attentive, much more involved, much more take an initiative and say, okay, look, we're going to talk here. Put everything down. We're going out and we're going to sit down. We're going to, spend that time. So quality time with them is definitely something that I need to do this year. I didn't think I had to, but they're telling me something different now. So it's like, okay, I gotta be what you need me to be. And so that's really where the step up is. But getting back to your question about, again, the idea of, I think she said the right things, but just the way she carries herself, it's like, how do you even attract that to you? With your mouth, your tone, just the way you do things. It's like, could you live with the sort of man that you're talking about? Could you live with that? It's something I kept running. It's like, so I appreciate the sentiment, but what are you doing practically to bring that into fruition That to me is the question, because the way she moves is like I can't see how a good respecting man would live with that. It's
But that's where it went to. Yeah, from what I was just saying, and that's why I say, 61 years old, the proof is in the pudding.
Yeah.
So it's going to be difficult now, very difficult. Your status that you have, it's at a point where how can you even at 61? Are you trying to figure out if the man is really into you, or is he into what you can provide, right? And it does go to what you were saying, where it's like, okay, yeah, I understand the message and the sentiments, but you're 61, and it seems crazy to be at that status and in that, and where she's at in life. And how do you date? How is it that you do that? It's dating, in my opinion, it's a young person's arena, right? So, and if you're not dating with purpose or dating to court to marry, then that's why I was saying earlier before you came up, Mr. Bennett, we got a set of instructions right in front of us and we don't want to read the directions.
Mm-hmm.
We literally got the directions right in front of us, and then we'll get here and we'll start complaining about why our life is turning out the way it is, because we out here thinking that we can look at the box and put it all and put our life together. Mm-hmm. When it's been showing one after the other, that's not how it goes. In my opinion, reading the directions, and that's developing principles, developing, certain boundaries, having discipline, all these different things is in those directions. But we don't want to do it. And then we would sit back and will be upset, mad, and have anxiety and all kind of other things because life is not going the way that we visioned it to go. How? When people are saying no, we literally, all of us do. We got principles that we can go right. It's everything within the guidelines, but we don't do it. We do everything on the outside of the guidelines and think that we can still get the same opportunity. Same outcomes. What I'm seeing right now is showing that a lot of us just has it wrong and has had it wrong for a very long time. 61 trying to date? Nah. You think you're going to get married after that? So it's kind of like, all right, nah, we see it. So I agree with what you're saying. Your movements is one thing, and
Yeah, I'm gonna play it one more time.
Let me jump in real quick.
Oh, you seen the video?
No, I ain't see this. I ain't see the video.
Don't you come with this damn millennial bullshit? You want to
see the video first?
No. After I say what I'm about to say.
Okay,
don't you bring that millennial bullshit up this morning, this night.
Listen. You just said dating is a young person's game, right?
It's their arena. Yes.
It's disgusting. Listen. My grandmother just remarried maybe like 4 years ago. Unfortunately, that husband died. So she married and divorced. I mean, she married and 3 husbands died. She's been married 3 times.
Hey.
She's 82. Mm-hmm. My grandmother's 82. So you mean to tell me at 79, my grandmother still can find love, and she's dating now.
Yes, she can.
And she is. But what I'm saying is you just can't disqualify people for age, especially in today's time.
But Prototype, we go off of balance of probabilities, bro. I understand the one-off. That's why at the end of the day, it still goes to the point where, yeah, it does happen.
I don't know if it's so much of a one-off. And the reason I say that, man, is like older people the highest, they have the highest STD growing rate. They're getting it in. Old people. They contract STDs the most out of anybody else, out of any other group.
No, what you mean by old people? From what age to what age?
Senior
citizen. Look that up.
Yeah, he's absolutely correct.
Senior citizens.
Senior citizens between the ages of 65 and 75 have the most STDs. That's crazy. Wait a minute.
What I'm saying.
Hold on. I'm maybe reading the wrong shit.
Retirement communities. Retirement communities.
We already know what Houston is all about. So you mean to tell me in Houston, the majority of the people that has STDs in Houston, and Houston is popping right now with STDs, is old folks?
Senior citizen. I don't know if it's just
I
Houston.
understand that it's going rapid.
It's just Houston. I'm just
I got it right here. It says sexually transmitted infections are rising among older adults. Older adults are more susceptible to STIs than younger people.
Hold on.
Can be infected with many of the same STIs that younger people have.
But that's STIs. You know that there's a difference between STIs and STDs, right?
It don't really matter. I'm just saying they have sex, bro.
Well, the reason they changed it from they're trying to get people to stop using STDs because they're saying that that what you're getting is not a disease; it's an infection.
We gonna look. While we having this conversation, I'm definitely about to go deep in there. You can't tell me that.
Pause.
Yeah, pause. But you cannot tell me that the studies is saying nationwide that senior citizens hold the record in STDs. That's crazy to me.
So I'm gonna read this.
Well, I don't know if it's total number. It might be as a percentage.
Yeah, it says here a recent federal report showed that cases of chlamydia, gonorrhea, syphilis increased 7% from 2017 to 2022. Reaching 2.5 million cases amongst senior citizens. God damn, they fucking.
So this is what I do. This is what I do know. But this is what I do know. So when you're talking about the what do they call the retirement homes or the homes for senior citizens, things like that? Yeah, they definitely are getting it in there. I know that for a fact. It was so funny because my grandfather, he's still living, right? And he's 97. So he was telling me my uncle
What's up,
had to push this woman away from him. He was like, this little young woman was trying to get me, blah, blah, blah. And I like it. She's fine. He was talking about she was a little young woman. So I said, Granddad, I said, well, how old is she? He said she was 75. I was like,
oh, here we go. Catelia is our information person in the chat. She says 3 reasons why STDs are on the rise in nursing homes. Research by AARP over the past 5 years has revealed that roughly 80% of all Americans between 50 and 90 are sexually active.
I can see that. I can, especially with the little blue pill, so I can understand that.
Oh yeah, Bluetooth now.
My anecdotal experience, I had a real conversation because when my second grandfather died, and my grandmother was like, "Oh, I met this other guy." The whole family was in the uproar. Like, "What are you doing, Grandma? You're tripping." Blah blah blah. And she's like, "I want to have sex and not sin about it." And I'm like, "What? Grandma, shut up." it's the truth. And now that he's died, she's still like, I still got groove to get on. Like, and I can't even be mad at her. She 82. Do what you want. You don't raise a whole 3 generations.
Yeah.
All right. Whew.
What is it that you can actually tell somebody that has lived, double your life? You know what I'm saying?
She got great grandkids.
Triple your life. Shit.
Yeah.
Shit, in some cases. Yeah. I mean, you can't tell me she's throwing that ass back. Pause. Yeah. and, Prototype.
I see what you said earlier, BMU. That was.
Hey, Prototype, can you imagine, bro, going over to your grandma's house and you walk in and she getting it in, bro? What would you do? Like, what would you? I
respect my grandmother's privacy at this point, bro. Like,
yeah.
Mm-hmm. Listen, I walked in my mama. Yeah. My mama when I came back from college one time, and I would just came in the house and walked in on my mom. I said, "Whoa, what the hell's going on in here?" And ever since then, I was like, "You better leave them old people alone. You better leave them old people alone."
Yeah. The only thing that we had, the only thing, and that's crazy because the only thing that I think that we don't want is somebody to take advantage of them, right? So if they're their age or whatever, people try. That's why, when they're in a community where it's majority of them, a lot of them needs that, especially if they already have they're losing their follicle, that you know what I'm saying, some of their wits. And to keep them from going into dementia and things like that, a lot of times they do need to have people where they can talk to them. Because older folks, as we get older, man, we have longer conversations, and they need people to be able to have that. And they're out of their world when they're just around a bunch of people that's still moving and shaking, right? Because at some point, people tend to forget that they're still here and they're still relevant. So, yeah, think about it. They start getting into those communities. Somebody gonna start doing some screw. It's kind of like being able to be in college again, right? It's instead of having dorms, you got apartments and stuff like that. So I can understand it. No doubt.
Look, my grandfather on the other side, my grandfather was a savage until the day he died. Absolute savage. So age don't really mean nothing. Like, they be getting it in.
I think it's a difference in it, though. I think the difference is that you're just at that point where you're not getting up every morning hustling, bustling. You know what I'm saying? So some people just, I'm glad that I got a chance to understand my grandfather, because on that side, my mom, that's my mother's dad's side, they live long. You know what I'm saying? They live long. My great grandmother, his mama, was, I think, 103 before she had died. So she was always surrounded by her kids, though, because she had a whole bunch of kids and grandkids. So yeah, it does matter, but I get what you're saying. It's not to the point where just because you old, you can't still live life. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I get that.
But play the video though.
Yeah, welcome my brother Lost in Translation. If ever wants a YouTube in the building, Coach Berg and this thing prototype, Mr. Bennett, man, we up in there. All right, man. So I want to play this video again of I think we can learn from what she's saying, because now she's of the age where she knows it's over. So now let me reach down and help somebody else, because she knows it's over. So here we go.
Being the breadwinner in a relationship?
I'm not the breadwinner in the relationship. You mean any man I'm with?
Yeah.
I'm not the breadwinner in the relationship.
But would you be okay if you were?
I'm not. There's no man I know from you, or he got a regular job, he work at a warehouse. He is the head of the household. He is the breadwinner. I will chip in as he see fit, because he's the head. Now, this is the way I was raised. A lot of women not gonna agree with me.
No, they ain't gonna agree with that.
I'm cool if you don't.
The breadwinner, he has, normally that person has the larger voice in the relationship.
Even if I make more money, it doesn't make me the breadwinner.
Oh, okay.
I am advice and concurrence. He is the head of the household. This is what I believe.
But what if you got the money, you making the money?
No, this is what I believe. He's a man. He is the head of households. People need to start reading Ephesians. That's what I believe. I may be strong-willed, I may make money. I want to make his life better and easier, but I'm not the head of the household.
Are you okay being the breadwinner in a relationship?
I'm not.
Lost in Translation?
Shout out to Cheryl, man. She is truly a Proverbs 31 woman. She really is. And she understands exactly what that is. I say, thank God for wives, man. There are a lot of women out here who are wearing the wives' costume, but not applying the wives' mentality.
Come on, preach it.
I really do appreciate that, because she understands order, regardless of the fact. Because even when you get married, it says right there on the box, for richer, for poor, for sickness and health, forsaking all others until death do us part. And I honestly believe that we have to redefine what it means to be a husband and what it means to be a wife, because for some strange reason, we like to change the meaning of things, And I understand that a lot of guys like to use money as the qualifier for being a husband, But I have to explain to you guys, like we talked about this Wednesday. I've been live every day this week. That's probably the reason why I'm a little late, because I've been beat up this week. And on my show Wednesday, we talked about the heart of a husband. You know, we talked about stuff like that. Being a husband is more than being a provider. It's more than being a protector. You know, it's a lot of things. And I also say it's more to a wife, you know, being a helpmeet. You know, it's about being comfort. It's about being a safe place. And I think if we do that together with each other, you know, we can go far. Like I said in my podcast earlier this Wednesday, you know, if you want to go fast, go by yourself. But if you want to go far, take somebody with you. So when she said that, I felt her, because something in her voice resonated with me, you know, and she understands order. And God is the author of order and not chaos. So I can respect that.
Now, I want to add something to this. Coach Ferg, welcome to the show. I want to add something before Coach Ferg goes, because I want to bring both of these things together. Now, this is on the other side of the spectrum. Shirley Ralph. Ooh, I've had a crush on that woman since they did, what's the name of the movie with Bill Cosby and Sidney Poitier? When Shirley Ralph played the young girl.
Oh, yeah. Piece of the Action. I believe.
Oh, my. I had a crush on her ever since then. Oh, I love that woman. But I want y'all to see what she said about marriage and what her and her husband does. Here we go.
Very fortunate. The man that I am married to, Senator Vincent Hughes, 7th Senatorial District of Philadelphia, he has his own life. I have my own life. He has his own real career. I have my own real career. He has his light to stand in. I have my light to stand in. So he is not looking at me thinking about status or this or that. He's doing his thing. I get to do my thing. We also live in separate places. When I go to see him, love to see him. When it's time to leave, bye-bye, see you soon. I'm telling you, life is good. Perfect. I get to be the real good wife. I'm very fortunate. The man that I am married to, Senator Vincent.
Now, what's the difference between what Cheryl said and what she said?
Looks.
I don't know if they're that. Honestly, I don't know.
Go ahead, Mr. Bennett.
It's got to work for him. Honestly, if that were me, I don't know if I could live with Cheryl Lee Ralph 24/7, 365. We may need some distance so that we could get along. When we get together, we get along. I've heard other couples talk about that too. It's like, yeah, when we get together, there's no arguments or whatever. Because again, it gets just too much. I mean, she just seems to be an extra person. Would I want to be around that all the time? I don't know. But like I said, it works for them. It's not traditional, but I'm not going to poo-poo it. Good for them if they've been able to do it this way.
So, Mr. Bennett, do you think if your wife came to you and said, "Hey, baby, I'm going to go move to Los Angeles," you
totally different stratosphere. Totally different. No, we came together with basically nothing, and we built from here. So we joined at the hip.
Exactly.
We'd be like Hancock if we got away from each other. We'd weaken in powers and whatnot if we got away from each other. So like I say, it wouldn't work for us, you know. But you know, when two high end, I guess she was already, like you said, she's been in the business 50 years. So so that situation, Holly Weird, how they able to get that to work? It's not the norm. It's an outlier, but if it works for them, it works for them. I can't poo-poo that.
All right. What about you, Coach Ferg? What are your thoughts between the two videos?
I mean, complete contrast. I hear Cheryl in her 60s now coming to a different language, and I hear Vivica Fox in her 60s speaking a total different language when it comes to relationship and understanding the commitment. So,
to hear that voice every day, I'd be like, look, I'd have to have at least a man cave or something. Like, I need to get away from women.
I mean, but it's just unfortunate with Cheryl Underwood, you know what I'm saying? I think now she understands it, but then, her prime in her youthful life where she could have built with a man and just been still a Shirley Ralph in our industry doing comedy, touring, whatever, and have with a man who's probably worked hard. It's just unfortunate that a lot of sometimes we talk ourselves out of that opportunity of growing old with somebody. Shirley Ralph's situation is different. She's married to a senator. I'm sure he was popping before he met her, and she understood that I must keep him. So live your life, and you know she's an actor. She's still in the game. She's on a TV show right now, man. Abbott Elementary. I love it. Look, it's funny as hell. If you don't watch it, check it out. Come on Wednesdays now. But yeah, man, you know it's just part of that dynamic. I believe that will work. I don't know if it could work for me. You know what I'm saying? But if I was married to my wife 50 years and somebody coming here telling me they want to videotape her and travel her around the world, guess who's traveling around the world? Me and her, and the 2 dogs and a cat. So I'm going, and I'm gonna be chilling out while she's doing her thing. So I don't know.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I agree. You know.
Now, hang on before you go on, just to give some context to even Cheryl's statements. Like I said earlier, I agree with a lot of her words. Whether or not the lifestyle says it. Now, she was married for 3 years, and her husband committed suicide. Now, again, I don't want to blame that on her or anything, but I'm just saying she was in a position, and for him to be in that state, where was she? Was she on the road? What could that situation have been helped in that time? So like I said, so I'm hearing, but again, how you going about things, if you were out there getting the bag and he's in this state, people don't just decide just to delete themselves just like that. So again, you can, like I said, I can poo-poo the Shirley Ralph situation, but they have some system, as unconventional as it is. But but Cheryl's Underwood situation, I mean, that's tragic too.
I mean, I wouldn't blame anybody's deletion on. I don't know if you ever dealt with depression or anything like that, but people do decide to delete themselves at the.
For sure. Like I said, and I said I'm not assigning blame. I don't want to assign blame.
Yeah, don't.
I'm just saying, but that's
don't do that.
No, not at all. Not at all. Yeah. But I'm just saying, but she was in a marital situation.
Who is it you're talking about?
Oh, I got to
Underwood.
I got to pull that right here. Share. It says here.
She was young.
In the fall of 2011, Underwood revealed that after dating 7 years, her husband, they got married, and they were married for. So Mr. Bennett is correct about the time they were married 4 years.
All right, so she was married before. Okay.
Yeah, and he suffered his entire life. He suffered from clinical depression.
Mm.
Yeah, and he died by suicide. And now she has she donates money and has a fund. She founded the African American Association for Depression after he passed away.
Yeah. So
I wouldn't that. Yeah, that's an individual thing.
So real quick, Mr. Bennett, did you know Cheryl Underwood had four PhDs?
Yeah, from the interview, I know she's was head of the Zetas, I think, for a time too. Yeah,
damn, I said shit.
Yeah, she's
had a very interesting life. I mean, she came from a grape. Just a lot of things. She overcame a lot of things, and survivor. I think she's mentioned that in the podcast. So a lot of admirable things about what she's done over. And
one last thing, did you hear about the phone call that was made about her? She said that she was supposed to be on Queens of Comedy.
Right.
She talked about that.
And she said she was on the call and they thought she was on hold, and Monique was not on the call. But she said all the other women who were her sisters,
they went in on her.
Yeah. They said, why we bring her ugly ass up here? She don't need to be on the fucking stage with us, blah, blah, blah. She said she just sat there and listened.
They put
she never said anything to him.
They put the light-skinned lady in her place.
Yeah.
Because it was before because Monique had a lot to do with it. But at some point, Monique wasn't involved in certain things when it came down to the business of it. But the rest of them, and I didn't understand that. And I think the biggest problem that she had was with Samoa. Like when she first had got on her show or she talked about that, man, that shit was crazy to hear that. And one of the things that I understood when we seen that whole Queens of Comedy thing, that most people was like, you ain't got Cheryl Underwood on there? Because like I said, her whole MO was being the auntie to come in with the pocketbook, and when she was very well respected of the men in the comedy, right? That's why you didn't hear a bunch of men going in on her when she actually revealed what happened. Because the way that she held herself, a lot of men was like, yep, we get it. You know, just like when you hear, again, when you hear her say, no, I know I look like Wesley Snipes, like that was part of her stand-up, right? But she understood that was the way that she had to come across. She couldn't take offense of a lot of things because she was a comedian. But when you hear in the interview, she talked to her father, and her father was like, his only advice to her was that you better be good. Because he already knew. He's like, no, all of this shit that we doing for you, and you want to get up there and start telling jokes. Well, you better be good at it, right?
I mean, but she turned her pain into comedy, because even when she was back in with the show with Martin Lawrence, she used to talk about how she was in the military, then she got married, then he sort of passed away, right? And she's always spoke. She's never ran away from that part of her life, which was very unique. But
yeah,
and even if you go back and look at her early in her comedy, Cheryl Underwood had one of the best bodies out there in comedy. She might not have been
still ugly.
Well, wait a minute. Her body give
shit.
her at least a 6 or 7 right now.
Listen, but she's the clear fact that she's a Zeta proves that she's always been ugly. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
what? How you go come down on the divine nine like
come
that?
on, y'all know what it is. You know, Zetas ain't the most. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, Zetas
everybody,
ain't
but
you know what it is.
Okay.
So listen,
the reason so you saying the deltas? You saying the deltas and the deltas are the prettiest one?
Listen, I'm not in it. I just know what I know about a Zeta, right? Here's the thing. You know what she is. Of course, she's going to be like ugly. Like, she has a lot more sense that matches what a guy thinks, like, because that's her way in with men. Like, she's not attractive and she knows it. You know what I'm saying? It's the ugly ones that got the most sense that make, you know what I mean? And I can't stand when an ugly girl talks about pretty girl, like she's mad at pretty girl privilege. You know what I'm saying?
She don't be mad though. She don't be mad at pretty girl privilege.
I'm talking about unattractive girls in general. Talking about how many hoes there are and why girls are acting like hoes.
Yeah, it's kind of like the fat women talking about the skinny bras. I get it.
Yeah, like
and the ugly dudes talk about the handsome dudes. Yeah, it's the same thing.
You can't have a wife.
I don't know nothing about all this shit.
Every one of you niggas is ugly to me.
I ain't sitting up and saying, JT, look at that handsome motherfucker, man. You think he? Hell no.
Nah. That was not a good.
Hell no. You could have kept that shit, Coach Bert. But lost in translation, what are your thoughts about what Cheryl said? What the two Cheryls were saying?
Well, Cheryl Underwood understands the assignment. Shirley Raff, she's I don't think her and her husband had the correct conversation.
Eva!
And I'm explaining to what I mean by that. When you get married to be together. Am I not right, Mr. Bennett? You know? So a lot of people like to poo-poo other people's situations and say, hey, you know, whatever works for you works for you. But at the end of the day, I think when you put your life and career above your spouse's, it's something about that just doesn't sit right with me. I'll give you an example. If for some strange reason my job said, hey, it's either you or your wife, I'm picking my wife every time. You know what I'm saying? It's either you or your kids. I'm picking my kids every time. You know why? Because they will replace me at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? When I married my wife, it's to death do us part. Not until I'm broke, or not until she is no longer desirable, not until she's in poor health. You know, if something happens to her where she's paralyzed, guess what? I'm gonna beat her. You know? And I think sometimes when we have situations like that, when we like to put stuff and things above each other, that's a problem, man. You know, that's a problem. And it goes back to what the definition of marriage really is, man. You know, even the Bible says, seek ye first the kingdom of heaven and everything else will be added unto that. Well, if you're seeking God first and his wisdom, then the things of this world shouldn't matter, you know? So I question when I hear people say, I live in two separate houses. I have my own life. And to me, it just seems like the language hasn't evolved from me to we. And I think that we language should always supersede me language. Now, I believe that you should probably have your own interests and things of that nature, but how can I protect you if you're on the other side of the world? That negates my purpose, my protection. I can't do my job if you're somewhere else, and then you can't help me if you're on the other side of the world. It says so right there on the box. Help me, it's a part of your function. So when people do stuff like that, I really question, have they really had the conversation, And then this world really likes to take stuff and change the meaning of it just by changing a few words.
Shout out to my sister. My sister said, this is my real sister, guys. My sister says she like everything separate because she's still for the streets.
I don't know what she's doing in her own house, but that she pay her own bills or whatever. But at the end of the day, I just question some people's motives, man.
Chandra Field says celebrity managers generally are the extreme. They not like us.
Yeah. But even with that, and this actually, y'all, this is actually a great conversation because like Mr. Bennett was saying earlier, I've heard people and I've seen and witnessed people that live together and separate, right? Both of them together, right? They either have different bedrooms, they have different, and
especially
this is
back in the day.
Yeah. Especially if one smoked and one didn't.
Right. Yeah. So the conversation is, and I can understand that, but they're still up under the same roof or whatever it is, because you got to have that conversation. However, what she was saying was he has a whole different life over there. And I'm all the way in California in a whole different life. And then when we meet each other, it is good. And then when it's over with, it's over with. I see you later type of thing. No, you should have just stayed dating then. So what my question would be, Lost, well, what the fuck are y'all get married for then?
I was about to ask the same thing, JT.
So that conversation, you're absolutely right that they didn't have the right. They wasn't either asking the same question, the right questions, or they wasn't having the right conversation with each other. Because I can understand, we got a big enough house. Look, we got the money. You got your room, I got my room. We got probably a room together. Whatever it is that people talk about. But when you're talking about having two different lives, that's two different lives. One is a senator and another one is an actor. They both have, it's similar, but not really, right? So then when you say it's great, no, it's great for you. It may not be great for him. However, he say, okay, all right, this is what we doing. There's no, so then the next question would be, do you guys have an open marriage? Or do you know that your marriage is open? Because I guarantee somebody doing something
for those 6-7 months.
Yeah, he's not doing it. Even if it came down to the point of taking, he ain't doing it. It's not happening.
You're a senator, ass everywhere.
Yeah, but again, the beginning of the thing, that's what I was saying as far as when we was talking about the instructions. We got them right in front of us. We'd rather just look at the box. And then when we building our lives, we got all kind of shit that we left. All the screws, the different parts that's supposed to be on there. That part was intricate. It didn't look like it to you, but you didn't know how intricate it was until when you put that shit together and that shit get to rocking. It ain't supposed to be rocking like that. Now you putting shit on backwards. Your life is backwards. It's kind of like that whole thing. When you're starting to hear what we seeing right now, a bunch of people giving advice on relationships, and they're not even in relationships. They're giving advice on marriage, and they've never been married. And it does piss a lot of people off when they sitting there talking about who made you the authority of this shit, right?
Ace metaphor.
Yeah, look, we've already called that. Let me tell you something. One of the things I understand now what's happening is that, see, we called that bullshit out a long time ago.
Didn't we?
We called it out a long time ago.
Haters.
It's funny to me that people are sitting back trying to put the man. No, this is what you guys were sitting back saying. He's the authority of this shit. Y'all was saying it for 2 years, 3 years. Y'all was saying this crazy ass shit. Now you want to sit back and put the man on the chopping block? Nope. Too late now. He got his goddamn people up now.
But I go back, but
they trying to say
JT,
that it's a scandal. No, it's not. The man, we already said what the man was doing.
Go ahead,
We
Mr.
already
Bennett.
said it. Oh, go
but
ahead,
it goes
Mr. Bennett.
back to, first of all, I mean, if we're contrasting Underwood to Lil Ralph, is Underwood any different? She's a comedian. So she's got gigs. She's on the Chitlin circuit. She's at the Apollo. She's doing movies.
Right.
She's doing TV shows. So she's not home for long stretches of time. Now, again, she's saying she might be saying a lot of the right things, but again, is she actually actualizing it?
Right.
And I see
right.
again a lot of all these brothers early on when we were down for the lockdown and everything. All these guys were into pearly things and all these other content creators that were out there. And I asked a question on Tuesday's show. All of these pick me women out there giving advice and whatnot. I'm like, where are the receipts?
Yeah.
Where are the husbands? I mean, your goal should be to get out of this space or change your content to what married life is like, but you still have a lot of the same women creating content about what a wife is supposed to be about, but I'm not seeing the result.
You know what, Mr. Bennett? I think you're right. I think it comes down to the intention. You know, what's really behind the intention? Because I can hear what Cheryl is saying and how she could apply that. You know what I mean? Even if she is on the road or whatever, I can see that. Because that happens in the military all the time when you have somebody who goes off, to war or something like that. The intention is there. But when I hear other people saying, it just seems like they're trying on the uniform. You know what I mean? And it's not really giving what it's supposed to give. It's not giving honor each other. It's one of those things where it's like men are trying to purchase respect and honor when they use money, and women are using beauty to purchase respect from men. And to me, it just feels transactional to the point where that doesn't feel like love. You know what I mean, Mr. Bennett? It's like I'll give you an example. It's like somebody who goes to the gym like once every 3 years. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You ain't putting in no work for real. You still flabby, man.
And they still a fitness guru.
You can tell because they cut. You know what I mean? They know their routine. They know what they're supposed to do. And you can look at them and you can tell that person is really putting in the work. Right. And then again, you got some people that just show up every now and then, put the uniform on.
But my only question is, I get your point about intent, but there's also the actual result. So even if you go in with the best of intent, you had the conversation later on. Like I said, shout out to the military guys. And I've heard all the time, it's like the same question that JT was asking earlier. Why, if you in the military, why are you getting married? Especially if you're an active and you can be deployed anytime. Why are you even doing that? And how many stories have we heard about active military and the wife is back home and she's around the neighborhood and things of that nature? So even if it may start out honorable, time is time. People get lonely. Whatever it is, if that door is going to be open, how much of that honor is going to hold up under those circumstances? I mean, so
it takes two people, Mr. Bennett, to be honorable. You're absolutely correct.
It does. But distance, time, loneliness, those are always knocking at the door, no matter what your intentions are, what you started out with. So again, and I don't know, again, Lee Ralph's situation, I don't know. It could be an open situation. And maybe that's how a lot of these relationships last. It's like, look, as long as I don't know about it, remember Magic Johnson with Cookie, she was like, look, you gonna do what you're gonna do. I just don't want to hear about it. That's why she was so upset when he got the what he got, and she's the slap and all that kind of stuff. Because like, look, now the stuff is public. But I was good with you, doing it. I just don't want to hear it in my face.
And that was through college.
Yeah.
She gave that man hell. See, she was like, "Nah, I'm not marrying you." It got to the point where he had to literally convince this woman for years for years. And when she did give it, but they had to come, like you were saying, they had to have the conversation, Lost. They had to have that conversation. She had to come to a consensus of, okay, long as I don't know. The times that she pissed off with him was when he was embarrassing her.
Yeah.
That's where it came down to, because that conversation, that's why I'm like, when you hear about basketball players and a sex scandal, you like, how? In 2024, 2025? How that happen? We already understand how this goes with celebrity, whether you are an athlete or not. So when, like, for instance, if I was talking to my daughter and she had a man that was in NBA or he was getting ready, he was NBA bound, like, you know what you signing up for, right? You do understand that. Because they have to hear somebody say, listen, you're going to have to live and operate off of a balance of probabilities. Quit looking at your possibilities, because it's possible for a human to fly. But have we done it yet? You see a bunch of humans getting up and just taking their ass out there and helicoptering up and going to another? No, it's not. So that possibility is not, it's not a conducive thing. Probabilities. So if you're dating someone that is an athlete, if you're dating someone that is, have the status of being a celebrity, no matter what it is, rapper, actor, whatever it is, understand what you got in front of you, the pros and the cons, weigh those out. Sometimes that person can be a great person in personality and you guys get along with each other, but also understand what that person is getting, what life they get into. Are you ready for that type of a life? A lot of people they think about it, but they don't want to put it in the forefront and say, I have to make a decision based off of, the things that I'm thinking about. They just be like, well, I put it in God's hand. That ain't how God works.
Now, JT, what would be your reaction? So one of your daughters comes back to you and he says, yeah, I know what I'm signing up for. You keep signing forever, hold your peace, or you still
I can't. And right now, I can tell you in real time, it's things that I have to say to them that I know you ain't trying to hear it, but I'm putting it in front of you. I'm learning. I'm in a learning stage right now, Mr. Bennett, when it comes down to that, because my daughters are young. And the thing is, and I'm like, damn, I don't know if I wanted to have daughters that wasn't attractive or daughters that was attractive. It's just not a good damn thing at either way. And I'm like, look, everybody wants you. Everybody, just look at it that way. You know what I'm saying? You attractive.
It's your fault, AT. It's all your fault.
Right. Mm-hmm. So what I'm learning is to be able to have conversation with them about their thoughts, what it is. How do you think that looks, right? Ask more questions. Sometimes, and I'm just never going to give it up, I have to be preachy. People can say what the fuck they want to say. And when I get preachy, it makes you uncomfortable. Good. It's your job to take what I'm saying and be able to use it, because I'm giving you a set of instructions. When I get preachy, I'm giving you a set of instructions because I done listened to your ass long enough. I'm hearing what you're saying, and the shit sounds crazy. You're going to put yourself in harm's way every time you think in the way that you're thinking right now. And then I fall back, like what you were saying that with your daughters, right? That's a real thing. And they're not going to do it like how we thought. They're not going to say, I just need you to be here for me. They show you, right? You have to kind of like, okay, she needs me. You have to take the control. And that's one of the things I struggle with my kids. They both of them in two different states. They both getting their careers together, trying to find this whole thing of family. And I'm trying to figure out, how do we
start? Sometimes it's going to be like, JT, sometimes you're just going to have to show up.
Yep.
They ain't going to tell you.
Yep.
You're just going to have to show up. And you get to see it like,
my mom told me that, Mr. Bennett, she's like, just show up. Appear. Watch the difference, right? And she was right with it, because, adult kids, I'm still trying to get used to, how we try to get used to being adults.
Yep.
Now we have to try to get used to our offsprings being adults, and we have to be the advisors and figure out how we do that. It's not a smooth transition. It's just not. But what do? Do you give up? Do you do what a lot of other parents do? I'm going to disown you, or try to scare them, and all this crazy ass shit that you hear what these parents are doing, and they're bringing it into a point where they're just they're basing it off of their feelings, right? You can't do that with no goddamn adult kids. Trust me when I tell you. This is when you talk about being a man, being a father, man, this shit is not easy. And it shouldn't be. Because it's to teach us, because we tell them, you're gonna be in my spot in a couple of years. So I at least I got a little bit of something that I can give you when your child gets, at the age that you are, or before the age you are. This is what we're supposed to do, man.
Now I want to say this real quick. I want to move to something else, because we had we had Cheryl say, the first Cheryl say what she said, second Cheryl said what she said. Now I want to move on to something else. All right. Mr. Bennett, are you familiar with MC Light?
Yeah.
You see that they're counseling her now?
Who?
Who's
MC Light?
Who's counseling her?
Who's counseling her?
They're canceling her.
Oh, counseling.
Okay. It's an easy understanding for all of this to me. The day of the feminist rhetoric is over. It's about accountability.
I want to know why they canceled my girl. I love MC Light.
Let me let you hear why they canceled her. Let me pull it up and play it for you first. It's one of her old songs they're canceling her for, from some shit she did way back.
Oh, that dumbass. Come on, yeah, I've seen the girl do that. Let's talk about that shit. Go ahead, man. Play it.
Yeah, I'm finna play it. Here we go. Ain't this some shit? And I like MC Light, and I thought MC Light was gonna be a stud forever, but she is.
MC Light ain't never been a stud, homie.
Ain't never been no stud.
Yeah, she was. No, she
never been a stud.
She was. Yes, she was.
She was a tomboy. No, she was a tomboy. She was a tomboy.
Oh, we're offended,
Yeah, she was a tomboy. She wasn't.
She wasn't a stud.
Wait a minute,
I met MC Light in person. I'm like, that's
she's
why they
pretty. No, look, she's pretty. I mean, look, she's attractive, but
her voice is. No, listen. Somebody had said this, I can't remember when I was listening to it. They said, but if you listen to her voice and you've never seen her,
Jeff, the voice at the top of the chat.
That voice will get you a different way. But when you see her and you hear her speak, you're like, oh no, that's a tomboy. That ain't no.
She might have started. I don't know if she might have started that. She was there before TLC started doing it, but again, the boy clothes and the pants and the pullovers and all that, the hat and all that. No, she was not trying to protect that femininity.
Hold on, now I did.
You do understand that her boyfriend was a guy. If you ever seen the video that she had, what's the song? When You Say You Love Me, it doesn't matter. It goes into my head just like chit chatter, right? Mm-hmm. The guy that was carrying the box was her boyfriend.
Now, and also keep in mind, she did an interview. She said on her first album, they came in and told her, we want you to be sexy. So they laid her down, put her on some real sexy clothes, had her stomach out, had her breast out. And they say, damn, like everybody was like, shit, you put this out, everybody gonna buy your shit. And say the girl, one of the ladies came in and said, why are you doing this? This not even like you. Like, you need to put on, she said, no, we're gonna change her clothes. And so they changed her clothes, put on some bag ass pants. And that's where that image came from.
Yeah, like I said, she was rocking that TLC look before TLC came out. She was not. She might have been the first.
TLC came out in the 90s. She was in the 80s.
She was in the 80s. Yeah, she was a little earlier. 87, 87.
Listen, y'all have to realize, man, when MC Light came out, she was one of the first lady MCs. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So a lot of women were trying to break into a male-dominated field. So they wanted to emulate the culture at that particular moment in time, whether it's femininity or masculinity at that particular time. She still wanted to be respected for being an MC, and being an MC at the time was being masculine. So it's one of those things we have to take it in its context, its proper context and time. That's all I'm saying.
Yep. And Chicago Rilla, thank you for being here tonight. He said she dated D Nice, and he said she was assigned with Audio 2. He didn't dress like that.
Yeah, Audio 2, her brother was Milk D.
Milk is chilling.
Just chilling. What more can I say?
Stop chilling. Stop steaming and looking hard. I got a great big body.
God.
So step up if you want to get hurt. Come on, man. Come on.
Man, somewhere.
Man.
So look, Jeff. Now watch this. She had a song with the same beat. You beat by the. What is it? Beat by the style taker. Tell you to your face, you ain't nothing but a faker. Same beat, same everything, bro. She did. It was the same song that Milk D did, and the only thing she did was change it up, and she made her own rap over it.
Dope. Now I want to play this while they're counseling her before we bring up our brother Uncle Jeff is in the building tonight.
Yes, sir.
Let me play this video of why they're trying to counsel our girl, man. Here she go. Damn.
Prototypes taking in a room full of old dudes.
Keep in mind that MC Light was 21 when this dropped. This was 1991. She was 21. Please keep in mind that MC Light was 21 when this dropped. This was 1991. She was 21 years old. I thought MC Light was just a soft stud that preferred men. That every piece of voiceover work was talented, beautiful, etc., etc. When somebody played this song for me, I was appalled. I was shocked. Lock her up.
It sound nasty and it may sound mean, but I'm into little boys that are about 17. I don't know why, but they put up a fight, and hot damn that excites the MC like. Cause yo, I love a young buck. They give a fun but once in a while they become love struck. But that's okay though, cause I can handle them. I love young boys on the brink of being young men.
Why y'all didn't tell me that MC Light needed to be on the registry for this song?
Oh, God. Y'all let me know when it's my turn.
Hey, Uncle Jeff, you go first.
Come on, you can have it, man. You can have it.
All right. First, ladies, I don't care, and I catch flack from men as well. I don't care. A young man, it's a young girl is taken advantage of when a 30-year-old man comes after a 16-year-old. When a young boy of 16 or 17 has sex with a woman that is 30, everyone on the block wants to wash his bike. It is not the same thing. I don't know, and maybe you guys know a bunch of dudes that sit around with blankets up around their collars because they're scarred from this, but I don't know any. One of my regrets is the woman that lived above my grandmother's house that wanted to give me some, and my young, dumb 17-year-old ass fumbled the ball. I'm sorry, gentlemen. God gonna have to explain a lot to me, and that's one of them. He's gonna have to explain because I don't feel the same way. I tell you what. I'll say this. I'll let it play. The same place that I put female homosexuality versus male homosexuality. My search history would belie me if I was to say that I didn't like lesbians. There's no, I absolutely do. But if you suck one ding ding, you're on the pink side of the force forever. Is from this side. So there are double standards in play here, and one of I'm not mad about that. I don't see who's the victim.
Mr. Ben, how you gonna follow that? Oh my God.
I can't. Now, what that came out back in the day, and they just discovered that, or
that came out in 1991.
How was she?
That was on her.
21?
She was 21 at the time.
Oh,
yeah, that's look. I mean, you've had songs out there from these 50s and 60s artists. I know Uncle Jeff, you appear like you were back in the music industry.
Yes.
So I remember like Odds of March, Vehicle. Yeah. I'm a friendly neighbor in the black sedan. Won't you hop inside my car? I got pictures, candies. I'm a wonderful man, and I can take you to the nearest star.
Mm-hmm.
And then what about Jerry Lee Lewis and all these guys talking about young women, young girls, and whatnot? And I didn't see the canceling. So I think
right.
if people want to use this as sort of like a modern outrage. There was a brother. Who was the brother who said she was only 16? She was only 16.
Only 16. Oh,
and I was 16. But she was too young to fall in love, and I was too young to know. One of them old school artists.
Yeah.
So again, there's been about young love and whatnot. But again,
she
people want to flip out
because 17, and you know what I mean. That's the Beatles.
Yeah. So there's always been that stuff and
freaky. Rick James.
Yes.
But for someone looking to cancel again, over a younger boy, back in the day, that was the young man's dream. Every kid in school had a teacher who you wished.
Oh yes, sir.
That would give you
Miss Williams.
I'm just saying. So
you know what, Mr. Ben, you bringing up songs, even on more modern song. Music Soul Child had a song called. He said she was 5'7" with light green eyes, body built like a woman, over 25. Plus, she pushed a whip that the average woman couldn't get if she worked about 2 9-to-5s. Girl played the game just a little too mature. Damn, it had everything I was looking for. Things seemed shady when I asked my lady to meet me at the club. She had trouble at the door, and that's when I found out she was only 17 years old, and I couldn't see her no more.
Yeah.
Use the soul child, baby. Use the soul child, baby. Hey,
so this is what happens when people take things out of context. First and foremost, you got to understand when songs came out, it took a lot longer for those songs to come out.
Yeah, people
wrote rhymes. That rhyme was probably something she wrote when she was in high school. She was only 21. So that rhyme she wrote, she was in high school. Even when it came down to it, you understood that there was context with it. So when you have somebody that wasn't even born in 91 talking about this crazy ass shit, you're like, no, we're going to cancel you. Who are you,
I
ma'am?
got to push back a little bit, Jay. With love, brother. I don't give a goddamn if she wrote the song on the way to the studio. I don't care.
Yeah.
Because here's why.
I agree.
The two things that really crack me up here are the two things you need to cancel that black people don't have. You need resource and you need consistency.
Right.
Niggas ain't consistent. Niggas right the same outraged niggas right now. Let R. Kelly come home and get his shit together. 18 months later, he'll have sold out concerts.
I'm trying to tell you already.
Immediately.
TP3.
I think R. Kelly can be released today and sell out American Airlines Center tomorrow.
Yes.
Little Caesars, the Mercedes Benz.
Okay.
What? And backstage.
Come on, man. The garden.
Backstage, people, there are still black people who will offer up their children to that man to this day.
To this day.
Now.
It'll be like business as usual.
Real talk. Dude, we gonna really be real about this shit.
But listen, Uncle Joe, you're right. How they gonna cancel MC Light? What, they not gonna buy no more of her records?
Exactly.
You don't, and you know what they really, and most of the people talking about canceling her, man, that she got the female voiceover game on live. On live. Shout out to Light, man. Y'all don't leave that girl alone.
What, you gonna get rid of your iPhone?
What you go?
Yeah, you gonna change your insurance?
She got iPhone. She got insurance. She got the Grammys. She got the MTV Award. She got the BET Award. That motherfucker voiceover game. It's over
with.
It's all locked. And I tell you, and you silly niggas are not gonna shake that. You're not. Stop. Cause she said she likes 17-year-old boys. Shit, right. I get it. I get it. Don't know what he's doing, but he can do it all night.
So can I ask you a question? Anybody that's in the music, I know Jeffrey Sage was in it. So if I'm an artist and I have my songs, right, and the label wants to sign me, do they see my lyrics at any point?
Of course they do.
Okay. So if the adults
register your lyrics.
So if the adults see my lyrics in the industry, right, and I'm ready to sing a song like that's gonna go across the diaspora, whatever it was, in the mall, the corner store, the adults are not responsible for that. For me being 18, 19, talking about that type of stuff.
No.
Define responsible.
Well, they can be held liable, accountable. Just liable, accountable, however, any particular way where, because now they're looking to counsel me when the executives and the business people who understand that some of that's against the law to just walk around with millions of dollars and around. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's just some things just.
Yeah, man.
The day of the feminist movement to come, that whole thing, it's over.
Dog, we talking about 1991. Let me tell you something.
Right.
About time 1991. Right.
But they canceled her today, right? We talking about
ain't nobody. How?
That's what
and
I
then you
said
talking about some lyrics. Let me tell you something. Those were very mild lyrics in 1991. Very,
91.
Very
but the law
PG.
applies today. The law applies today.
No, it
That's why
don't. Not for 1991. What did she say? Okay, let me ask you this. What did she say that was wrong?
Did they cancel her? Did you say they canceled her? Or
how?
Well, that's what I thought he said. They canceled her.
No, there was a young lady that was petitioning Facebook and IG to cancel MC Light for some lyrics, mild lyrics that she had said. What did she say? You got to understand, if you were in 1991, those lyrics, that song, ain't nobody even, I don't even think anybody really heard that song.
I didn't hear it until you just brought it up.
She brought it up.
I understand this. I understand that the lyrics for that time,
she was 21.
I know, but listen,
there was a very little detail
but under the law, 21 is an adult. 17 is a minor. So what I'm saying is, if this was something that actually happened, and I wrote my lyrics to tell the world, this is what I do. All y'all, the executives, business, whatever, managers, whatever, y'all okay this to go out to the world, is what I'm saying, right?
Yes.
Okay it, right? Okay. So y'all not held liable. There's something that I wrote as a kid, but then you say she was a kid, she was young.
Have you ever heard this song right here? She's just 16 years old. Leave her alone.
I heard that song, but what I'm saying is, so they are choosing
that shit too.
So for them today to jump forward 35, 40 years and say, okay, counsel her, this strip her of all of our opportunities going forward, then that means that law can apply today.
I'm not understanding what you're saying.
I think I am. Can I take a stab at it? I think he's saying that if there is a law to be or something to be prosecuted here, the executives need to walk the plank as well.
All them niggas did.
The companies that were signed.
Do you know how many artists you're gonna have to get in line? How many songs?
Uncle Jeff, watch this. Look at this. Ain't nobody talking about this shit. Neil Diamond reveals cute pervy roots of Sweet Caroline. He says here, the Neil Diamond revealed that the inspiration for his famous song Sweet Caroline was a girlish carol for Carolyn Kennedy, John F. Kennedy's daughter, who was 12 at the time. Now,
good.
Yeah. So let's look at the lyrics. What the lyrics say? The lyrics says, where it began, I can't begin to know when. But when I know it's growing strong was in the spring. The spring became the summer. Who'd have believed you'd come along? Hands touching hands, reaching out, touching me, touching you. What the fuck is he talking about? To a 12-year-old girl, and they sang this shit at every goddamn Texas Ranger baseball game. Right here in motherfucking Texas. Everybody. Sweet Caroline. Fuck out of here. You gotta come on now.
And he's still an icon in he's still an icon in that community. Am I hearing that I think I heard back. But see, in our community, MC Light is a sister that some of us would consider one of the best rappers of all time, female, male. So what I'm saying is, based off the legal aspect and this whole sensitive topics of violations and raping and all of this, what she was speaking about speaks volume to the climate of today.
It absolutely does.
You cannot put a record out talking about you're an adult and you out here getting with young kids. What are you talking about?
She's 21 years old.
I know at that time. I understand that. I was an MC Light fan. I thought she was the finest girl in the business. But the lyrics of the time today.
So we overthink things we shouldn't be overthinking.
I'm just breaking it down. I'm not overthinking it because what I'm saying is because the executives, the music ain't trying to counsel, but the music ain't trying to counsel her. If I heard him say that they counseled her, meaning her opportunities for income, her voiceover opportunities, all of those things will be affected. Y'all don't see that.
Yeah, but you had some random ass woman on social media trying to bring up some shit.
That's how that stuff gets started. But that's how stuff gets. I'm telling you, that gets picked up
right there. Well, let me just put it to you like this:
that right there, to hang myself, gentlemen.
It's only gonna go so far. That shit ain't nobody paying attention to that bullshit that young lady was saying.
Because if you do that, that's what I'm saying. Where's these motherfuckers at? That's talking. Goddamn, Elvis Presley. Every year his fucking facility in Memphis makes $65 million. It's right. It says Priscilla Presley. She was 14 years old. Motherfucking Elvis was 24.
Wait, you act like because he's dead that you can't sue his estate.
Exactly. There you go. That's the point I was making right there. Shut that motherfucker down. Yeah, you gonna get everybody else about here.
Okay.
Because I see it for what it is. It's a black and white thing. In this time, BMU, did I not hear you say that they counseled her?
Yeah, they're trying to cancel her because of the lyrics. Yeah.
Okay. They can't. So I'm saying in the fact that if all of this can, because remember this whole, all of these feminists and sentiments about anything that they, far as violation of anybody, you could be prosecuted. I'm just saying if this is something, okay, well she won't lose the opportunity because they counseling people every day for stuff that they said 6 weeks ago, 6 years ago, that they finally revealed it. So I'm just saying this could be dangerous for her.
But the only thing so this is the thing, and that is true.
He right though, because they got Kevin Hart. They took Kevin Hart. They fucking drug him.
You ain't gonna be able to cancel Kevin Hart. The only way you'll be able to cancel Kevin Hart is if Kevin Hart did some real fucked up shit. It don't matter.
They did though. They remember they made his ass apologize.
Let me tell you what that man ain't got.
They put a dress on it.
Yeah, and they put a dress on that nigga, made him apologize.
But he is not canceled. Where do y'all see him being canceled at?
Okay, well, remember they took the Grammys the Oscars from him?
No, they didn't take the Oscars from him. He said he will not show up to the Oscars.
No, they kicked him out first. Remember the tweet said, if my son gay, I will go in there and break my daughter's dollhouse.
So did that keep him? So okay, after the Oscars, did that stop him from making movies?
No.
Did it stop him? Did it stop his presence on social media? Did it stop him from making any type of money?
But he going through it now though. All his businesses shut down. All his restaurants have went bankrupt. He going through it right now, boy.
You know what? Let me explain something to y'all, man.
They took all his comedy shows off of fucking Sirius Radio because they wasn't making no money. He going through it, boy.
Let me tell you something. Cancel culture is all about timing. You know what I mean? It's all about that particular moment. Just the reason why I told you that when they go back and they try to cancel her over something like that, I promise you, I can make everybody in here lose their religion playing Name That Tune with 2 songs.
I don't know, man. That shit is a bunch. I just look at.
Are you playing it right now?
No, I ain't finna play it too long. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay. What was it?
That's that Uncle Luke. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yes.
But you can't cancel the goddamn the godfather of parental advisory.
Exactly.
The nigga that actually went to the courts and understood what his rights were. That's why you can't fuck with him.
So Uncle Jeff,
he understands. The motherfucker understood what he could do and what he couldn't do.
So let me ask you this: I want to ask this question, and we're gonna move on to the topic of the night. I want to ask this question. R. Kelly, they say, oh, he's a monster. Oh my God, he's a monster. But if you look at a large percentage of the motherfuckers who saying monster, your fucking grandfather was 40 and your grandmother was 12. Let's stop this fucking bullshit now. But look at the age difference between these fucking women back in the day in their 50s and the fucking 60s. Come on now, that we got to talk about it. Listen, your granddaddy coming up in the yard with a mule and a bucket of milk talking about, hey, I want your daughter. How old is she? 13. Okay, cool. 23, 13. Bring on.
You ain't even got to go that far back, bro.
Ain't
All you got to do, you got to do is go. Remember in
how
high school.
how you guys doing?
What's up, E today?
So Uncle Jeff, so should R. Kelly? Well, R. Kelly's not in jail for messing with little girls. He's in jail for racketeering. But I think they had to find a charge to put on him because they had no evidence of other bullshit. So
well, they got the RICO charge, plus they have it is sexual. It's not fucking around with underage women.
It's not. No.
So yeah,
they got him on sex trafficking because of interstate.
Yeah, but you sex trafficking when you got girls coming from one strip club to another.
On that shit. They didn't put a new definition on that
new
shit.
definition.
That pre-puffing.
Yeah, you got to fuck them right. You got to fuck them right where you find them.
Right. Because when you got a girl being transported from Cleveland to Detroit going to a strip club, you know what I'm saying? That's trafficking too.
I'm not taking your ass to Rite Aid. Fuck
No,
that.
the trafficking. No, you can take that person to a strip club as long as you didn't promise that person that coming to Detroit, the incentive will be going to strip club. You see what I'm saying? As long as you're not promising anything, it's not sex trafficking. But once you promise something, it is sex trafficking.
But the shit is still trafficking. The shit is still trafficking. I don't care. That's basically what getting fluid out is. It's trafficking.
I know there was
a getting flu out is trafficking as long as there is something tangible in return. But if you don't give that person nothing, if you don't buy their plane ticket, right?
What man gonna bring a woman from Florida to California? Fuck her and not give her nothing.
Guess what? It does happen, but you might not think so. This is why if you let me tell you this, right? When I was 26, I've had girls flew out from out of state that's about 2021, right? And there was no financial, because I was broke. They just wanted to come see me. I was broke. You see what I'm saying? There was no financial incentive. We just went eat, spent 2-3 days in my house, they went back to their state. There was no financial incentive. That is not sex trafficking. Sex trafficking becomes involved when there is exchange of something tangible. It's defined. That's sex trafficking.
Okay,
that's what
I don't know how we got down this road.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
I know you had a question somewhere.
Yeah, I'm gonna go into the
more they talk, the more they try to justify this shit.
Yeah,
you know what I'm
saying? It's want to get everybody shut down.
Yeah, I'm finna play this right now. This is the topic of the night. The whole phase is necessary, Uncle Jeff. It builds character and skill.
It does.
And so let's go to the podcast where they were talking about this. Here we go.
Be a hoe first. That's just how I go for men and women. I think you got to be a hoe first. That's just how I go for men and women. I think you got to be a hoe. Just my experiences when I come across these married women, well, in the past before I stop fucking them now.
He don't fuck married women no more.
Disclaimer. Men and women should have whole phases because you have to learn what you like. Right. That's how you get into relationships, marriages, and you don't understand why you're not fulfilled by this person because you never even learned how you like to be fulfilled.
But the truth is, it all get old over time, whole phase or not.
You got to be a hoe first. That's just how I go for men and women. I think you got to be a hoe. Just my experiences when I come across these married women, well, in the past before I stop fucking them now.
He don't fuck married women no more.
Disclaimer. Men and women should have whole phases because you have to learn what you like. Right. That's how you get into relationships, marriages, and you don't understand why you're not fulfilled by this person because you never even learned how you like to be fulfilled.
But the truth is, it all get old over time, whole phase or not.
Leaning into your own understanding as a motherfucker.
Prototype.
It's the fatherless. You know what I'm saying? Like that's really all that is. It's just a bunch of misguided people who have no choice but to learn by messing up and making the wrong decisions. You know what I'm saying? Because they had nobody there to show them the right way. That's all that is. You know what I'm saying? 78% single parent homes. Y'all know the stats.
But he said he fucking everybody's wife. Said he stopped fucking wives.
Listen, because he's getting it. He don't got no dad. You know what I'm saying? He don't understand the consequence of messing with somebody's wife. You know what I'm saying? Like he's listening to his homeboys. It would be cool to smash a wife. It would be cool to smash an older lady. It'd be cool to smash something that ain't yours. Like, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, it's just one of those things where it's, you know, talking to your homeboys is cool to do some weird stuff. But, you know, talking to somebody with, you know, with some sense, you know, maturity, then you get a different, you know, a different plan, a different advice. You know, if he had a dad around, dad would have told him, don't be going around messing with another man's wife. You know what I'm saying? That man will kill you. You know what I'm saying? So that's all that is. It's just a bunch of misguided people trying to make sense out of life.
Coach Bird.
I mean, yeah, what my brother said is right on, man. It's, you know, I'm listening to the young adults that could be my children, you know, and the conversations that, you know, I guess the speaking of that type of behavior into your life is scary. It's scary for the future, man. It's scary for real. I got a 21-year-old son out here, and it's like a guy like that, he's spreading a whole lot of mustard around. A guy like that is spreading a whole lot of mustard. He no telling what he might or might not do, you know, with a woman. It's just a bad thing, man. I hope, listen, to any young man and woman that y'all know work with me, don't move like that. Don't go through that phase. Don't do it. You're going through it unprotected. You could go from now to, as an elderly, passing that package around. Don't do it. Don't go through that phase. Don't self-induce trauma in your life today. You got a lot more things to worry about. So, yeah, it's just sad. These are young adults speaking that, and they're going to speak it to a lot of other young adults. And they're going to listen, and a lot of women are going to get even in a bad position. The day of the feminist conversation is over. Man. People going to have to be accountable for their actions. So don't move like this.
Uncle Jeff?
Well, again, your man Frodo, he hit the nail on the head. They asked me where I get it from. I get it from my pops, because with a man in the house, all the bullshit stops. That's Chuck D. We have lost shame, and nobody wants to be honest about this. But this presidency, this sweeping change in the nation, and these niggas running rampant are a perfect soup. All these people that move like this about to get thrown in the hot grease, bro. They about to burn. They about to there's no more safety net for these people. There's no more grace for this. We've been said it. We've had this conversation has been beat up. Women are not supposed to be fucking like we do anyway. Here's the bad news, ladies. Pussy is earned, dick isn't. When's the last time you had to cut your hair and wash your car and look like you was interested in a man's gender specific shit just to get him to have sex with you? That's not the way the game goes. And I think the term hoe, first off, is foolish. It's silly to be used at men. And this is not to say that men should not be more careful with their seed. I talk about that all the time. But I think we need to define the term hoe so that we're on the same page with what it is. Now, I have a particular definition, and I'm sorry that there are no ladies on the panel. I generally like to run it by them because what they find out is that they got some hoish tendencies by this definition. And it's real simple. In my opinion, a hoe is any woman who has intentionally slept with more than one person in an immediate family, a father and a son, two brothers, a brother and a close cousin on purpose. B, more than two members of a particular group, the president, the vice president, and the treasurer of the same chapter of the Q's. 3 niggas that work at your job on purpose, you did that. Or more men than the same given square mile radius of her home as her age. If you 45 and you have fucked 45 dudes in a 45 square mile radius of your house, you need to let that thing cool off. You are really, you out there like that. Now, if you fit that description, then we have to ask about your decision making. It's not even about disease or how many people or embarrassment from that place. It's not even about that. It's about this, and I'll land the plane. I tried to count how many women I've been to bed with. I lost count at around 230 something. I just said, fuck it, a lot, too much. It's a lot of wasted time. So when I speak as a man, I can say I talk 230 plus women out their drawers. A woman saying the same thing is basically saying 230 plus men talk me out my drawers. That's not the same sentence. And I don't care how you cut it or how you look at it.
And damn Jeff hit us with the trigonometry.
It is what it is. It is.
Lost in translation.
You know what? These are the same people that complain about single moms. These are the same guys that complain about, women having STDs and breaking their heart. You know what I'm saying? What came first, the chicken or the egg? You know what I'm saying? Which one came first? And the killing part about it is they want to wait until after the fact to get it together. All the trauma. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna wreck up the dating pool and then get out here and complain about it. You know what I'm saying? There used to be a distinction between being a hoe and a lady. You know what I'm saying? And it was real simple. It was 20 in the front and 40 in the back. And that's where you kept it at. You know what I'm saying? But
okay,
now,
I'm confused.
Now,
you that math again?
Yes, it's a profession, man. It's 20 in the front and 40 in the back. That's what it is, man. Women sold access, to the snacks. You know what I mean?
Oh,
women,
okay.
Oh, yes.
Like, what is this nigga talking about?
Yes.
20 in front,
20 in the front, 40 in the back. You remember Hustle and Flow, man? DJ?
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Dude rolled up on DJ and he was talking to Nola. He said, "Hey man, what you looking at, man? What you want? You see something you like, man? It's 20 in the front and 40 in the back." You know what I'm saying? He put Nola out there to go holler at him. You know what I'm saying? Handle his business. Yeah. That's the difference. See, these folks out here now, they just doing whatever to get their rocks off. They ain't getting paid or nothing. They just passing out disease and babies. That's it.
Damn.
Well, no, they're going to turn into savages. Bro.
Yeah, and complaining about the community, man, how wrecked it is. You know what I mean? And all of a sudden, you want a church girl. Well, a church girl is the final phase for a hoe. After they didn't get all they stuff out the way, and now they want to catch religion all of a sudden.
I don't understand how people don't get okay. When first of all, if I was new to town and I was horny, I'm not going to the club, nigga. I'm going to church. I need to hedge my bets. I need to know. I need to go where I can score. So that's one. And number two, well, I forgot what number two was because this weed is really good.
I bet it is.
This is I only smoke the best. Shit, I did. I literally forgot what I was going to say, and it's very important. It'll come back. It'll come back. It's just my thoughts are on the merry-go-round. I'll catch it when it come back around.
You got to just figure out what pockets you put it in. That's all.
Yeah.
Because that nigga old.
Ikane, I know you.
Oh yeah. Okay, there it is. There it
you
is. I got okay. You stop smoking because you smoke too much. You stop drinking because you drink.
How you guys doing?
Could you tell me why you stopped fucking?
Hi, how are you?
Got you.
Because they can't.
No, you guys keep talking. I'm listening because I'm with somebody. Keep talking. I'll get back to you, okay? Just keep talking.
They can't give it away, Jeff. That's the problem, man.
Yeah. Look here, man. It's about to get rough out here. It's about to get
It's
biblical.
already rough out here, man. These motherfuckers. Have you heard them talk?
Man.
Have you heard these folks talk, man? Did you hear what they were doing? What those young folks were sitting there talking about? Did you hear all the cliches that they were throwing on the wall? Motherfuckers was sitting there. The shit is lost. It goes. The prototype. He had actually put the nail in the coffin. It's a bunch of people that don't have guidance. Ain't got their daddy. These motherfuckers is lost as shit. And now,
so y'all can't see anywhere where the whole phase is a benefit.
it's never been a benefit for anyone. It's always been, at the end of the day, if you need to get your rocks off, you go there, you get some pussy, and then you leave, right? You don't pay the woman to come. You pay her to leave and stay gone. You paying for her not to be attached to you. That's what you're paying for. You know what it is. That's why they have, if you go over in Europe, the red light district. They call it a district for a reason.
They got a place for it.
They got a place for it. Now in America, the red light district is everywhere. Church, the club, the goddamn in your house. According to what those young men were talking about, it's in your house too. Fucking, it ain't never been a flex for a nigga to talk about fucking another man's wife. Ain't never been a flex.
No. That dude that almost wrecked LL's career. I'm that type of guy.
Yeah.
That song got a lot of backlash when it came out. But
however, LL has been married for how many years?
Oh my God. Over the shit.
We talking about James Todd.
Shit, damn near 30.
Right. So we're talking about James Todd versus LL Cool J. He understood the difference between the two. That was just what it was. These motherfuckers think that they just LL Cool J all the way around.
Well, okay. I think something we got to look at here is what
go to hell prototype.
What these young people, I can't just you got to try to find some compassion for this, and I tell you why. Because the same shit that we preach to them that is right, they have seen fail miserably right in front of them in real time. They saw this shit go to hell in a handbasket directly. We heard about it. It was crumbling in places. It was bad in places, but we had examples of people who were married 30, 40, 50 years. Bruh, where's that shit now? Most people, what they have as examples is my uncle lost his house, his truck. This girl got my brother on child support. There is no, and this is supposed to happen. That we lose our way. Nobody wants to write off a generation. We need to. There's a group of people that ain't gonna make it. That's about to turn into savages. Big Mama is coming back, but she's not here yet. She about 20 something right now. She got some sense in her head. She ain't like the rest of these broads. I can point you right to them. Sisters that make sense. Sisters that ain't on this. It's not all of them. It's just a whole bunch of them.
Damn that. This shit.
I
If
know
there's
what you're right off.
No, Jeff is correct, man.
Nah, it's never gonna be back. It's never gonna be back. There's never gonna be a Big Mama anymore.
Yes, there is.
This is what it's gonna be.
I'm watching them. They making them.
I can point you right to them. You're wrong.
Okay.
I can point you right to
Listen, in order to even have that, you gotta have struggle. And we ain't talking about that shit is gonna be coming. So we ain't gonna see it.
I'm looking at it every day.
This is the thing. We have it's so confusing right now where you have not only women out here thinking that they can just sell pussy, you got boys thinking they can sell pussy.
I thought we agreed. Flag on the play, and you was here for it, JT. Flag on the goddamn play.
Tell me,
we can't let that fly. Bruh.
Tell me where I'm wrong.
You were not here for the bussy conversation?
Yeah, y'all was talking about what?
I was here for the bussy conversation, but let me tell you something. After I observed the world again, we gotta have that conversation.
Okay,
we gotta
let's
exact this shit.
Let's have it. Okay,
We gotta have it.
I need you to work this out for me. I need you to work this out.
Jesus.
Okay. This was and Proto. This was the resolution we came to here, is that as grown men and as men of principle, we don't accept bullshit slang from other places. And bussy is the first word we put in the bag of shit we ain't gonna say.
I went back to Congress. I went back to Congress and I said it, and I understood exactly what you were saying before, Uncle Jeff. But let me tell you, I went back to Congress. Fuck that shit. The shit is too goddamn close to us. We keep talking about how small that community is. These women that you just saw on that damn panel talking the shit that they talking, guess what they're giving birth to and raising? Bussy boys.
Okay. Is it all right?
No,
Let
I
me
think
know.
that's over though. I really do think a change is coming, man. Like I think the rate millennials definitely have turned the tide on being fathers. I think the next step, like I'm not raising any kids that's going to be single parents. Like all my boys know to get married before they have any kids. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I think the tide is definitely making a change because millennials, we tired of being fatherless. Like, you know what I'm saying? We know y'all Gen Xers is trash. You know what I'm saying? And
I beg your pardon.
I didn't say shit about the Gen Xers though. We living our life because the ones that's in front of you is what you.
Even the Gen Xers that have like Gen Z kids.
Nigga, you act like y'all so far away from us. Yeah. Your ass is right here too. You are 2 Christmases away from getting an AARP card. What you talking about?
I ain't there yet.
How old are you, Proto?
I ain't there yet. I'm 41.
If you got some gray in your beard, you in here with us, man.
You in here with us. What you gotta concentrate on is them Z's. Them Z's are the ones that's walking around. Either they're wearing. But listen, they're walking around either wearing them goddamn baklava, shiesty hoods, or they out here wearing long nails, just like and the ones that they have it's crazy that people are not even. I'm looking like y'all can't tell me that you're not seeing this.
Look, Prototype. Okay, so listen, brother. You said something very interesting, right? You said that those brothers behind you are crash outs, right? Yeah. So you in line to get that smoke. If you giving us Jenny's the smoke about what we did, and look, listen, based off your age, I'm 15 years older than you. So me having a child at 15 and most of the women that I came up with having a child at 15 was a little scary to her. So the fact that you have the crash outs that you named behind you, you better make sure they get information. Because your sons, like my son, are out here living in. I got a 21-year-old. Now, he ain't got He ain't got no
But
problem
your
with the
son ain't no
ladies.
Z. Your son is something else. What is the
Right.
next one after
But
that?
what I'm saying is he's still in the height of what we talk about every day on YouTube. The women's and the men's. Don't nobody want to build. Don't nobody want to grow. Everybody just out here smashing. We talking about senior citizens that are a little bit before us out here just slanging that thing around. Just slanging it nasty.
Okay. But we're not. We're arranging deck chairs on the Titanic, gentlemen.
Yeah, hold on. Let me do the super chats real quick. Antoine, thank you for it, man. He said $5 super chat. He said it's wild how females want to get rid of the guardrails and held to high standards at the same time. He also sent another $5 super chat. Thank you, brother. He said there's a difference between a female and a woman. Ladies, you need to realize that. All right, go ahead, Uncle Jeff.
Yeah, I can speak next after Uncle Jeff.
Okay.
You got your name.
I just a lot of this is it's so fucked up that there's room for everybody to be right here. Everybody's right. What I don't think we're looking at is what we're about to hit. You're not going to be able to survive thinking and moving that way. Now, and parenthetically, I don't know. I need to know officially where we are on the word. I thought we cleared. I got a clips. I'm making clips of the Bussy conversation. But
I went to Trump and he said that he signed an executive order that we could bring it back in.
No, I never.
In the atmosphere.
Never. Okay, maybe that's the.
I beg your pardon.
Maybe that's the pussy you've had, but I've never had any vagina that can be compared to a man's butthole.
What you owe,
in any way, shape, or form.
Your Christmases are not.
No,
give
brother.
it to you every year.
Look here, man. I'm old, and so is the wheel. The wheel is old, and it still rolls the same way.
Hey Jeff, I think President Trump signed an executive order on the 20th. You know what I'm saying? This month,
Right?
That no longer exists.
I'm not paying no attention to that shit. No, we don't say that word. But I can't. I'm sorry, I can't agree that Big Mama is gone forever. I know some of these women personally that the problem is they don't go far enough out of their way to separate themselves from these horrible broads. But that's finna change too. Because it's gonna get so hard. That's what I don't understand what men are not looking at. Oh yeah, I purposely say things to make younger dudes say pause. It's funny to me. It's like watching fat kids run. I see you scurrying, see you grab your manhood and run up on the porch because I say something that makes you think of fucking. It's hilarious to me. I purposely do it. I'm 50, and I understand why you do it because my manhood, me and JT's manhood was not under the attack.
Right.
The way y'all's right. I get it. So I'll walk right up and I say some shit that I hope make you think some shit you need to see a therapist about. That's if I say something that make you think of fucking a man, it ain't me, it's you. It's you.
Hey Jeff, can you imagine back then? You remember when all the parents used to say, "Listen, you scratch my car, I'm gonna scratch your ass." Can you imagine how many pause that gonna be?
Oh, pause! You said ass.
Nigga
You
say,
said ass. It
if I
made
hear
me
you
think of
say
sex with another man.
Right. If I hear you say pause one more time,
yes, that's
pause your
what
ass.
pause. JT, this is what pause really means. I need to stop and identify where you made me think of sex with another man. That's what pause means. That's all it means. That's all it means. You just pointing out what makes you think of fucking another dude. And okay, I'm okay with it. Because what I said didn't make me think of fucking another dude. It didn't. It made you think of that. So I'm not the weirdo here. Your ass is. That's like it's the same shit as people trying to diss you for being old. 10 seconds after you do that, you know what you are, you stupid motherfucker? Older.
Old.
You're older. Unless you're planning to drop dead right after you say it, you don't make no sense at all. This is the goal, niggas. No bullet holes, no criminal record. Don't live with my mama. That's where you're supposed to be trying to get it. That's like a nigga making fun of you because you got all your teeth. Like they have some other fucking plan.
Yeah, somebody did make fun of me when they was like, look at you with your teeth. Who was that did that shit?
Right. Like you supposed to your shit. Yeah, dude. I have regular dental visits.
Right.
Like most niggas with money.
I floss. Shit, what the fuck?
Or that night Mandrell told those sparkle fart boys to kiss his delicious ass.
Now that shit that right there deserved one. That was one of the ones where he was like, he said they can kiss my delicious ass. We was like, what?
What did he say? The whole fucking panel froze up.
Yeah, I want to know how you came about that opinion.
That's not
delicious is an adjective that is subjective.
Right? Yeah.
Right? You don't come about
that you tasted your ass.
Or someone has
and reported back to him. You know what I mean?
Come on, Lost. I'm trying to figure out who's getting back to you on that.
And tongue kissed him.
Oh, that's wild.
Oh, that's some new shit.
Okay, let me say what I was about to say.
Disgusting.
Come on,
let me put it this way, right? If a woman, that girl, the one that says that you have to, that is okay to have a whole face, we have to look at it this way. A lot of women out there are damaged. And they can't live by themselves. So they want to make sure that other people are also damaged. So that way they can have an echo chamber. If she's the only damaged one in the society, it's a shame. To take away shame, you make sure that there is as many as damaged as you, so you can't be shamed. And Uncle Jeff said if you have sex, if a woman has sex with some group of men in a neighborhood or this or that, I don't think that's what makes a woman a hoe. That is a grand hoe right there. If you got to have sex with that many people as a woman, and you got to do all those things within your neighborhood or 5-mile radius or whatever radius of your hood, that's grand hoe. But for a hoe,
you call her
that's a grand hoe. Yeah, grand hoe.
That's what I was saying. He was a grand hoe. Damn.
He called her.
I beg your pardon.
He called her grand hoe.
A grand hoe would be a hoe's mama, right?
A grand hoe means that she is way beyond hoe.
Okay.
She's the
super
hoe of
hoe.
the hoes.
Super hoe.
You filthy motherfucker.
Yeah, but
right.
what I'm gonna say is this: when a woman, this is what makes a woman a hoe. If you have to have sex for recreation purpose, if you have to have sex for any kind of benefit, other than having sex with somebody that takes you serious, you're a hoe. You see what I'm saying? The fine line between a woman being a wife material and a hoe is very thin. But the thing is this: we as men, just because we want to be able to have access to women, we make it so complicated and so muggy. So she can have 20 men in her that she's had sex with, and we don't make it feel that heavy. Like the impact is not that much because we're trying to minimize the impact. A woman that has had sex with more than 3 men is in trouble. Forget about she gotta have sex with 20 men. No, let's not make it that light. Let's make it what it is. It's supposed to be that the first man you have sex with is the man you marry. It's always been like that throughout history. Until recently, in the last 60 years, since millennials turned sex into, not millennials, I'm sorry, baby boomers turned sex into recreation purpose. You see, baby boomers fucked up the whole thing. But let's be honest, what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be that the first man a woman has sex with is her husband. Is the man she marries. In fact, she got to be married before she has sex with a man.
I got a question.
She got to be married. The first person that gets into her is the man that wedded her, not the man she's going to wed. The man that wedded her. So let's take it serious, because I remember growing up as a little kid in the 80s. Whenever a girl has sex with a man, they call her hoe right away. She's automatically a hoe, and that's how it's supposed to be. When she has sex with somebody other than her husband, she's a hoe. Because now she has no rules. You can't gauge it. Once she's not a virgin, you can't know how many men she's slept with. You can't. It doesn't have a meter. Yeah. I rest my case.
I said I had a question. Yeah. If women don't value their bodies like they used to, what do they value?
Girls trips.
And even no, that actually is a great question, and I think it's deeper than that. The answer is, what do they value? Because even with girls trips, they don't value that shit either. They be falling out and shit. Motherfuckers lose friendships on girls trips. They don't value money because they end up spending on frivolous shit and they end up being broke. They don't value it. That's a very good question. God damn.
Right. I was, because it's not like, how women be like, but it didn't mean anything. Like,
yeah.
Like, what the hell? I mean, so if you could just freely give your body up to a man, what actually means something then? What means something that I should be like, oh, well, you gave me XYZ, and this is why I think I should be special for you? Or, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm confused about what's actually what do they value at this point?
Yeah, that's weird, because even when you hear them talk about, the few of them that do talk about when they were virgins and they ended up transitioning over to not being a virgin again, the way that they would even use it is that my virginity was taken. Like, no, you gave it. The fuck we talking about? So you didn't value that either. Do you value? It's something that probably needs to be asked to women. What is it that, your counterparts value? It's easy for us to give a easy answer to, or a fast answer to, but it's something that we probably should be able to explore, because if we really think about it, it's nothing right now. It's nothing I can even come up with and say that these women actually value anything. It's kind of like everything is about exchange. I do this, I give this away so I can get this. I do this so I can get that. It's kind of like instant, gratification comes down to it, and they don't value, as far as what I can see, nothing.
JT, I told y'all what the problem is, man. Guys are not identifying who they talking to. I'll give you an example. That's like somebody going into the woods, getting a wolf and trying to domesticate it, and wondering why he ain't protecting your house and keep eating all your chickens. You know what I'm saying? That's not the same thing, man. That's not the same thing. We keep trying to turn wolves into bloodhounds. You know what I'm saying? You can't do that. So in order for you to make sure you talking to the right person, you got to qualify them first. Is this a wild animal, or is this something that can be domesticated? You know what I'm saying? And that's the issue. That's it. That's the only problem. You got to know who you're talking to, man.
Yeah, I had said some earlier prototype on the, and you talked about it for a minute when I said that the dating part is, it's the younger, it's like it's in the, I don't want to use the word game, right? It's a young person's game, because that's probably the problem too. A lot of people look at dating as a game, and they don't look at it with a sense of purpose. They look at it as something that they just want to do. So that's why I said that the arena, right? The dating arena is because there's something else that should come after you date, you court, you marry, and things like that. But the problem
women
is
date for something to do. Men don't date. we like if we're like taking a girl out, we like you.
Yeah.
but to her, you're food. Like you're just I'm hungry. I was bored. You know what I'm saying? But when a guy
Something to
takes
do.
you out, like yeah, it's something to do, and that's so hurting to a lot of us because we were like, damn, I'm just something to do. I liked you. That's why I'm taking you out. I'm trying to get to know you. I would have stayed. I would have invited you to the crib.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? If I didn't like you.
So to your question though, which is a unique question, I think the women will have to be designated to answering that based off their ages, 20, 30, 40-year-old women, because you're going to get different answers for sure.
No, we can't.
No, but even with men, hold on.
Already know the game, so we.
But
can't.
what I'm saying, even in men in their 20s, it would be different for their answer if they 40s. The answer would be different. So I think you'll get a better understanding of a woman in my age bracket. What does she value? And if it's something that she's valuing at 20, that's a woman that I don't have to try to match with because I already know what her mindset is. If she's valuing just shoes and clothes and doing all that hanging out, I understand that's not a woman that I would mesh with.
I would love to get women from different age demographics, right? I throw that question and just let them have at it. I would love to hear their answers, all of them. No men, nobody else put any adjectives to it. I would love to hear a 45, 50-year-old woman, a 21-year-old, 25-year-old, 28-year-old, 30-year-old. I would love to hear them have a conversation about that. That'll be dope as hell.
But JT, just make sure there's a full moon out. So you make sure you're talking to a domesticated versus a wolf. You know what I'm saying? The wolves like the owl at the moon.
Yeah.
You know
I
what
would
I'm saying?
ask the question and I will sit back. I won't ask nothing. I want to hear them have the conversation about it. I would love to hear that. Because the thing is that when you have women having that type of a conversation, you're going to learn a whole lot about that. That shit, like, that's when Prototype said it to me. I was just like, I'm trying to think. Like, the easy answer is money. But that's not, they don't
You can't
really
throw money at every woman. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right.
They'll say that in front of the crowd, but if it's something that they have to read and answer, you'll get a various plateau.
Oh man, that should be it'll be dope just to hear it, right? Now, if you got women that ain't gonna speak or nothing, because you got those type of women too, they dry as hell. So you got to get some women that actually wants to,
Well, JT, let me ask you a question. Do you want her to talk it or do you want her to walk it?
I'm too damn old to even. Oh Lord. I don't trust me. I'm looking for my.
Do you want her to tell you how good she is, or do you want her to be good? Which one is it, man?
I want the truth.
I want the truth.
That's more.
I want to hear that. I want to hear that shit unfold. Like literally, and you would have to get women that actually have no problem with speaking, right? They don't have any problem with speaking. You can't get those women to come out here and they looking at the room and seeing if it's okay for me to say this. I want somebody that is of various ages to be able to have that kind of a conversation to see what consensus they come up with.
We got to pray that the cognitive dissonance don't kick in.
Right. You got that. Yeah. That shit's crazy. Great question, man. That's a great question. Damn. Most definitely.
Well, I don't know that you I think cognitive dissonance is exactly what I'm looking for. I don't look for accountability. Why? I don't understand. A lot of the frustrations of younger men, I don't understand. It's almost like your energy is focused on either trying to change or identify horrible broads, but you put very little energy in finding the good ones. Because the truth is, on a real scale, a lot of niggas don't want a good girl because now they got to be good. Dude. Look, why is it that the dudes, when they them first get out chicks, them chicks that you stay with till you get on your feet, you know why they so successful? Because a lot of niggas don't want to get on their feet.
I agree with you. I agree with you. I agree with you. But you gotta. A lot of people don't know how to identify. Like, we don't know who the hoes are. To be honest, and a way to be about it is like they all hoes. Like, I mean, I think they all are hoes. Like, but you don't necessarily know who the hoes are. You know what I'm saying? So
they wear the same uniform.
Yeah,
they talk the same lingo.
How you supposed to tell the difference on who's who? Like, you know what I'm
Prototype.
saying?
They got the
I'm
same
rolling back
dances.
in my 20s. Like in my 20s, I didn't know who the hoes are, and in my 30s, they was all the like, you know, everybody's a hose.
Bruh, and I'm gonna tell you who's really at fault for a lot of that. Is what happened is dudes lost grip on the game and started treating hoes like nice girls and treating nice girls like hoes.
Come on, Jeff.
Okay, anytime you picking a girl up at the club and 4 days later she rolling around in your S-Class, we started that shit. And women have gravitated towards it because I believe that Black women especially revel in the license to rebel at whatever. I mean, that's why, bruh. That's why somebody hit the nail on the head about tonight. In other words, I've heard this said. I don't know one dude, and I don't think any dude here fits this description. You knowingly hang out with a man who on a regular that we all know is taking sex from women, is beating his woman like a man, is not taking care of his kids, is out in the street selling scum. At a certain level, as a man, you develop a waterline, and hey, you can't be around me if you don't hit this.
Right.
Everyone I know runs with a clique of women, and one of them in that clique is a scallywag, and they have her there so they can go, at least I'm not Tracy.
Damn.
At least I'm not Tracy. That way I get to keep all my bullshit. It's a lot of people wanting to keep bullshit, and they ain't just women. That's real shit. This is why there's so much pushback on the loss of fat shaming. Because the truth is, what I believe sexy is whatever you're after your best self, whatever that best self is. And you ain't gonna convince me that being 300 pounds is your best self. You got to work at that. That's a lot of donuts at 3 a.m. That's a lot of not exercising, a lot of not drinking. You have to earn them pounds by not being your best self. When you really think about, when I think about sexy about anybody, me, anybody, it's you at your best self.
Prototype. I agree with you on this, man. You say Gen X, we simped us our way into this situation. Now, because
I'm about to say, he mentioned S-Classes, and we just got there.
but what I'm saying is, here's the thing with Uncle Jeff. I can understand him too, because when we were young boys, 18, 19, 20, 21, early 20s, we was trying to get to that level. We was working hard to get to that level, but we simped it out because now we like you said, we pulling up with at the club, and she, you know what I'm saying? We tried to show it off, and this is where we are. This is where we are. But the thing is, you said it something a few months ago. I was on with you. Ask the woman, especially today, because as time goes, I always sort of apply the information to today with the times. Like I said, if a guy meets a girl today, he should have intentional questions for her if he's about trying to be with her in a sense. Because if you can have those intentional questions, even if you got to write it down and put it on your phone, and you know what I'm saying, it's ways to get around it. But then it puts her in a position where she has to answer for accountability. But some guys, even though they might hear the answer and they'll dismiss the lack of accountability just because they want to smash. They'll put themselves in that situation, then cry on the back end. You can't lay up in 3-4 days straight with no condom because if she's horny during that time and you run up on her horny, we know what could happen. But a lot of people just seem to dismiss that factor and cry about it on the back end. But yeah, you're right, man. Gen X, yeah, we simped our way into this mess because we all the love songs, all the love picnics.
Now, Coach Ferg, I'm gonna have to give you a little pushback. And now the women that was Gen X back in the day, they were a little different. You know, they had a little bit of discretion. They weren't out here advertising it. You know what I'm saying? Putting it out there, whatever. We could identify who the hoes were.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? And if you had a chick, you had to figure out the hard way. You know what I mean? But I wouldn't necessarily put that on Gen X. Now, if you look at these women today, guys are sharing willingly. You know what I'm saying? Hey, have you met Cheryl? You know what I'm saying? Go on in there and handle your business, partner. It's on me. It's on the house. You know what I'm saying? That type of thing. That's different. You know what I'm saying? They willingly lay it down with dogs and getting fleas. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, running trains is part of teenage culture. That's
but
what we
teenage.
did,
But Brodo, he said you said teenage. These dudes are 30 and 40 trying to live that lifestyle. Nasty work out here today. Nasty.
But even still, that was a bad way of doing it. Like running trains, like in high school, was it sets you up, and like you can't trust them from that point on, because there'll be girls that you know that people be flocking over, and then like we just ran a train on this chick, you know what I'm saying? And then this dude bringing her flowers, like it messes you up so early. It's crazy, like.
So y'all know y'all younger dudes, y'all don't look out for each other. I would hit old brother lost in translation on the shoulder. Look, man, listen, man, you don't want to run up on that right there. What you mean, man? Listen, I know you like her. However,
everybody like her. You know what I'm saying?
Everybody done had her, bro. So we'll talk you off it. Now they just like, go ahead, man. And they won't say nothing. They'll just watch you go down.
You crash out. Yeah.
They'll watch it.
Be throwing hands in there like Cuba Gooding Jr. You know what I'm saying? On boards in the hood. I can't believe it. She cheated on me.
I blame Cameron.
He said Cameron.
You say you blame Cameron. That is hilarious. I told you, man, the guys out here swinging at the air, man, the wrong thing. That's why I say you got to know what you're dealing with, man. You got to know what you're dealing with. Where these folks come from? Back in the day, man, folks used to be like, man, who your folks is. Because everybody know who they folks was. You know what I'm saying? You just can't be in the family and you invite any old thing into the family. Your family tree means something to you. Now these folks is like, man, whatever. My tree all over the place. I don't care nothing about that. You know? Is my brother really my brother? You know what I'm saying? And weird stuff like that, man. We just had a show about that Tuesday. Remember?
Yeah, but look at it this way, guys. Lots of loss. Men always operate in the belief that women are innocent. That's the problem we have as men. We don't believe that. Some of us don't think that women are horny just as much or even much more hornier than men. Some of us don't believe that women are capable of doing dangerous things. Some of us don't believe that women are capable of taking risk. We underestimate women. So when they do something, we're like, wow, so why did she do this? So she could do this. She's always is able to do it. You see what I'm saying?
You're right, Nick, and everybody falls victim to the sugar and spice and everything. Nice.
Yeah.
You know? You want to believe. You know what I'm saying? I gotta believe, man.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. We are I think we are just I would say we are victim of our own stupidity as men. You have a daughter, she's so innocent. You don't know that one day that girl is going to grow up and become manipulative. Even more manipulative than your son. And you see, and the funny thing is that We see our daughters manipulating from childhood. We see how they manipulate us, as that, but they can't get away with it with their mom. So they come to us and try to manipulate us from before they even walk. But to us, we see it as she being innocent, but not knowing that she is just doing what God created her to do. That's to prey on your weakness as a man. Until we bring out our belt of discipline, our rod of discipline that we use on our men and the same as our women, then we can always get it right. When your daughter runs home and tell you, daddy, that her husband did this to her, instead of you to walk to her husband and ask her husband what happened, not what did you do to my daughter, because that's where we start getting it wrong as parents, because we are quick to fight. We are quick to think that little girl that we knew the day she was born will do no harm. Even though throughout her high school, her elementary, her junior school, you've always received complaint of what she's done at school, but you just live in a lie as a father. When a man does something, you as a father goes to confront the husband instead of to go and find out what did your daughter do wrong. You want to fight for your daughter. Then you put your credibility at risk. You put your life at risk. You become a father with no integrity. This is why I love my father-in-law, and I treat that man with respect, and that respect I accord it to his daughter, no matter what she does. I go to her face and confront her, and then she goes to her dad and lie, and her dad comes to me and asks me what happened. I tell him, and he said to me, you know what, you don't have to tell me because I know. And guess what? I respect that man. I try to show the same respect to her daughter, and now I treat her daughter like she's my own. Because the man respects me. But not every father-in-law will do that thing. They are ready to fight. They are ready to fight for that manipulative daughter. You see what I'm saying? And then when you go and fight for your daughter, instead of to resolve the issue, guess what? The man gets agitated and mad at you. And then he hates you, not disrespect you. He hates you. And then he transfers that to your daughter. And guess what it leads to? Divorce. Bitter divorce. Because some of us are men are nothing but scum.
Hey, you got cut off, man.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now, man. Go ahead.
Yeah. So you have no dignity as a father, as a father-in-law. You have no dignity. And that is why these girls stay spoiled. They stay manipulative. They manipulate everybody. They manipulate their husbands. They manipulate their fathers. They manipulate their brothers. You see what I'm saying? So we as fathers to daughters have to get it right. Because if we get it right, the women around us will get it right. And guess what? They will take it to their husband's house and they will get it right. That's why you see these girls without fathers. They don't know what to do. They don't know what they're doing wrong. So everything to them is wrong and right. They don't know which one is right. They don't know which one is wrong. They run to a man that's supposed to protect them, and the man is having sex with them. But that's not their father. That's a man that is no relationship to you. Why would you go to a man like that to protect you? You're not his own. No matter how old a man is, when he sees somebody that is not blood related to him, that person is somebody to have sex with. That girl is somebody to have sex with. But these girls without dads, that's what they seek. They seek that father's protection in the wrong places. But we as fathers are not doing the right thing either. We have to hold ourselves accountable for our shortcomings. We have to start telling ourselves that we're also part of the problem while we are raising spoiled out girls. We are raising spoiled out girls because we just don't want to be truthful. We don't want our daughter's feelings to be hurt. But guess what we do? Instead of hurting her feelings, we destroy her. I rest my case.
You know, you're right, man. I don't know if y'all saw this story or not, but Method Man got into a fight with his daughters baby daddy.
I was just
You know
about
what
to
I'm
bring
saying?
that shit up, man.
Did you see that? JT, tell him what happened, man.
He came there. His daughter told him what was going on with, with her and old boy. Old boy put his hands on her, and Method Man went over there and met him. And them motherfuckers had it. I mean, when you seen Method Man's face, you be like, well, damn. He's like, you think my shit fucked up? Go look at old boy shit.
Yeah, man.
You know what I'm saying? But this is where it gets to a point where I was going to ask the question is, as far as men, how complicit are we when it comes down to this what we would call this whole culture, right? It's weird right now. It's kind of, I'm gonna tell you how I look at this right now, man. This shit it's the way I look at it right now is that it's kind of like surreal for me, right? I got adult children, and it just seems like a couple of years ago when they were babies, and even, a little bit farther back where they wasn't even in existence. And I look at how I was living and how I was moving when it came down to dating women. And I was like, well, damn. That's a part where I can see, and I wasn't the worst guy, but I can put some, if it's a word, complicity to it, right? Just trying to figure it out or whatever. Instead of looking at this thing of who to blame, it's like, where do we have the accountability at when it comes down to what we see now? I can see from growing up, right? Looking at it from one lens as a kid, looking up to the adults. And then once I got into the space of being a teenager, moving into adulthood, trying to figure it out, seeing that I'm going to be doing pretty much the same thing that they're doing. And then I seen the difference in the shift once I got to be an adult. And then as I got more into adulthood, I just kept seeing this shift when it comes down to women and men. And one of the things that it's really surreal right now. This is one of the reasons why I like having this conversation, because I'm trying to get to a place of how can we see it changing into a better space? I personally don't see, this is why I said I don't see this whole thing of Big Mama coming back and all these different things, because they ended up being the person they was because of their experiences. I think it's going to be something different. It may be in the same space, but Big Mama came from struggle, socially, economically, and when it comes down to Jim Crow and all these different things, they've experienced something a little bit different. We don't have that. Our kids don't have that, and our kids is not going to have that type of experience. Now, what I do see is that there has to be some form of struggle that they have to go through in order to build them into character.
Right.
I just don't know where that's going to be at.
Oh, you don't know where to struggle? You don't. Okay, let me get this straight. With all of the social programs that are being shut down, with this country moving rapidly to make Black people a permanent underclass, with 84 being an A in public schools, I need you to tell me that you don't see where the struggle is coming from. We're looking at different things. I don't
see where the struggle is building the character. It's making the weak people be weak still.
Oh, when you out of practice, man, that's what happens,
Okay. Well, this is real easy to explain. I don't think you're focusing on the timeline properly.
Okay.
We didn't screw up our values and our people overnight, and we're not going to fix this overnight.
Right.
You and I may be dead before this happens, but what has to happen, what is inevitable, what is written everywhere, is that common people are about to get eaten. All of this shit we complaining about here is common thinking. Ordinary, once you consider yourself extraordinary, ordinary things, ordinary people, ordinary diet, ordinary habits become poison to you. These people who are poisoning themselves with these low morals, with these low ideas, they are going to become savages. There is nothing else left. And that is in line with the cities you are watching become these sprawl. I've said it here a dozen times, how is every city gentrifying at the same time without decades old planning? This has been planned.
But you're speaking on my point.
And this is well, no, I'm speaking to your point, but I'm looking past it. That that it is impossible for these people you discuss to survive. So all that is going to be left will be those who are efficient, those who are goal-oriented, those who can work together, those who see a higher power, those who look to their inherent good and look to share that with people who look like them. These people do not fit that paradigm, brother. They are going to be eaten. And what is left, Big Mama will come from that. I firmly believe that. I don't know what struggle we're not going to have in the next 10 years that you seem to keep pointing at, like the years before us are going to be anything like the years ahead of us, because if they are, then that means the Bible is wrong, Nostradamus was wrong, the Egyptian Book of the Dead is wrong. A lot has to be wrong for that to be right.
No, I understand exactly what you're saying.
I'm going to go ahead and get Antoine's super chat out the way. He says, who are the first men to give women validation? Their fathers. The second, their husbands.
That's right.
Yeah, but this is the thing, and this is what I'm saying.
Super chat. Appreciate it, brother.
You want to give him something with that? I don't want to.
Yeah, man. We ain't gave that man to spend some money tonight.
Yeah,
man.
he just spent some money, man. Let's go.
Let's go ahead and get him some super chat monies. You know what I'm saying? Hold on a second. Let's see if we can find them something good. Yeah, let's give him a little bit of this.
Whatever you want, whoa, whatever you need, my heart belongs to you. Oh, whatever you need, then nothing I won't do. Oh, whatever you want, my heart belongs to you. Whatever you need, my heart belongs to you. Whatever you need, there's nothing I won't do. Whatever you want, my heart belongs to you.
Yeah, man. Shout out to my main man. Go ahead, JT.
So this is where, and I agree with what you're saying, Uncle Jeff, but this is the thing. And this is where it gets to a point where I'm like, damn, I got to go back into deep thought, because when I tap in to the younger generation, I don't like what I see. I don't like what I hear. Right. And it gets to a point where you don't want to be just thinking like, well, it's just done. Right. Throw this generation away. Throw the whole, it's kind of like just their concepts just tells that they're lost. So that's one of the things that I'm looking at where I'm like, nah, let me touch the grass. Let me tap in. When you do tap in, man, I'm talking about, I know some brilliant young folks. I'm talking about brilliant when it comes down to education and things like that. But they still don't have it socially together. It's kind of like what we were saying earlier, where if men were to actually, if we're observing these women, you can't tell the difference between the hoes and the ones that want to be upstanding women. That's the problem that we have right now. They're standing too close together. They're wearing the same outfits. They're talking the same lingo. They're doing the same fucking things. And this is where we have the problem at.
You know, to speak to what Jeff said, God always leaves a remnant. So
bro, it ain't even. It ain't. This problem. This is a problem that if I'll pretend this problem doesn't have a solution for the sake of this conversation.
Come on.
I'll just act like this problem really is as bad as we're making. I'm gonna act like there isn't a 2 million black woman surplus. Like maybe there is a great American black woman shortage somewhere that I don't know about. I'm gonna act like I don't know any members of the Nation of Islam. I don't know any classy sisters. I didn't raise one. I'm not around any. I'm gonna pretend all of that is factual and that is the plight we're looking at. I'm gonna say it again. All of these problems you're discussing, the dude in the White House is setting his pen on fire for. Because those people, coincidentally, have the same mindsets about finance, about progress, about cooperation, about submission, about leadership. And if you don't have those things in place, you are about to perish. Period. Look at Isaiah 4. It says that in that day, 8 women will come begging each man. Do you know what man they gonna be begging? They ain't gonna be begging the niggas they fucking right now. They gonna be begging the dudes that got their feces collected. Dudes that can hunt.
Ain't nobody hunting. That's my whole point.
Okay.
You know what he means.
Everybody that you're talking about, this is my whole thing. Because I said something earlier in the show, Jeff, when I was saying that, we're not actually reading the directions. It's a set of directions that's in front of us, and you're already speaking to that, right? So my whole point is that people keep looking at the damn picture on the box instead of looking at the actual instructions, and they're not abiding by them. Like what you're saying, I absolutely agree with. But when I'm touching the grass and I'm out here tapping in to who's in these dating and everyday life and things like that, and they're young and they're, in their 20s all the way up until their mid 30s, the shit just don't correlate with me. It's like, God damn, this shit is about to be fucked up. They're not in tune with what's going on in the world when it comes down to things like, the White House and politics. They're not in tune with social things the way that we are in tune with them. They have their own social thing that they got going on. When I'm hearing what they're saying and I'm just being observant, the shit doesn't sound it doesn't sound like what you're saying. What you go there and you're talking to a young group of people, they ain't really tuned in and tapped in with you.
But I
their
think
whole thing is that that you owe. That's their whole thing.
I think what Uncle Jeff is saying though is that Trump, what Trump is doing is forcing people to rely back on. You know what I'm saying? With or without their say.
That's why I didn't disagree with what he said.
Right. So like, regardless of how they feel and what they think, like the reality is these services are cut off. So back to who you belong to.
So it's going to take the struggle. That was what I was saying about the struggle. The struggle is going to have to.
No, it's not what you were saying about the struggle, brother. You were saying that they don't have one and you don't see one coming.
That ain't what I said, Jeff. That is not what I said. I said the struggle that they're dealing with there is not building their character. It's not building their character. I see what's happening in the world. That's why I say when I tap in with the younger folks, the things that I'm talking to with you and with everybody else, they sitting here talking about some bullshit.
Okay, well then you have
to talking about bad Trump.
I have a couple questions.
So when you saying that the weak will perish, yes, I agree with you.
Okay, I have a couple questions. Do you mean to tell me, and The first question is, do you mean to tell me that 100% of the people, and black people, I speak black first because everybody else, I give what the White House gives, thoughts and prayers. My people, you mean to tell me that 100% of the people born after, say, let's go with 1985. Is that too far back, or is that okay?
No, you good.
Okay. You mean to tell me that 100% of the black people born after 1985 are corrupt and irrepressible, irredeemable, uncoachable, irrepressible, foolish idiots? Is this what you're telling me? 100% of them.
No, that'll be ignorant for me to say something like that.
So what you are saying then is that the majority of the young people that you come in contact with are lost.
No.
That's what. Okay. Well, I'm sorry. Well, that's what I'm hearing. Help me out.
I understand. So I include them with and all I said was that this is my observation. When I hear them talk, the ones that, and I just said it, a lot of those folks they're brilliant when it comes down to getting education, and they got certain things together. But when it comes down to building a community, they're lost at that. They're lost. There's no building communities. They're going to have to just fall in line like everybody else and have their ass in the wind because they don't know anything about that.
Well,
we can have a conversation about that later on in life, but what I'm saying is that they don't have those skills anymore.
Okay.
They can get their education, they can make their money, they can do all the things that they've done. But the thing is that all of these things that we were talking about in the 60s, 50s, and before, they don't know anything about that shit right there. Because wasn't civil rights supposed to be about us building a better community? Wasn't the things that we were talking about before about building a better community? Like I was telling people before, it starts with family. They ain't trying to fuck with family. So when you try to skip that right there in the directions, when you try to skip over to that part of the direction, you will never, ever be able to build it. When we sit there talking that black shit, it irritates the fuck out of me because we talking black shit, but ain't nobody talking about family.
Okay, well, wait a minute. Whoa. Let's talk about family for a minute. I've spoken about family. I don't think you like this conversation when I do. But I'll speak about family right now. The black family is being destroyed, and that is the best thing that could possibly have ever happened to black people on this continent, because family is a word that comes from the Latin word famulus, which means group of workers.
Yeah.
Back in the day, we've all heard of landlords. Well, that the king had a bunch of land. He was the king of Scotland. He was the king of England. He was the king of wherever. But he wasn't finna tend all this land himself. So he broke it up by family. Dukes and lords and earls and bloodlines had this land. Well, they were the royal. They wasn't finna deal with that shit either. So you know who they hired? House bonds. That's where the word husband comes from.
Okay.
And husbandry. This man had to tend these, that he had to do whatever. He was a blacksmith or a carpenter or a farmer or whatever the hell. He had to do this shit. And he needed help. Where did he get that help from? A woman. But he wasn't going to just take your woman, because all she could do was wash his drawers and make babies for him. That's what maybe milk a cow. She was a liability. She got sick more often. So you had to give him a dowry to take here. I heard somebody talking about coming up the road with a bucket of milk. Yeah, well, no, that was in the reverse. I need something to take your daughter because your daughter's a liability to me. Well, that group of workers over a particular land who worked under a landlord were called a family once he had kids. That don't have shit to do with you as black people.
It has everything.
I'm not done. Is it all right if I finish, please? I don't remember interrupting you, brother. Can I please
continue,
finish?
my brother? Continue.
Thank you. It has nothing to do with you because you were raised by villages. When our sons got to a certain age, They didn't even look at their mama. They were taken unto the men. And whatever JT is best at, then the boys who gravitated towards that studied under him and under Coach Ferg and under Proto and so on and so forth. We getting back to that. We're going to it's the only thing that's going to work, brother. It's the only thing that's going to work is the village.
We're not getting back. That's my whole point.
You're wrong. You are dead wrong.
I understand your etymology of it, and I understand because I know
it's not
exactly.
My etymology of it, brother. It's the truth. It's not my etymology. That's not fair to say.
Jeff, let me just say what I'm saying. I meant
just say it fairly, brother. That's not fair.
I am. Your explanation of what it is. I understand it because I know the same thing that you know when it comes down to that. However, that is the etymology of it. Family is exactly what we're talking in moderate times. We understand what that shit mean now, don't we? We understand that my community starts with me, wife, children. We understand that, don't we?
Yes.
Okay, so if we understand that right there, that's what we need to talk about. We need to talk about how to connect from all the shit that's happening right now. How do we be strong? The first thing we have to be strong in is that we got to have familiarity. And the most familiar you can be with is a brother, a sister, siblings, right? An uncle, an auntie, along with mother and father and all these different things. This is how family starts. This is how when we come down to bartering with one another, it's families bartering with each other. A community cannot start if you don't have a family intact. You just got a fucking hood. That's all you got. That's my whole point. And when we are skipping the step of building a community by having women, man, and children, we ain't gonna ever get to where we talking about with Big Mama and them and all that shit. It ain't gonna never happen. We sitting here trying to skip over steps, talking about black people need to stick together. When you came to stick together with your first cousin, when you can't stick together with your fucking siblings, all we hearing right now is family members that I don't fuck with. So when we talking about this shit, we got to go back to step 3, step 1, 2, 3, 4. We out here trying to get to step 20.
I'm listening. I'm just going to get a pen. I'm listening.
Get past that whole thing. That whole black people need to stick together. If you really are serious about that, it starts with women, man, and children. We keep skipping past it, and this is what we got right now.
Okay.
I got to comment. I got to say something real quick. You see, both of you are correct to a certain extent. Uncle Jeff, you're right. The culture is coming back. The right culture for the family is coming back. I can see that. I see it all the time. I see people like this discussion is having a strong impact. This discussion that is going on social media, right, that a lot of black women don't like, is having a strong impact because what it's doing right now is correcting the whole thing that is being damaged. And people are having that conversation. And some people don't like it, but guess what they're gonna do? They're gonna go home, they're gonna reflect. That's why it's good to talk. When you talk and feelings are hurt, people go home and reflect. They start changing. But then for what JT is saying, JT is also right. You cannot say, I'm not fucking with these people in my family. Their family is family. You can't change it. You're going to fuck with them, either you like it or not. That is why it's called family. You can choose your religion, but you can choose the country you want to live in. The two things you can't choose is your family and your race. You cannot choose those two. You're born into it. You better deal with it. And then to also add more to what you, or maybe say more thing, I'm going to say this, right? We as a people, we are in a multicultural society where we're always going to intermingle with other cultures and race. It's not always going to be about black people. But what we can do is that we can concentrate in building a better society amongst us. Because when you believe in yourself that there is something called shame, I don't want to look bad in front of other people. You start doing something right. I don't want to look as if I don't have responsibility. I don't want to look as if I don't have shame. I don't want to look as if I am not right in my mind, in my mindset and in my thinking. You start doing the right things. Now you start making yourself good. Now you start bettering the society. The problem in our community today, not just in the US, but also it's happening in Nigeria and other African countries, but it's beginning to reset because people are talking about it even back home in Nigeria now. People are talking. Is that we've become so individualized that we've forgotten our culture. But we have to, in our individualistic attitude, understand that there is something called community, which means you take what you've learned, you bring it to the community to better the community. Because as an individual, you cannot make a forest. It takes a whole lot of trees to make a forest, not one tree. So I think personally that in our community today, we got to keep saying what you're saying, Mr. Jeff. We got to keep saying what you're saying, JT. Both of you are right. You just disagreeing that yours should be the paramount. Your idea should be the paramount. The other one wants his idea to be the paramount. But at the end of the day, both of you are in the right direction.
I agree.
Okay. It sounds good. It sounds great. It plays well. But we couldn't both possibly. We are diametrically absolutely opposed. Okay. Number one, the math on man, woman, and child is bad as we move forward. If and I'm not a Bible bumper, but if anybody believes that we're living anywhere near the book of Revelation, that man, woman, child number is bad. Black women outnumber us, not counting the sweet pickles, not counting the dudes that'll whoop their ass, not counting the dudes they don't want for all the very valid reasons they don't want them. There are 2 million more of them before you count any of that.
That's not true either.
Okay.
But let's just say that-
Oh boy,
you got such a
I'm
disconnect.
hungry. I'm really hungry, guys. I could go eat. I've been very patient. I ain't stepped on nobody. And as soon as I start talking, I tell you what, guys. I'm gonna say this. Can I finish? Wow.
You're right. You're there, but you just have this small disconnect. It's like
okay, and I'd like it connected. I'd like it, Proto. I love you so much. I'd like you to fix it when let me get through with this incoherent shit, and then you can fix it. That's all I'm asking. All right. Now, this may help you all out. I take one of these and I mash it really hard to some of this when I have an idea while other brothers are talking, because that's respectful. That's all I'm asking.
Okay.
Now, as I was saying before, since 2 million more is wrong, there are 6 more black women than there are black men. You said that fill that number in, because if I'm wrong, so is Essence Magazine, so is Madame Noor, so is NBC, CSNBC, BET, and any other outlet that I'd have to Google to look smart that says there is a black man shortage.
He's not
okay?
right.
No, I tell you what I am. I'm hungry. I'm gonna let y'all have it, because I apparently I can't get the respect I gave. So I'm gonna make me something to eat. If y'all still up here, nigga, I'm hungry. Shit, I've been sitting here literally hungry, listening to you. Are you gonna go eat
alone? You can't invite us to come eat with you. Is that how you do, brother?
Hell no.
If you're not,
I can't even
finish.
finishing. This is dude. This is like watching fat kids run. I don't understand this shit. I don't say nothing while niggas is talking, and as soon as I start, it's disrespectful. So I tell you what, I'm a little out of sorts over it right now, because it's unnecessary, because niggas don't do this when they get pulled over, and they don't do it in court. You're making a conscious choice to be disrespectful. I'm gonna go get some. I ain't gone. But this is a good time for me to go eat, because I'm not myself right now. I need a Snicker. I'm not myself right now.
I can see the hangriness. I can see.
Yeah, man. Can you see it? It's pissing me off,
Yeah, I
and it
can
shouldn't
see
piss me off this month. But I'm
Yeah,
hungry, and I'm
Interesting.
really trying to give and listen. And niggas is being disrespectful. I'll be right back.
Go ahead, Jeff.
We love you, brother. We love you.
It ain't about love; it's about respect.
No, he just
Let
hangry
me
right
let me
now. It's
explain.
cool.
Let me explain something to y'all, man. That speaks to what Jeff was talking about. There's a gentleman who used to hang out with us. A gentleman by the name of Theo Wab. Y'all might have heard of him. Theo runs a boot camp for guys for cybersecurity in this space. You know, he talks about stuff like that at the Black Manosphere conference and stuff like that. And he's teaching those guys, you know, different skills. You know what I mean? So when he's talking about moving from one profession to the next, you're leaving your neighborhood and you're hanging out with some guys that specialize in something. Now, it may not be cybersecurity across the board for everybody else, but it's definitely moving to something else. You got guys that's being truck drivers. You got guys that's going to college being doctors or whatever. Those guys are bettering themselves. Media Man, I don't know if you had an opportunity or not, but last week he did a show on showing where Black men are starting to make more money than before. He said they went from, this is the first time that Black men have out-earned white women. So he was like, you know, we finally beating somebody white. You know what I mean? So it was Asian men, Asian women, then white men, and then Black men. And then after that, it was Mexican men and then Black women. You know what I'm saying? Because normally Black men was right next to us. But what he was saying is these guys are starting to get their stuff together. You know what I mean? And that speaks to what Jeff was saying. And the thing about it is that these guys are doing it independently of the women, because if they were with the women would be moving along with them lockstep and moving up. But here's the thing. When you think you know everything and you can't progress, can't nobody tell you nothing. And what Jeff was saying is that eventually what's going to happen is either you're going to get in line or you're going to get left behind, you know? And even if it speaks to this passport bro situation, there are a lot of guys that's just saying, forget it. I'm just going overseas. I'm going to start my family somewhere else, somebody who wants to do something else. Now we'll make some more Black folks over here that want to be with the program. So eventually what's going to happen is the foolishness that continues on in our community that we keep doing, all of that stuff is going to spiral. That stuff is going to work itself out anyway. And while the rest of the world is being conducive to how the world is changing, those are the ones that's going to move forward. What Jeff was speaking to is that the environment, like Prototype said earlier, we have a new president with a new agenda because America was tired of where we're going before. That direction with all that extracurricular stuff they were doing with chopping off kids' stuff and being transgender and all this other stuff, and whatever happens. The world got sick of that. And they just said, look, whatever you got to do, Trump, go in there and fix it. You know what I'm saying? Even though a lot of us didn't vote that way, the rest of the world just said, hey, we've had enough. You know, people were tired of being broke. People were tired of, you know, not being able to feed their families. People were getting kicked out of their homes. People had enough. You know, even when a natural disaster come through, all you got is $700 to give somebody to rebuild their life. That's unacceptable. So that's the main reason why the world is changing now. And the main ones who don't want to change, who was in that old paradigm that you just handed out people stuff and you didn't have to earn it, that stuff is going away. So if you don't change, that's what's going to happen. So to speak to what JT was saying is that eventually what's going to happen is either you're going to start doing what a family does or it's going to fall apart. So to speak to what Jeff was saying is, yes, guys are starting to specialize and move away from their home base because they already know that what they were learning doesn't work and it's time for a change. That's what men do. Men see stuff that does not work and do something different. Am I not right, Prototype? Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. You know what I mean? So I mean that's why my man was hangry by disagreeing, but they kind of were on the same page. You know what I'm saying? Because the things Trump is doing, I think is going to force everybody to get back to where they belong to. You know what I'm saying? Like we had the conversation earlier about the DEI thing. Who was benefiting from it? The white women, right? So white women benefiting from the DEI. That means they're the ones really going around screaming, "We don't need our man. We don't need our man." White men want their women back. You know what I'm saying? You take that away, no, white women are forced to go to where their men are. You know what I'm saying? Like. So everybody gets back to, I think it's a trickle down effect. So white women got to go back to their man, black women got to go back to their man. You understand what I'm saying? So
if you notice, Prototype, the DEI situation that was supposed to help the people who were supposed to help actually hurt them. Think about it. The white women went down in money and the black women went down in money. You see the correlation? You see what I'm saying? So
because who was hiring the black women? The white women.
Exactly. So now that they're moving things around to get the world back to where it needs to get to where we're building stuff and getting back where we need to get back to, it's one of those things. Even if you go back and you look at the numbers, they were saying that a whole generation of young men have fallen off the working role. You know what I'm saying? The unemployment role. They're not seeking employment. Why? It's because the type of women that these guys want are not desirable anymore. You know, they're just like, forget it. Because back in the day when we came up, we was like, man, I'm going to get me a car. I'm going to get me a crib. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to start my family or whatever. And the women back then were worth making families with. When you got a whole generation of women who are not worth making a family for, the guys is like, forget it. I just stay at the house and eat Cheetos and play Fortnite until the sun come up. You know, it's just like, I ain't finna work no 2 jobs, one to do, you know? So that's probably the main reason why they were looking at, you know, in order for us to make this work, we got to give these guys an incentive to go out and work, especially if they start talking about doing tariffs. That means they're going to have to put somebody to work because we're not going to be able to afford stuff if we're having to put tariffs on everything. That means eventually we're going to have to start making stuff. Well, who makes stuff, gentlemen?
America.
No,
America.
America doesn't.
Let's be
China makes stuff. I'll tell you a little story. My 7-year-old has been looking at everything, every package, and like, this is made in China. This is made in China. This is made, and out of nowhere, I don't know where this came from, but this little dude is looking at everything. China makes everything. This is made in China. You know what I'm saying? And he's like kind of tired of it. And I'm like, I have a foreign car, so I'm a little nervous about the little tariff thing, but it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? For the greater good.
Yeah, it's not gonna be good for. It's not gonna be good. Let me tell you something. If you are
in the beginning, but it's gonna put some money in some folks' pockets,
right? But it's not meant for everybody. Right? It's not meant for everybody to be happy. Right?
Nobody talking. JT, nobody talking about being happy. We're talking about the agenda, how the environment is forcing the agenda back to where it was.
I understand.
Men were being men, you know, taking care of families, and women being worth being taken care of.
I understand that.
That's what we're talking about.
My whole point is, I'm just using it as a euphemism when I say that.
$5 shout out goes back to what I said a few months ago. Black men are tired of being unvalued, unappreciated, and unloved. Shout out to Antoine. Appreciate it, brother.
What I'm saying is this. When I say nobody's going to be happy, first and foremost, I'm definitely the person that's not built on this whole happiness type of thing. I'm just saying, using it as a euphemism, right? When it comes down to terror, when it comes down to that thing, I was just talking to my daughter about this. If you are an entrepreneur and you deal directly with overseas, right, it's going to hurt you. But the only thing it's going to do is it's just going to make you have to redirect how you're going to get your product, right?
No. They're going to build factories here.
That's my point.
What they're going to do.
No, that's my point.
If you build something overseas, you're paying for it twice. You're paying for somebody to put it together. Then you're paying for it to come through the border. Then the people who got to buy it going to pay an exponentially higher price.
Right.
What's going to happen is it's going to make our products more competitive. It's like I said earlier, it's going to force more jobs to be created.
That's what I'm saying. They're already here.
No, they're not. We don't make nothing. This is like prototype. Everything made in China. We don't make nothing.
Fellas, hold on, man. Let me say what I'm saying first, man. I get what you're saying that everything is in China. This is because of how it was directed towards China. Remember, before it was China, just China itself, it was Taiwan also. So
and Japan. And Japan. They can't leave them out.
But you had Indonesia. You had Taiwan and China. Everything was made Taiwan, China. Anything that you had on there, any toy, anything that had it had Chinese and it had Taiwanians or whatever the hell you want to call them. I get that part. My point is this: talking about that, it's going to. Of course, I agree with the whole forcing thing. But don't act like in America we don't have these people that already were building. They couldn't bid.
JT.
They were bidding overseas.
JT.
That's why you see everything that was
You
over
know
there.
how I know we don't build nothing?
It's not that we don't have.
Listen, you know how I know we don't build nothing? How come all the Mexicans got up and ran when Trump said get out? And the contractors can't find nobody to build nothing.
But that doesn't mean that we don't have these folks. Man, we've been dealing with this. We've been dealing with this thing for decades. It doesn't mean that
JT,
JT, lost in translation. Lost in translation, JT. Let me say this. You guys got to go back to history because you guys are not discussing history. You got to go back to history before. This is like way before 1894. Before 1894, China was the most powerful country in the world when it comes to production. England went and used opium, right, and destroyed China. Half of Chinese men became useless. Fast forward, 1965, China has begun to rebound, right?
Right.
China has always been the powerhouse of production for almost 3,000 years. That's what China has always been. But what I'm trying to say, but this is what JT is saying, and JT is right. America has always produced. When you fly around this country in the air, there are many factories in this country. But what happened is that China produced far way in mass than America.
But come on, man. Listen. Okay. So what I've seen in this modern time of the Donald Trump new era, it is the age of accountability and pulling your weight in America. If you are able mind-bodied citizen and you have been receiving some form of assistance handouts, you need to either find your demand or learn how to work and develop a skill. It's going to put everybody who's documented Social Security number, you're going to have to be accounted for. There's no more freedom. And if
let me interject on this. What you're saying.
If you want to be an entrepreneur, you're going to have to produce at being an entrepreneur. You're going to have to be able to make something that people want to buy. You can't just say I'm an entrepreneur because they're going to put everybody on a W-2 and a W-4. There will be no more of this. I'm going to be independent. Most people try to be independent. Now most men will be okay because men are starting to see that the work can be done and they can overcome the women and the issues that we have as a young man. Ain't none of us exempt from some BS as a young man. We had to escape dope, we had to escape whatever. But the young man today, they're not looking at the women like we did. They're like, I understand how the women are early. I'm not gonna do with my uncles and brother and everybody. I'm seeing them for what they producing themselves to be. And the women will suffer. The women, listen, if they change one law, most of the women to go bankrupt. If they change the child support laws to anywhere close to what they're talking about, most of the women will go bankrupt because a lot of the women have had opportunity to have no accountability for their actions. A lot of that going to work, bringing your issues to work, they're cutting all that out. If you're not going to be trying to, you can go out and get all your new wigs and all that. If you're not trying to have your children go to school, be productive, learn some shit, you're going to be finding yourself out in the streets. And then you're going to have to make a deal with a brother because brothers are getting it together. Salute to the brothers.
Okay, Ford, let me just say two things right here so I can let you guys go ahead. Let me say this to you. I will respond to that women stuff and then I'll go back to tariffs. when it comes to women, let me tell you something that men don't know. Women adjust right away. When shit get hot, all these women will become loyal in a heartbeat. They will run back to you, crawl back to you, because women don't, they're individualistic in nature. Do you want a woman that is feminine, whatever it is, FBI? She will be in a heartbeat when she gets off. Women will do that. These are chameleons. They will do it. They don't need 5 years. They don't need 10 years. They will adjust right away. Women are good at this shit. We don't know how capable women are in adjusting. Women will adjust when shit gets off. But let me go back to tariff. United States is not serious. Trump is not serious. United States is only 340 million people. The world is 8 billion. I'll tell you why. If United States thinks that you can bring factory back to the United States, you haven't learned what China learned in the last 10 years. China is 2.4 billion people, right? Of that 2.4 billion people, guess what they found out? No, I'm sorry, 1.4 billion people. Of that 1.4 billion people, they find out one thing real quick. Overcapacity. You have to remember this. It's called overcapacity. United States is 300 and something. If you close this border and want to do things by yourself and the world sanctions America, America go broke. You know why? Because America cannot make money until they export. No country makes money by feeding domestic, because you need what they call foreign exchange. You need foreign currency in order for your market to perform. But if America think that they can take all this factory, give everybody job, and then produce, do you think that 340 million people are enough to purchase American stuff? America need over 4 billion people in order to maintain his power. And let me say one more thing to you guys, because this is what I say on my podcast. You got to understand economy. Economy is not one country. Another thing that you got to understand is this. It's called production. Production is whereby you produce. America has over 5 million vacancy. Every American youth today, male, can get a job, but they don't want the job. They all want to sit at home. They don't want to work. These guys don't want to work. I like what Trump is doing. Cut off all this stuff and force these guys to come and work. But some of them, their mama will still give them shelter. That's the problem. Parents are still going to be the problem, sheltering these kids. All these kids that are born in America are going to be the...
Ekene, let me ask you a question. Why do you think these men don't want to work?
Let me give you a reason why they don't want to work. Number one, they're lazy. They're born in a lazy generation where there is television. Their parents provide food. There is food in the house. Nobody's shaming them to go to work. I got shamed since I was 10 years old by my parents to be serious, because you're going to go. One day, you got to leave this house. And guess what? Every year.
Ekene, you said they're lazy, right? Come on, I want to hear this.
Yeah.
You said they're lazy, right?
Yeah, they're lazy. Give me 1 minute. Let me answer my wife. I'll call you back. Hold on a minute. Give me 1 minute.
I want to hear this. Come on,
Go in the house so you can.
No, he said he's talking to his wife. He had to talk to his wife.
He said these men are lazy. Prototype, do you believe that these men are lazy, man?
Absolutely not. But like I said, that's a narrative that he's been fed because he's not one of us for real. You know what I'm saying? So,
all of you are lazy
because
you do not want to work.
Because he, you know what I mean? Because he's, you know how that's how he thinks.
Have you been in the barber shop? The barber shop has 18 chairs. You know why? Because you barbers are lazy.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah, we're all lazy. We're all lazy. What's really funny?
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Hold on, Jeff talking. Hold on a second. Go ahead, Jeff.
We're having a fantastic conversation for 19.
Hold on a minute.
You broke up at the end. What'd you say?
I said we're having a fantastic conversation for 1988. These JOBS are about to be done by BOTS.
Thank you.
This is I don't know what this this fantasy of bringing factories back where human beings are going to work. We are not in the industrial age anymore. America has outlived its usefulness as a construct. It doesn't work anymore. Racism doesn't work anymore because the power elite don't need white people to control black people because they don't need people. That is what this is about. Are we really going to ignore Agenda 21? Are we really going to ignore the name Henry Kissinger, who said that we would run out of resources if we didn't get rid of 2/3 of the Earth's population? They are useless eaters. This thing we are watching unfold that we are making big deals about, little bullshit that doesn't matter, is exactly how this shit works. There are no factories coming back. There are no these jobs that you're going to have. You're going to be just like these people that complain about Uber and Amazon if you do not plug into what is uncommon about you. There is no just get up and go do I'm a regular old Joe. That shit is gone.
No, you're going to have to get a degree in engineering, some type of engineering.
They got that shit, brother.
You are literally, thank you. You are literally going to have to produce something of value. Something.
Yeah. You're going to have to learn how to go back to the old style of bartering, because even if you get a degree, right, based off this just passing of this.
Not the degree. Yeah, I'm not saying the degree is just having it so it can be on your.
Go ahead.
On your mantle.
Finish up what you're saying.
No, JT, what I'm trying to say is, whatever type of degree, right? However, you want a literal degree or just figure it. Even so, with this this DEI thing, that minority inclusion. Ain't the big nose, big lip people no more. It's the new people coming in.
It ain't been that. It ain't
never
been.
But what I'm saying is there were certain measures that could at least get you, after your hard work, after my hard work in college, going to the military, it afforded me those opportunities in those positions. And brothers put in work because America said you had to be a certain certification to be in this position. We in America, regardless.
Okay. So what are we? So what are we passing down?
Coach, let me ask you this. Like Jeff said earlier, now that these jobs are disappearing, what are these young men are supposed to be doing now that we're moving away from that old paradigm?
And that's the catch-22, because even still in America, with the new age of AI, brothers and sisters alike need to focus on the new technology of their time.
And what is that?
They have to do that. The AI, this building enough computers. Listen, we got so much junk in our houses. We can learn for taking that apart and putting it back together and starting the innovation. That's innovation.
That's old.
I gotta say this, right? Who said our jobs are disappearing? There is no job disappearing.
There's no job disappearing. They're just being. That's my whole point of.
The thing is, nobody. People don't want to walk.
I have a question. I have a question.
Yeah.
Are you familiar? Are you familiar?
Get the fuck out the way.
Are you familiar with a city by the name of Detroit, Michigan?
I know Detroit, Michigan.
I'm familiar with it.
Are you familiar? Yeah. Are you familiar with the company General Motors?
Yes, I am.
Okay, then I'm going to need you to explain to me if jobs are not disappearing.
I will explain it to you.
Okay.
Should I go ahead?
No.
I want to hear him. I want to hear this.
Yeah. I'm trying to cross the street. Cars keep coming. If you just let me get this question
blow the
out.
horn, Ikene.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, I'll get the fuck out the street. But fuck it. Fuck my question.
Somebody was going one way. That's why I had to honk them, because they were going one way on me.
Right.
What Jeff was saying is that, do they still make telephone operators?
I'm going to answer those questions.
I need you to dial JT for me. You know what I'm saying? Do we still have those people?
Okay, let me get Mr. Jeff on this. Mr. Jeff, do you know what is American problem? It's not Detroit. American problem is competition. Competition and cost of living. United States doesn't want to cut cost of living. I got to tell you, right? I will say this to you because this is what I've told a lot of people. I've discussed with so many people, even in finances. I've said to them that for America to compete in the 21st century, America has to slash its cost of living in half. You know why? I'm glad what you see the DeepSeek. I'm glad what DeepSeek did to US AI, OpenAI. You know, America has to cut its cost of living in half. Number one. Number two, America has to bring down the overinflation of stock. United States have gone from actual employment, actual cost true market to stock markets. America doesn't measure economy based on production, PPP and GDP. America has moved into stock market evaluation. Using stock market to gauge the health of the economy. That is very dangerous, and that's what Trump is doing. Trump doesn't want to discuss the production of goods and services. Instead, he wants to talk about the greatest gamble, the most legalized gamble on the West, stock market. Stock market is nothing but casino. And then let me tell you this. The reason why I say you have to cut your cost of living in half is this. How will General Motors move certain production to China? Leaving Detroit. I'm coming. What? I'm coming. Let me say.
Please, I have to stop you. This is the problem Black Americans have with Nigerians. Y'all act like we don't know a goddamn thing you talking about. You
I didn't say that.
No. Okay. It's not what you say. It's what your conversation implies, Ekene.
I didn't insinuate that either.
Okay, no. Okay, well, I can't tell you what it is, Ekene, but I can tell you what it looked like if you let me. And it looks like you are telling us about how the stock market works and how the stock market is nothing more than bookies at the track, as if we don't know that at all. As if
I didn't say you didn't know that.
No, I'm not saying you did. I'm not saying you did. Please stop accusing me of that, because I'm not saying that. I am telling you what it looks like from here, and I'm not speaking for another man here. I'm speaking for me in my travels around the world twice for free. What I have found is that generally people from Africa and the country of Nigeria specifically accidentally condescend to Black Americans as if we don't know, as if somehow your experience where you have been trumps our experience actually being here. That is an actual gripe that I am not alone in. Now, I don't know what you're saying or what you're getting at, but I'm telling you where you're going.
But guess what? If you had let me finish, then you would have seen where I'm going, and it has nothing to do with African America. Because what I'm trying to say is this, right? This is an American problem. This is not an African American problem, and this is also becoming a Nigerian problem too today, because people are putting more emphasis on stock market. And what I'm trying to say is this: if you're going to manufacture goods and services in China, why can't you manufacture it in the United States? You know why? Because these manufacturers don't want to pay high cost of wage. United States has to cut cost of living. The reason why we have cost of wage here, but guess what? If he's never going to do that, guess what? You can't compete with China.
Ekene, this is where you would be exactly right. You would be exactly right if we did not have billionaires here. If we did not have absolute calcified wealth in the 3% of the people who live here. That would make sense.
You can say that.
But
you can say that.
For you to say that I have to cut my cost of living in order to do what? So that Exxon can continue making $4 billion a fucking day? That only makes sense. That only makes sense if.
But did you hear what? Okay, go ahead.
Let him finish.
That only makes sense if rich people pay taxes the exact same way everybody else does. That only makes sense if the profit margin is not kept from the budget that we're discussing. When you talk about outsourcing from this country, it wasn't like me and Proto had a business and we made $1 million a year. And we was like, man, if we don't get these bobbleheads made in Indonesia, bruh, we're not going to be able to stay in business next year. So we sent them to Indonesia and now we're okay. No, the jobs that were sent out of this country were sent out so that the CEOs could make more billions. That cannot be ignored in this conversation. And to
at all.
It's in order to no, it has to be ignored if the solution is for me to cut my cost of living. And I happen to be a business owner. I own several businesses. But if your answer is for the people of Bedford Falls to eat less so Mr. Potter can keep more, no, that's that again is an observation made from the outside.
When I said when I said what I said about cutting cost of living, I didn't say it in concentration towards the working people. That's not what I said, and that is not what I was insinuating. When I said cost of living, I mean across the board. Let me add to what you just said to give kudos to what you said, Mr. My brother. Jeff, check this out. China doesn't allow stock market. You know why? Because they didn't want the oversized billionaires, high concentration of wealth in those small brackets, right? That is why China destroyed and didn't allow stock market to be a symbol in the Chinese market, right? Rather, they made that wealth to trickle down. That was how they were able to lift 600 million people out of poverty over 10 years, over 15 years, right? Because they didn't allow that. When you have such a high concentration of wealth in just 1%, 2%, 3% of people, what you do is that you create poverty in the middle or at the lower level. Check this out. If you remember in science, right? Science says that energy is neither created or destroyed, right? But it transfers from one region to another, right? It's the same thing with wealth. You cannot create wealth, neither can you destroy wealth. You can only move wealth around. So in order for America to have this 3% of people with so much wealth concentration, they had to move it somewhere. They move it from the middle class and from the poor people towards upper level. But what China did was China said, no, we're not going to allow this a small set of people become fatheads, right? What they did is that they press that fathead and allow that energy to move from that high level and then trickle down. That's how 6 million people were created. While China was creating 6 million people to be wealthy, America was creating poor people and low middle class.
Hey, Kane, I'm going to place you on mute for a minute, but I want you to listen.
Oh, go ahead. Oh, shit.
I got you. First of all, you're wrong. And I'm explaining to you why you're wrong. We're going to pretend like inflation doesn't exist. We're going to pretend like we don't have a Federal Reserve. You know what I'm saying? We're going to pretend like we didn't send factory jobs here to America. We're also going to pretend that China has never been a powerhouse until we sent our jobs over there. Their economy has always been agrarian because they have to feed all those people. Okay. Those people had to adjust to what we were sending them to work. Most of those people were farmers and they had to learn how to do this. Okay. So what we did was we found out these people will work for little of nothing. That's usually how that works. Okay. It speaks to what Jeff said. Now, once those people started to increase their standard of living, yes, the way that they have communism set up where nobody has whatever and they spread it out, it sounds good, it looks good on paper, but I assure you it does not work in the long run. Okay? Now I'm speaking from experience because I've talked to my Chinese brothers and sisters lately as of last week, and I assure you some of them are living better than us because of the way how they got certain things set up. But I assure you most of the time they probably want to be here. The reason why our stuff costs so much is because of inflation. It's because we've actually have programs in place where we've printed out money that has devalued our currency. That's the reason why our buying power doesn't buy as much. That's how that works. It has nothing to do with squeezing the fat head from the bottom and moving it all around or whatever. Because think about it, billionaires' money is worthless just like everybody else's. They just have more of it. Okay? So that's the main reason why sometimes when we had these conversations, we're adding stuff to the story that's not true. We're making it seem like China is this big powerhouse. Let me ask you a question. When was the last war China was in? It's been a minute. You know what I mean? Those people don't.
Yeah, it's been, the last one they were in was 1960.
Let me finish. Those people don't get into fights. You know who get into fights? We do. We are professional ass kickers. That's what we do. We have military, and we will let you know. We will open up a can of democracy on your ass if you don't do what we tell you to do. That's what we do.
Okay? No, that's what we did.
That's what we did.
That's what we did.
Exactly.
That's what I was going to say. That's what you did. Not anymore.
Nobody's scared of America anymore. That's
Not anymore.
Right.
Not anymore.
Where America as a country has had two huge advantages. Number one, centuries of chattel slavery.
Come on, Jim.
Number two, the absolute shit bombing of the world after World War II.
Come on, Jim.
All of America's competition was in tatters. Germany, France, Japan, all reduced to ruins. So during the Industrial Revolution, when racism was its second most important, was when America took another big jump ahead. Was from about 1946 to about 1980, 81. And in them 40 years, it made and squandered fortunes, predominantly by not letting the best person have the job all the time, by resting on its laurels, by believing we're number one instead of striving for it. And now the world has caught it. We don't have these jobs people keep talking about. Robots are going to be doing in the next 18 months. There are already driverless cars in LA riding around. They're called Waymos. Waymo. And before I get into one, I'm gonna have to see Waymo. I'm not fucking with them. I do not. But the future is here. And if you don't have a place in it, like most of these people we complain about, most of the baby mamas and baby daddies and horrible people who are rude and inconsistent, none of that is going to work. Those are universal laws that the universe is going to teach these people at the cost of their very lives sometimes, oftentimes. This shit been to get biblical out here. Tell me how you don't see that. This about us and inflation. These are great conversations for 15 years ago. The dollar is propped up by one thing: behavior. That's it. If you look back, y'all remember about 15, 20 years ago is when I first started to see it. Y'all remember you'd be sitting at a railroad track and the arm coming out, ding, 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 and a long line of fucking tanks and military artillery. Where is that going? It's not going to a military base. That shit goes there by convoy. It gets flown there. Where it's going is to these small towns all over America so that everybody will be prepared when the shit hits the fan. They are propping this dollar up until we get all this shit in line so we can handle the pandemonium because the American public is well armed. We are going to try to put the American flag down slowly. This is what you are watching. You have seen your last president. You think we're going to do another one of these in 4 years? Do you think there's going to be the erosion of Americans as a value, Americans as a standard, is going to slow down between now and 2029? Really, fellas? This shit's over. Say this sentence to yourself. The borders are wide open, President Nixon, President Carter, President Reagan, President Ford, President Clinton, President Bush. You couldn't say that then. There's no fucking way. You can say it now because this melding of whatever this is not going to be called America in 2 years, brothers. Not in my opinion. And all this talk about finance and inflation and tariffs. I mean, I'll talk about it, but I'll talk about that if we can talk about wrestling next. If we're not going to be honest, if somebody stop me if I'm way off or if I'm missing something, because I need to learn. But from what I'm seeing, we are talking. This is great pumpkinism right now. We on some line of shit right now.
I'll put you back on your time. It may be a time a little bit past us, our generation. Maybe a time past that, because it's going to take a few years to sort it out. I can see the urgency in everybody getting a little bit. But this is probably one of the most unfamiliar places in the last 200 years since America been America, right? Because it's opened up a lot of our eyes. Everybody who walk around on YouTube, everybody who walk around talking about they alpha, omega, whatever, the women that's not, it's opening our eyes. But I think, again, I'm going to say this from what I've seen early in the military, coming out of high school, finishing college. Today's age is about accountability in America. Everybody in America is going to be accounted for. And you're going to have to either be producing something worthy to provide, whether that's going to work in a company, trying to fix the computers. You're going to have to learn the new technology age, or you're going to have to create something on your own, because America has ran out of handouts. It's going to be years before they ever get a major I would just say opportunity to help the people. And I think that would probably be beyond my life. But it's a great opportunity for right now for brothers. Because brothers, we starting to wake up and we talk a good game, but who's willing to go through the fire right now at their youngest age? Forget us 50-year-olds, all that, at 21 to 41, who's willing to put in the work to change so you can be a part of that transition into the future? Because everybody's going to be accounted for. So it's up to you as a person, decide what side of the fence you want to be on. And as a brother, we have no room to be lazy at this point. We have no room for it, because we already know who do they target first to move and disenfranchise. It'll be us.
You know what? Here's the thing, Coach Ferg. Our problem is that we don't understand velocity, man. At some point, you get to what's known as terminal velocity. There was nothing you can do about that. Prototype will tell you this: technology doubles about every 2 years. Okay,
it squares itself every 10 years since the invention of the wheel.
Thank you. So, what do you think is going to happen in the next 5 years? You're not going to
square from here.
recognize. You're not going to
It's gonna be
recognize.
it's gonna be a leap, a giant leap.
Listen, I've been watching this stuff, man, since I was a little kid when they first came out with the first 386 Intel processor, and now they on the M4 with this Apple thing, and I've seen it do crazy stuff. I remember when people used to say a gigabyte of memory used to be expensive. Now you got that in your phone, and you got at least 12 of that in your phone now, you know, and that was on a whole huge computer, and we couldn't fathom using all of that. So imagine what they're going to come up with in the next 5 years with the help of AI.
Well, it's not
It's
come
going
up
to be
with.
unrecognizable.
It's
So
not come
all
up
the
with.
working and all this other stuff that you think you're going to do, like Jeff said, it ain't going to be what you think it's going to be.
Yeah. It's not what they come up with. It's what they allow out.
Thank you.
Anything that you have, please understand that the government is operating 20 to 50 years ahead of anything you can put your hand on. Anything. There's shit you know nothing about that which brings us back to looking at the time we're in. If we're gonna have serious conversation, if we're just gonna talk about bullshit, which I'm down. We can talk about cars, we can talk about the dentist, we can talk about shit, being proud to be bald-headed, whatever. But if we gonna really talk, if we talking seriously about shit, there's certain shit you can't high hurdle in a conversation. You can't. The conversation makes no sense without bringing up certain factors. And to me, whenever I hear conversations about politics, about Black people in community, about relationships, they all are missing the time where we are. They all ignore where we are. They're all through binoculars looking backwards at 1995, which for me does not seem like very long ago. But there is somebody who was born in 1995 that is now 30. That's a whole person with a whole family.
And that individual is considered old. He's old now.
Yes. I have a son that's 40. He's considered my son 35 is considered old.
Shit, that damn near senior citizen ain't a job.
Dude,
so, knock on the door, ain't it?
Man, look here. I went proudly. My doctor was funny and helped me get my handicap placard because she was like, you're gonna have to really talk about this knee a lot more. I'm not telling you to lie, but you're gonna have to talk about it. Dude, I got a handicap placard proudly now. Nigga, with that thing, you can park in the produce section of the grocery store if you can get your car through them double doors. You can park anywhere with a fucking handicap placard. I put that, drop that shit on my windshield. I want all my benefits. All the shit I'm supposed to get. I got my military card. I get the 10, 15, 20% off of shit. Hell yeah. I don't understand the stigma on getting shit for free being old. Fuck that.
But what I'm saying is, it's not for you and me. We got more years behind us than we got in front of. We at that age where you don't put in the work. I'm just saying for anybody 21 to 41, you don't have time to be complaining about what's going on. You better get out here, put your nose to the grind, and figure that shit out. Find you a skill set that you're good at, learn it, and be able to produce it. If not, it's gonna be rough.
That's why Jeff trying to down this to the world, because he done smashed about 300 women and about to die and got a half a knee. You know, he trying to I live my life, so y'all gonna die.
He's like, hell with y'all.
Right. Not even gonna have no president. Like, you know,
the lights is on now. The party's over.
Hey, you the hell with you, Jeff? Like,
Yeah, for him. Yeah, there you go, bro. Thank telling me for him only.
For you,
Frodo,
you
like
fuck
you owe
out.
me some pussy.
You got to ask for that permission now, boy.
Yeah,
I need you to
Frodo.
slip
Hey,
out.
you owe me
You
about
know,
250 bodies, boy.
Frodo, let me tell you something. You did miss out. Pussy in the 80s and that. Well, it ain't. You know what? People act like pussy just got good summer before last. Pussy been toppling kingdoms since the beginning of time. It's just that pussy got more competition now. When I was young, remember Atari came out in 1979 with Pong. Boop, boop. That was just the little ball go back and forth.
We had that too.
Have you seen Call of Duty, nigga?
Yeah.
Pussy got to compete with Call of Duty.
Call
Pussy
of Duty.
got to compete with with GTA. There's too much shit now that I can do where I can, okay, this satisfies me this way. Do I do this, or do I deal with all the bullshit to get something from you? Fuck it, I'm Call of Duty. But yeah, when I was young, yeah, the pussy was on a slightly higher. It was harder to get, Proto. I tell you that. It wasn't.
It's hard to forget, and you're making a good point that we was fucking because we was bored. Like, oh my gosh, yeah. Like, you know what I'm saying? But now, like, yeah, that's really a decision. Like, I'd rather just play this Madden real quick, you know what I'm saying, and go to sleep.
Bruh. And
you know what I'm saying? Like,
I applaud you. I applaud you because
I'm married, so I'm good. But no.
Oh, yes, sir. But absolutely, and kudos to that.
I'm going upstairs to get some pussy.
You don't have to take
Madden right?
To drink, you know. Madden don't need a drink, you know, and total he's sweet. You know what I'm saying?
You can. I'm not mad at young brothers. I mean, think about it. They had a front row seat for what they mamas and aunties did to their daddies and uncles. They've seen. They grew up in the half generation. They've seen their own fathers work to ruin while they stayed with their mama. And they don't want to be that dude. They've seen this is why music sound like it sound. These new songwriters don't love their mamas like Smokey Robinson loved his.
Hell no.
You ain't shit because your daddy wasn't shit. Here's a new uncle. I don't know how to resolve conflict with you, but by any other way than either 0, 2, or 10. I really am over my head with this job unfairly thrust upon me to raise you. And now you get older. How you think that boy look at women? He done seen them all get together and plot on their boyfriends. He's had a front row seat for all of our dysfunction. And we have to factor that in when we talk to these young brothers.
You know what? I want to apologize.
Salute to Gen X. He's trying to tell you.
I want to apologize to the smoke I've been giving you Gen Xers, man.
Yeah. We endured that shit. We had to do it.
Let it happen.
You know, I done watch my moms and aunties and, you know what I mean, do some weird shit to y'all.
Yeah.
And we took that shit. And we took it.
No, y'all ain't. Y'all smoked that shit. That's what
you were the ones that couldn't take it.
I smoked the hell out of it. Cracked up.
Yes, and sold it.
Yeah,
and shot each other. That's why I can't, dude. You could. This the black family, the fabric.
Don't clip that either. That or resent it.
No, it's too late. The black family came apart in the hands of us, but in the faces of these young people. They watch that shit. They watch somebody buy it. They watch somebody smoke it. They watch somebody sell it. They watch somebody end somebody's life over it. They watch somebody die over it. They watch people go to prison. They saw this. So when they don't trust you because you don't have the guts to start with, I'm sorry. Whenever I talk to people younger than me, the first place I start with is, I'm sorry. This happened on my watch. This shit you're dealing with is my generation's fault, and I'm sorry. But there's a bunch of shit I didn't fall prey to, and maybe I can help you if you'll let me. But we don't come at them like that enough.
But Jeff, even going back to that time, how old were you in 1989?
In 89, I was 65, 75, 85, 24.
Okay, so you was a young man and you was trying to navigate this, right?
Yeah.
And some brothers that we saw didn't escape it. However, they life was choked. And also it's a lot of brothers from that time who are just now on the other side, understanding that when they look back on it, everything you just described, that photo type, he just came to awareness, like with
an epiphany.
He just told my whole life about that. So, and that's what I'm saying. We had to survive that in real time.
Sure.
That was our real time life. And listen, we wasn't even gonna go against our mamas and aunties because they just doing it to us.
Well, Ferg, I'm finna fuck with your mind even worse right now.
Oh, I know. I had to.
Okay. The history of Black people in this country and before it is being erased before your very eyes.
Of course.
So who is the keepers of it?
Yeah.
Us.
Yeah.
When you watch any science fiction movie, watch any Star Trek, Star Wars, any action movie, this is right at the beginning of Act 2, after all the shit has gone on and the shit has really hit the fan and they're trying to figure out what to do. The stars of the movie have to go before the elders of the council. Think about Black Panther, the Iron Man, any of them. There's a council that you gotta go talk to Thor's daddy. Do you know who that is? That's us.
Yes,
we are the wise people in the future. We the last ones with the streetlight wisdom. That's it. After us, it went to shit. This is why it's so important to do this shit. This is why I do this shit online. Because at some point, when this shit hits the fan, 100 years from now, some young Black people gonna need guidance. And they're not gonna be able to get it from the people who wouldn't take it from us. And the shit that we have is JDZ, what up? The shit that we have, or I like to say, the wisdom that I have is not about me. The wisdom I have is about the shit that I went through to learn this shit. So it's not me. I'm not making this shit up. This is the shit I saw fail my grandfather, and I heard him talk about it fail his father, and I watched my father and my uncles and my cousins and my friends fail this way. And I want to share this with you because you are the first generation to decide to disavow everything before you. No other generation in human history has ever done that. As a matter of fact, and I'll land the plane, it's only done in one place that I can think of, and that is known as Dead Reckoning. This is back in the day when ships would go through storms and lose all their shit, or like Tom Hanks in Castaway. They use their position in the stars and where they think they are to try to figure out where they're going. And usually they never make it where they're going because they cannot, their dead reckoning is not accurate enough. It only has to be off a couple of degrees and your ass is out in the middle of nothing. This is what young Black people are doing. They're saying, fuck everything that came before me because I watched society come apart right before my very eyes. So I don't trust none of you. And I'm telling you, it's a mistake. And where it's going to bite you in the ass is not now. But when y'all are in the middle of turning into savages in about 5 or 10 years, you who did not learn from us ain't gonna know shit. And they are going to have to leapfrog your dumb ass to come find us. That's why I do this shit.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage. In the building.
What up? What up? What's going on?
What's up, bro?
Salute, Uncle Jeff. Lost in
Yo.
translations. Proto,
happening,
what's going
man?
on, bro? What's up, Coach Ferg? What's happening? What's happening?
What you got to add to the conversation, bro?
Jumping in a
Man,
dope
I'm just-
show, bro.
Man, appreciate that. Appreciate it, man. I'm just perusing through the streets at night in these YouTube spaces. But I heard Jeff up here cooking. I heard Gen X. I was like, let me hop up in here, man. You know, I turned 50 this year, Lord willing, in March. So, you know, the advice that we are willing to give y'all freely without keeping it away like boomers did in the beginning. Take it. Take every bit of it, the bitter and the sweet, the good and the bad, the seeds, the rind, everything. The problem is that previous generations, well, latter generations after us, they just want the sweet spot. That's all they want. That's all their lips are conditioned to be to obtain, to digest. Some things you just going to throw up and be like, you know what, that ain't for me. You know, and that's when we give advice, and these are not just talking points, these are things that we've actually lived, like real life information that's not in a book, and we can give it to you free of charge. So just take advantage of it, man. Look, I'm just up here just to learn and add on to the conversation, man. Lost in translations, man. You be cooking. I know I don't get a chance to see everybody. You know, look, I got 2 kids, 2 kittens, and a dog and a wife. You know, besides this YouTube stuff,
I wouldn't say it's free of charge. You know, that y'all finally deciding to try to give us game or whatever. It's not free of charge. That's after y'all done baby mama our females. You know what I'm saying? And destroyed our families. You know what I'm saying? After y'all done done dirt, done smashed about 300 chicks on us. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's, how many millennials, Uncle Jeff, you done smashed? You know what I'm saying? How many baby mamas you done made out of my generation?
Okay,
you know what I'm
let
saying?
me
Now
an-
you
can
want to
I
give
answer
us
that?
game? It's not free of charge.
I'd like to answer that.
Penalty. You know
I'd
what I'm
absolutely like to answer that. Okay. Number one, baby mama count 0. Wives, my children are with 2 ex-wives, all 5 of them, all black. Everybody undeniably black. Everybody look like me. Number 2, the amount of women I smashed, I can tell you that they fit in the following categories.
I said millennials.
Millennials from what age? What age is that?
That's like 82 to what, 94 or something like that.
Yeah. One. I was we were considering a relationship. I was 27. She was 27. I was 44. And there was just too big a gap because
so you only had one millennial woman?
Yeah, just one.
They were too young.
Because I know a lot of y'all was pulling up to the high school. You know?
Oh
what I'm saying?
no,
bro.
A lot of y'all
Not a
was
lot.
high school.
Well, no, no. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. When I was growing up, those dudes existed, but they were in the minority. The cats I grew up with, I was born in 65. The cats that I grew up watching, the cats I grew up watching, I idolized and I wanted to be like, and it was an honor. So that they'll drop knowledge on you, and then it's go, that's enough for you today. Now get the fuck on. You couldn't just hang around these dudes. And this is why I had an entirely different view on having sex with women. Number one, this is rule number. I've only slept with one man's wife. And I absolutely knowingly and absolutely regretted it afterwards and told myself I would never do that again. Number 2, never ever have I been with a drunk woman. I don't play that. I don't like that. I'm on that Marvin Gaye shit. I want you to want me like I want you. I don't want no remorse in the morning. I don't want no, oh, what did I do? I want you to come in here. Sex is about honesty. Okay. Your stomach ain't flat. My dick ain't 10 inches long. Where are we now? Are we gonna be honest in here? That's what it's about. And if that's not something you want to do with me, well, then I understand it, because everybody ain't everybody's cup of tea, and you have a good evening, sis. And I'm good with it like that. But I was raised different. I wasn't raised around dudes. I don't like girls. I don't like girls at all. That's how you get catfish, because don't nobody go to get plastic surgery to look like a woman. A woman got a fupa. A woman, that's the problem. Y'all after these girls. I don't want nothing that look like a girl. If I was in the game, I'd be looking for stretch marks and grandkids. I would not be fucking around. I want to be with somebody who I know didn't have the time, permission, or money to cut their dick off when they were 7, because they around my age. You damn right. So yeah, that's my resume with women. Yeah, they was all sexy.
But you got to speak for your counterparts, though. We're not just talking about you and your resume, but you got to.
Well,
speak
you
for your
asked me.
counterparts.
You had no.
I know. But when I'm talking to you, I'm talking to you as a generation. That's what I'm saying. Ferg understand, because we go back and forth all the time.
Well, you can't. But see, that's the thing, brother.
I know you don't speak for no man out here. You made that statement.
I'm going to. I'm absolutely going to right now. I'm gonna speak for all of the dudes I'm not. Didn't take care of his kids. Beat up on women. Don't want shit. Live at home with their mama. All them dudes need to be in the same buses that go over a cliff on fire. Responsible cats, especially hustlers like myself, are given a bad name by these niggas. I don't like them. But what's worse, and what really hurts us both, is that a great many of you judge us by them. Those of us who didn't do that. Brother, I have 5 children by 2 women. All of them. Can't nobody say, I don't know who my daddy is. Can't nobody say my daddy wasn't around for me. But I know these niggas. I have never put my hands on a woman. And I grew up with 3 pimps in my family. Real talk. Real, like, honest to God, primary color Cadillac driving, same suit color wearing pimps. But I would never put my hands on a woman. There are a few things that maybe, just maybe, I might be right about, especially when other men my age all agree on it. For the same reason, Proto, if you got some babies?
Yeah.
How
old? 19, 16, 10 and 7.
10 and 7. Okay. Would you leave? Do you think that you should be able to leave the 19-year-old at home for 2 days by itself?
Yes.
All by itself. Okay. All the way down to the 7-year-old. How many days would you leave your 7-year-old alone all by itself?
0.
0. Okay. Why?
Because they're not ready for that.
They're not ready. And maybe, just maybe, from experience, from trial and error, and from failure, maybe your 19-year-old knows a little bit more than your 7-year-old does. Well, that's the same shit when it comes down to this life shit. There is a lot of shit that at 60, brother, I can tell. Here's my advantage over you, Proto. I guarantee you. I'll bet you.
You can't say life lived, because I'm not going to disagree with where you're going.
You don't know. You have no idea.
There's a lot of dumb Gen Xers out here, and I've been smarter than my parents a long time.
Exactly. Okay. Well, I guarantee you. This is what I was about to say. I was about to agree with you. I guarantee you, Proto, you could not possibly have fucked up as much as I have. I guarantee you haven't. You haven't had enough time to fuck up enough opportunities that the Creator has given you. You haven't.
That is not true.
I have fucked up so much. I bet.
I'm not saying.
I have lost millions.
I'm not saying that. In your particular case, you might have messed up way more. But I'm just saying it's not a contribution to your age. It's just a contribution to your life. It's not your age that did it. That makes the difference.
Okay. Granted. You are kind of haphazardly making my point, because I don't get to be this age or live this life without being this age. I don't know how to disconnect them unless And
I have not dared roll my dick on the table 300 times. So I'm gonna just keep it like that.
Yeah, sure, and I can understand that. I've had way more than my share. But I've been in situations where constantly you can't judge my experiences by a common man's experience, and I don't talk about them because there's too many to brag on, and it sound like flexing. Just the people I know because of the business I'm in. So I don't even talk about that shit, other than to say I have never been to a Diddy party ever, fucking ever. But I was never invited. I was never even near that lane.
You were ugly. That's why you didn't get invited, Jeff. That's all.
Okay, now you know we can stop that. This is the ugliest I've ever been. Let's knock it off. Let's knock that shit off.
Have you ever been swallowed up?
Well, yeah, we could that over there. That shit has always been. That's some bullshit of the first order on its own. We bored. I've heard that as an excuse. We've had so much sex, we're bored. Bullshit. In the words of the late great James Hanna, I need God to let me know up to 3 pussies right before I get bored with it. Whatever that is. If my number is 300, I don't want no pussy after 297. That's impossible. It's impossible. And I tried. That's another thing, young men. You can't fuck them all. I really tried. I swear to God, I tried. You
just like a Pokemon,
dude, bro.
Try to catch them all.
They keep playing this song every summer. Dun 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 dun. That's the same song for delusional older women. All that delusion you in, they play a song every summer. It's a fresh batch. We don't have to put up with your shit. So yeah, I'll shut the fuck up here. I understand why young dudes don't want to get married, and I'm not mad at them.
Come on, Jay.
Are you talking about me?
Yeah.
Well, Proto, you are, what generation are you? When you were born, bro?
I'm a millennial.
Okay, all right. I was born in 75, so you coming after Gen X, and I get it. I'm a little bit of a different Gen Xer because I'm just using myself in this case. How I was raised, first of all, I'm the 3rd generation. So I saw a blueprint with my grandfather, and then with my dad, and then with me. Now, I totally agree that dating now is hell if you were to be there. Now, I'm married. Okay. 2 kids. I'm following the same blueprint that was before me. Even though you got vitriol for Gen X, we did this. Yeah, we ate your Doritos. We all that stuff. Okay. At the same time, take the fruit that's good, like I said before, and put it to use, because it's free game. That's what we're telling you. It's free. This panel that you're on, you can pull from all these resources and learn more than what you think you may know. I hear you. You got.
I'm saying that's what I'm saying. You're saying it's free, and I'm saying no, it's not free. This is back pay.
Back pay for who?
This is back pay.
Come on, brother.
It's not free.
Come on, man.
What y'all giving out now is back pay.
He's right. He's right. He said we're in the hole. That's the point he's making. We're in the wisdom. Absolutely. Okay. They are at a wisdom deficit. Why the fuck did they get there?
They weren't listening.
No, I disagree. And I'm gonna tell you why, brother Jay. I'm gonna tell you why. I'm only gonna talk about one man on this panel, me. Okay. I'm gonna go back to 1985 when I was 20 years old. Right in the middle of a lost in love affair with hip hop. I was never on the Nikes. I was never the Jordan people. I was Adidas and Puma suedes. To this day, I got bruh. I can floss on you, nigga. I got Puma suedes in every fucking. I got suedes. I got Puma suedes in this color. I got them in every fucking color. I had an Africa patch. I could tell you why he wasn't shit. But was I active in the community? No. Was I actively trying to help single mothers? Was I doing what Farrakhan was doing? No. And I represent millions of us who kept the party going right up till crack hit. There was a party, and we kept it going past that, over into the 90s. And these people got led astray because of it. Somebody dropped the ball. Somebody sold the crack. Somebody bought it. Somebody went to jail. Somebody died. Take back half of all of that. What if half of us didn't go to jail? Half of us didn't die. Half of us didn't sell it. And half of us didn't smoke it. Where would we be as a people? We got to own that. You can't get any credibility with those with those standing that come after you until you acknowledge what the fuck came before you. And I didn't do it. I never sold no dope. I went straight into the Marines to escape Chicago. I didn't go out of no fucking patriotism. I went because for the same reason most people enlist. I didn't have straight A's and my parents wasn't rich. So I joined the military. That's what most people did who really wanted something out of their life. I was just trying to survive. I wasn't thinking about them. We didn't have a latitude. How rational do you think when you drowning or when you gotta pee? You can't. You can't think when you gotta pee, nigga. You gotta pull over. You gotta. Your bladder is telling you, look. I ain't saying you gotta. You gotta pull over, but I am saying in about a minute and a half, you're gonna test your friends because somebody gonna have to help you clean this car. That is the plight that we were in. That we didn't see a lot of. There was a lot of fucking then. A lot of people just leaving the job. A lot of people running on bad paperwork, myself included. That's a whole nother conversation of the subconscious programming that I was running. But I got to be honest about it if I'm going to be any value to these young people and understand that everything that they don't know, attitude reflect leadership. It comes from somewhere. Somebody's daddy wasn't there. Somebody's mama ain't shit. Somebody's grandmama ain't shit. And they are represented by the people our age. When they look at us, when Proto looks at me, he don't see my accomplishments. I have to tell him about them. You know who he sees? The niggas that we talking about, that he grew up around, that he grew up hearing about, that he watched. And I represent them. And I am guilty of the same shit that good black women are guilty of, which is not separating themselves from the horribles. I have to separate myself and go, brother, I don't know everything. And I'm sorry for what happened to you. If you'll let me, I'll tell you how I fucked up. If you don't want to talk about it, I don't force feed my wisdom. You can get the fuck on. It's too many dudes that want me to help. I don't force feed my shit to nobody, but I understand that I owe it. They're right about that.
Yeah. Uncle Jeff, you say you in your early 60s.
No, I mean, I'll be 60 in May.
So you still a Gen Xer, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're a little older Gen Xers. Like that 85, I was a junior in high school, right? And I literally saw, and I grew up in Louisville, Kentucky. I literally saw the community falling apart. Right? I saw people that were on top in the community getting hit by that drug, and you just saw the
zombies.
It's like when I break it down, when I go back and think about my history, when the feminism sort of took the father at a distance, right? When that dope hit the streets, you saw mothers leaving the children at that point. A lot of then when I went to Chicago in early 2000 and started working in social services, every birthday that I saw from like 87 to 94, 95, from when I got the numbers from Chicago, it was from that time frame into 2006 or 7, there was always 500,000 children in foster care. 85-90% of those were Black children.
Yeah.
When I look at the record of what was going on, a lot of it was drug related, neglect, a lot of things that come with impoverished, drug induced neighborhoods. And those numbers were comparable to almost every state in the country. And then you see how some state cities, they might be leading this year. They got the most deletions. They the deletion capital of the world, as they say. And it was moving around sort of like in the Midwest, North area region. And then you saw later in the mid 2000s where a lot of those numbers started to pick up in the South. So this is just a regurgitation of that small period of time, even though, because again, Jeff had to experience it, and most Gen Xers, we were caught in the middle of it because our parents didn't really give us a lot of information on how to go out and do things. We figured it out but I also parents, what I've seen, because I know a lot of great single mothers, they 3 or 4 children, 6'6" boys, and the mama's 5'2" with 3-inch heels on. They held most of them accountable. You had a small number that slipped through the crack, and there were people in the community that could hold you accountable. My mother had 6 sisters, all of them were married. Like somebody said, 3rd generation. I seen it for myself, but all of my friends, one of them had a father. And they would come to my house, my father was probably the craziest dude I knew, because he would be everywhere, and everybody knew him. And they would just gravitate towards him, just for a little bit of something. So when I started getting out in my early 20s, I joined the military at 22. When I saw New Jack City, I said, I'm going to stay in a little 4 more years, because I saw what it was doing in real time. And then I'm 28, 29, like, what the hell is going on? The numbers started dwindling as far as, because we always been at 50%. I looked at that, okay, we good. Half of us, now that 50% went down to 30%. I would take 50% right now. That'll put us back to normal. But again, I'm going to say this, the last thing I'm going to say. This is a great time for brothers who are ready to grow up and be men. This is probably one of the greatest times. You have like a 4-year window to get on your focus, understand if you want to find a woman, you got to put her to the test. You don't have time to just be focusing on the yams and all that. That's a part of it, but you got to put her through the test. Prototype, you said something very instrumental that you said a few months ago, and I've been telling young women, ask her who she is in her family. Ask her that. And she gonna, like, when I started, oh yeah, she'll tell you a lot right there.
That's definitely my question, for sure.
It's certain nuggets, but it's certain nuggets that you pass on, and it's up to that individual when that light bulb click on, because most of us think we grown by 38, 40. You have to do a complete 180 from your circumstance that you've been subjugated to all this time. Because if not, even to you, a guy that's in his 40s that ain't trying to move even a little bit about what you talking about, you ain't gonna deal with him either. You'll be like, bro, I ain't got time for that. So it's a time for a man to just understand it and move accordingly. Gen Xers, yeah, you can talk about it, but guess what? Most Gen Xers I know in their 50s, they starting to retire. They not stressing no more, and they can move with a woman and still do all right. So yeah, it's just a different time, but brothers need to hear your voice. Young brothers need to hear your voice, because they can connect to you before they can connect to me. So
Absolutely agree. I think, and that's why I do it. The same reason Uncle Jeff do it is the same reason that I do it. It's for so my grandkids can find something I said. You know what I'm saying? And that's what makes this thing so beautiful. You know what I mean? Because it's like, I wish I would have talked to my great grandfather about what he was doing, how he was doing. because it skipped a whole generation. You know, my dad died at 50. So I will say this about Gen Xers: the ones that made it past 50, y'all doing something, because a lot of y'all didn't make it to 50 or beyond it. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, my dad died at 50. You know what I'm saying? So kudos to y'all that make it past it.
Prototype, they told us, man, we wouldn't make it to 25, so we kind of got a chip on our shoulder, man. That's what they told us in the JD.
I heard 18 we wouldn't make it.
Yeah,
like, seriously.
I mean, that's how it be, you know. And like I remember, like, back in the day, some of the times, people used to walk around selling the medallions, the African medallions. You know what I'm saying? Like, the Muslims had it cracking, like, you know what I'm saying? It's just to see all that disappear. You know what I'm saying? The Black enterprise, how it used to be, just flowing through the communities. It's just all gone. It's all different. You know what I mean? So,
well, to take it a little further than that, whenever you hear about Black progress, you only hear about the town Tulsa. There were scores of towns like Tulsa. The one of the worst things to ever happen to Black people was integration. Next to crack, the handgun, and the King James Version of the Bible, I don't think anything has fucked Black people over worse than integration. So we are industrious enough. It's just that those three words scare most of us. We are enough, but we about to be tested like never before, because you don't have any friends. You got a few acquaintances. You may have friends on a singular level. You may be real tight with Mexicans. You may be real tight with some white people, or insert your race of people here. But all of them ain't cool with all of your people. And this shit is about to go down. And you are being welcomed into a permanent underclass. Permanent. Anytime that laws about hiring you that shouldn't have been there in the first place it's for this is so wonderful, because it's forcing, and Black people won't, after integration, Black people won't work with each other unless they have to. And now they have to. Now you have to. Now, if I ask this question all the time, a bunch of folks don't like it. I don't give a fuck. But think about this. If the NBA was 85% Armenian, do you think the Chinese would own it? Just let that sit with you. Till we grow out of that, you're gonna watch a lot of people perish. A lot of people. That's why I disagreed with JT before he left about having to work it out with family. The Bible doesn't even say that. The Bible says a friend stays closer than a brother. That's because you don't pick your brother, you pick your friends. You know what your family is? Family is a group of people who decided to fuck another group of people and didn't ask you shit. That's who they are. Proto, you got some cousins and some uncles and some, maybe some brothers and sisters that nobody came and say, hey, where little Proto at? I wonder how he feel about us fucking and making it. No. They went on and made them babies and they are connected to you because some other people who knew some other people fucked some other people and made them. Your connection to them is not primarily blood. It is secondarily blood. Primarily, it is objective. It is life choice. It is respect of mankind. It is desire to move ahead. These are the people you put yourself around. These are the people you put your son. How old is your what you got? Boys, girls?
Boys.
Oh, you got all boys. Okay. How old is your oldest boy?
19.
19. Okay. My daughter's 21. They close in age. If we know each other to be good people, and I know how you raised your son, and you know how I raised my daughter.
I know where you're going. Absolutely.
You want to? I ain't gonna make my daughter marry your son,
but I'm gonna strongly suggest for sure,
bro. We gonna grease the shit out of these tracks, Doc.
Set it up.
I knew exactly where you was going
because me and you ain't even thinking about them. We thinking about that grandbaby.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That is how you build a village, brother. And we decide, the men who are here, the men who can all take care of themselves, we have a particular group of skills, and we are in a particular area when this shit collapses. No, you can't come in here.
Right.
No.
We all family in here. Yeah, no. Yeah.
We are tribe. No, bro, we're gonna get rid of that. We're not family, we are tribe. We are the tribe. Whatever we come up with the name of the tribe, we are that tribe. Because I know loss is or who here? Somebody draws. Maybe my son wants to learn how to draw. Well, we're gonna get all the little boys in here that want to learn how to draw. And if it's Coach Ferg that can draw, y'all gonna have your ass over there 2 hours a day, or whatever your skill is.
Mm-hmm.
We gonna raise the boys. The men will raise the boys in any clan I'm in. That's the first thing we're gonna do. Is we're gonna recapture manhood. We're gonna get women that got their mind on straight, because we're going to decide what women come in here. Okay, Proto's wife and my wife and JD's wife, all of us who are married, their women have grandfathered in. But that's because they know what's out there. It's protection in here.
Mm-hmm.
It's safety in here. But because there's protection and safety, there's fucking order. There's order in here. That's how this shit is gonna start over. I don't see how it doesn't start over that way. I don't see where I'm wrong that way. And that's not what JT is saying. And I just don't agree with his take on it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show, Antoine.
What's going on, fellas? Thanks for having me on.
How you doing, bro?
Tired. Just finished up at work and everything else. And I've been listening to you guys, of course. And I know you've been hitting my cash apps and everything else. So I just figured, you know what, I got a few minutes. Let me try to get on the panel and everything. That's all.
Man, what you want to add to the conversation, man? What you want to put in the gumbo, man?
I mean, I'm agreeing with what Uncle Jeff had to say. I mean, the difference with our family is family does bring order. He was spot on, because you have people who never had that type of order and foundation from the start, and you have some people that do. Like, I haven't been around because I've just been busy with work, and my wife and I are just dealing with some stuff. No, we're still together, but we're dealing with some stuff. But
prayers, bro. Prayers.
Thanks. Appreciate that. You'd be surprised how many people never had order from the day they were born. Never really had it whatsoever. Never had stability, never had structure, never had foundation. One of the things that I like to show people, just to prove a point about the importance of structure and foundation, I still have the keys to the house I grew up in. My parents are still alive. My parents have been married. March will make 55 years.
Wow.
My dad just celebrated his 84th birthday.
That's what's up, bro.
Outstanding.
So I've always had that growing up. Always. My mom, my dad, they've had their ups and their downs. They've had their issues and everything else, but they've always found a way to get it done. It was more than just having more good days than bad days. They found a way to make sure to just get it done, to work together, to make each other better. And that was the example and the foundation they left for my brother, sister, and me. My parents never won welfare, were never on WIC, never lived in Section 8 housing, never had food stamps or any of that. None. Both my parents are from the Caribbean. Both my parents knew a significant amount of English. My dad lived in Canada for 3 years before he came to the States. They already knew each other growing up back home on the island. Got together, got married, the rest is it. Haiti. So they were always about getting it done. Always. And because of the work they put in time and time again, that was
was the example they set for my brother, sister, and me. My dad had his own business. My mother was a pediatric nurse. My dad had a grocery store. That put my brother, sister, and me through private school. Over the summers, 3 times a week, my brother and I, we get up 7 in the morning, get in that van, go out to the Bronx, pick up some stuff from my dad's store. He would go to other stores in the area, do a little negotiating, drop off some stuff, get stuff in return, so on and so forth. By the time 11:30, 12 o'clock, we're at his store stocking up, and we're working there till like 4 o'clock. The thing is, it goes back to what Uncle Jeff said. We got to start building foundation, and that's what's been missing for a long time in our communities. It's almost like you got this role reversal where the ladies want to take charge and the brothers just sitting back and doing nothing. And I'm sitting there like, what the fuck is going on here? How is this happening? How is this possible? That was the situation that was happening, and my wife and I were talking about this morning, where we're looking at it, and there was just some stuff that I was just frank and open and honest about with her. And in the beginning, before, she didn't want to listen, but then when she realized, it's like, damn, you're right. We got to get back to them days when brothers were taking charge. And that's why those super chats I posted those for a reason. I posted those for a reason because a lot of these ladies need to wake up and pay attention. It's not just about you. And fellas are tired of it. And just like I said, and I said it, I think it was lit. I think I remember saying it here or flipping tables. Brothers are tired of feeling unvalued, unappreciated, and unloved. Not under. Under means you're getting some, but not as much as you should. I said as in none at all. And brothers are tired of it. We're tired of being judged on how much money we make. And the problem is some of these ladies base our value on how much money we make. So brothers are at the point like, you know what? Do you? I'm going to do me. That's why I say there's a difference between women and females, just like there's a difference between men and males. Males and females are all about the nonsense. Males and females are all about the bullshit. Males and females love the shenanigans. Men and women get shit done. Men and women work together to make each other better. Men and women grow together. There's a difference. I'm tired of women going out there getting with males, and I'm tired of men getting with females. And that's why I always say there's a difference. It's too easy to call the fellas these other names. It's too easy to call the ladies these other names. So that's why I say males and females. And I think I remember you guys did a show about that sometime as well. But that's why I always say that. And ladies, if you think I'm just holding y'all accountable, I don't have a problem holding brothers accountable too. Act like you got a pair. And I tell that to a lot of these dudes. Act like you got a pair. Because that bad boy you got in between your legs is more than taking a piss and doing what you want to do. Act like you got a pair and use them. Put them to work. Because I'm tired of excuses. And at times you got dudes, all they saying is this and that and the other. And I've learned this saying in high school, and I still say it to this day. Excuses are tools used to build bridges which lead to nowhere. Those fools who use those tools are masters of nothing. I accept reasons, not excuses. And it's getting to the point we have to start holding, not just holding ourselves accountable, but we got to start holding others accountable as well. Either you're about it or you're not. If you're about it, cool. If you're not about it, I don't know what to tell you. And I hold the mic.
Appreciate it.
Yo, let me hop in for a sec. I'm going to have to borrow a couple of words from Izzy Bands, if y'all don't know the great lost saint of what is it, Jeff? The
Patron saint of lost niggas.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Appreciate that, yeah. Patron. Shout out to Izzy Bands, man. Salute. Iz said one of the things that has been done is we use the word compromise instead of concessions. People compromise, meaning you will sink your ship in order to gain what? Nothing. you go the ship is going down. It's going down in the water. Okay. If you make concessions, meaning you're not going to compromise this particular line here, just using that as an example. And unfortunately, people nowadays, they have compromised and compromised and compromised and compromised. And that's where we're at now. Now, here is the line. This is the absolute of the absolute. Okay. And the other thing too is we just have to we just got to stop this foolishness, man. I mean, it doesn't matter if you're a Gen Xer. And I mean, you know, yeah, we can bounce back and forth on facts and everything. It's probably some things Proto done went through that none of us are going through. So I'm not going to sit here and throw him under the bus per se. But the thing is, with men, there was this thing called a code of ethics, and it was almost an unwritten rule where men operated as men without, like, if I'm from South Carolina, I'm in Texas now. If I go to Chicago and Jeff is in Chicago, I can't cut up like I did when I'm in South Carolina or Texas. You get what I'm saying? If I go to Coach Ferg, I can't cut up like that. Number one, I got to ask for permission. Number two, number one, I have to scope my surroundings to make sure that can be in that particular area first and foremost. See, a lot of people just think that they got carte blanche to do, say, operate in any way, shape, form, or fashion without actually understanding the code of ethics, that line that's distinctively has to be there in order for you to either assert yourself as a man, you know, if you need to network for jobs. That's what Jeff is getting back to. This is the line that has been forming for a couple of years, and now it is starting to be seen. That's all I got, man.
Appreciate it. Well, fellas, we're gonna wrap this thing up. Anybody get the last words before we get up out of here, man? Jeff?
Oh shit. Hey, well, as usual, man, I really enjoy the conversation here. God damn it, here come Ekene with all the shit done. We leaving, Ekene. The hell?
I was in the background.
Well, gentlemen, I really enjoy the discourse here where we don't always agree, but we're mostly respectful for the most part. And these think tanks, although, you know, the 3-letter agencies put this shit together to kind of group minds so they know how to move when they get ready to move. The other byproduct of it is that it's good to know that there's other brothers out here that think with their head on straight, because real talk, here we go. We are going over Niagara Falls right now. Here we go. So yeah.
Appreciate it. Jeff, tell the folks how they can reach you, man.
Oh, coming back. I think I'm geared up for this Wednesday. Is Giraffe Balls. I'm actually sitting there working on some music for it right now. Where I get high as giraffe balls and talk to young bucks about whatever is on my mind. I haven't decided what time, but it's gonna be Wednesday. It's gonna be this Wednesday. Look up Jeff TV, GEOFF space TEEVEE on YouTube. And check out some of the shit I'm saying there, and bring some smoke, bring your mind. And then on Sunday, I say this, I get out of the way. I'm also the founder and pastor of the First Church of Holy Shit. Somebody fucked up and told me God was everywhere. So I pray from right here. It saves me 10% and I never miss a game. I invite you to save 10% on your soul insurance by switching to Don't Go. Come over here, fire up some weed, and let's talk about God. I don't care what you call him. Allah, Jesus, or Joey Bag of fucking donuts. I don't care what you call God. Because in order to believe that God has a name, you have to believe a man. You don't have to believe a man to believe that God exists. There's something bigger in you and stronger than you that guides you. Let's talk about our connection to that. And in the meantime, let's smoke some really good shit.
Appreciate it, Jeff. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
He's nuts, man.
Come on, man. Tell the folks how they can reach you, man. You're on mute, brother. Still on mute.
I was listening to Uncle Jeff and laughing. My bad. Shout out to Uncle Jeff. You can reach me just at JD 1975 through the wire, man. I'm over on Izzy's spot. You'll see me in the chat over there, but I'll try to visit everybody when I can. I can't promise you I can't promise you a time and a date, but a lot of times I'll be in the background. So salute to the panel. But my channel is JD 1975. Proto, I just subbed you, bro. So definitely, man, looking to, network. And that's it, man.
Appreciate it. Ekene, tell the folks how they can find you, brother.
Yeah, man, I forgot my Gmail stuff, but you can just search Ekene Igwenago. Just my first name right there, Ekene. Then you enter IGWENAGU. It's gonna pop up. Yeah, but I think it's KC123 or something. KC123. That's KAYCEE123, something like that. But mostly when go ahead,
brother Ekene, I got something I need to say. I think is gonna help you out. You slowed down on Ekene, and then that last part, you went through them letters like that shit was Smith.
Yeah, that's my last name.
Okay, I know it's your last name, and everybody in your family know it's your last name, but it ain't Thomas or Davis or Williams. Does anybody remember them letters he spit out? It looked like a bowl of goddamn alphabet cereal. I'm just telling you, slow that shit down, Doc. I was really trying to hear it, and he went through that. He slowed up on the part that we can see on the screen. He didn't slow up for that. But then he just sped through the rest of it like some Jones or Jackson or something. And say that shit over.
It's gonna be I as in India, G as in Godwin, W as in whiskey, E as in echo, N as in Nancy, A as in apple, G as in Godwin, and U as in umbrella. Igwenago.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Igwenago. Yeah.
Yeah. Igwenago.
I say that all the time. That's what you look down the street.
Write that down. Damn.
Yeah.
That was my uncle's last name. Not really.
Oh yeah.
Not really. Knock it off.
Yeah, actually on my channel, what I do basically I discuss many variety of things from investments to assets. Like I don't really talk about stock market. I discuss mostly assets. I discourage people from investing in stock. I tell people to own assets. You see, because asset is liquidity. Stock market is not liquidity. Is only 20% liquidity in stock. Like whenever you invest in stock market, is only 20% liquidity, or the rest of that 80% is artificial. But I tell people instead of owning stock, what about you invest? Invest in a company, but don't own stock. Because what happens is that when you invest in a company, you get all your money back plus dividend, a lot. But when you buy stock, you're just gambling. You're doing Hail Mary. So those are the things that I discuss, and also tell people to buy. Like I always tell people that land and gold is the best asset. Don't invest.
Come on, man.
Don't own stock in buying gold. Own the gold. Just like if you're doing Bitcoin, don't do stock in Bitcoin. Own the coin. Buy a lot of those coins and own it, because what happens is that if shit will go down tomorrow, you take all that Bitcoin, you melt it, it becomes a gold bar. So that's what I tell folks all the time. Always invest in gold and land. Silver, anything that is mineral, anything that is metal, any solid metal, invest in it. All those things you need, but stay away from stock market. But I don't say that too much because I don't want somebody killing me on the way to Nigeria.
Steel and land, brother. Steel and land.
Yeah, gold and land is your best asset.
Appreciate it. Antoine, tell the folks how they can reach your brother.
Well, right now, this is just my personal page right here. I'm still trying to get my channel off the ground. It's called ATC Media, LLC. The name of the show I'm coming up with is called Let's Talk About It. basically it's going to be like a little barbershop. My main focus of my channel is going to be talking about mental health in our community and why we don't address it, and hopefully to get some information to help people see where they can go to get, where they can go to start seeking therapy and counseling for themselves or for others. I know I'm not a psychiatrist or psychologist. I'm going to best let people know that, but I've shared my story here on this panel, and I've shared my story on other panels as well on how important mental health is, and that if we want to move forward, if we're dealing with something, we have to be willing to address it and accept it and find a way to overcome it. So it's going to be at ATC Media LLC. Hopefully, I'll get everything up and running. Like I said, I got stuff that's been going on for this last month or so. Hopefully, once I get things settled in the background, I'll be able to get things started. But I'm also thinking about maybe just getting it started, just for the sake of getting it started. So that's where you can find me at. And of course, I'm going to be on this show. I'm also going to be on the other panels and everybody else. I'm also going to be on a couple other panels on other channels. One of my friends I went to school with has the channel, so you're definitely going to find me there. So other than that, I'm going to be around. I'll be around.
Appreciate it, Antoine. Coach Ferg, tell the folks how they can find you, man. If you got any last words, go and lay it on us, man.
Yeah, before I start, man, great show, man. Great topics, great conversation. Prototype, I appreciate you, brother, being in the middle of the Gen Xers and the millennials and the Gen Zers, man, and you bring a balanced perspective, man. I appreciate that, man. I think
you're the young buck of the group.
If more brothers come, they can sort of start bridging those missing pieces that we all needed at some point. But yeah, man, listen, I'm always Wednesdays 8 Eastern, 7 Central, man. Catch me with BMU, man. 1-1 Sports, man. We talk everything sports, man. All you sad Cowboy fans, I'm sorry, but get over it. So come check us out, man, every Wednesday, man. I got a page, man, Coach Ferg. It's 2025. I'm trying to get, start some new things with my son. Like I said, he's 21, so I'm looking to get him down here. My birthday's February the 8th, so salute to the Aquarius gang, man. We here.
That's right.
But, get with him, man, and start coming up with some topics, man, because I'm at the end of it. He's right at the beginning. So try to just find some solutions, man, to help everybody win out here, because I think we all got opportunity as brothers right now to just get in a better space, man. Go opposite of what we learn. We know it's wrong, but we can talk about what's right. So to me, it's about doing that. It's about living in that, man, living in that righteousness, man. It pays off. So salute to everybody, man. Real.
Appreciate it, Coach, for Prototype. And last words, brother, and tell the folks how they can reach you, man. Tell them about your channel.
Man, I truly enjoyed this conversation, man. Like I said, I felt like I was sitting on the porch with my uncles and my cousins. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate, being a young buck and kind of, testing the boundaries here. Man, y'all can find me Prototype Dad Podcast. We go live every other Tuesday. We're also on Humble Dad on every Monday. We're on TikTok. Yeah, if you still got TikTok, we're on TikTok, Instagram. Check us out. I appreciate y'all guys for sure.
Appreciate it, man. Before we go, you guys can catch me on Lost in Translation podcast on YouTube. Also, Black Man Unfiltered, and also Humble Dads on Mondays, and also on TikTok on random days. I'm spend most of my time over there, but a lot of my time I spend over here. My thing is this, man, fellas. I want to thank y'all for coming out, man, because y'all could have been doing anything else with your Friday night. I want to make sure I say that, make that abundantly clear, that what you bring to the table is immensely important. Antoine, thank you for coming out. Ikane, JD, especially Jeff, Coach Ferg, Prototype. Always, it's a pleasure, man. Men should get together, man, more often and sharpen iron. You know what I'm saying? That's the only way we're gonna get better around this thing. And we chop it up about different things. Sometimes the conversations move in and out, or whatever, but it's still smooth. And I do appreciate y'all for coming out, man. The wisdom that you guys give out is mostly appreciated. And also, when people come back to go back and then watch the replay, they're gonna be like, man, they was on to something. I used to tell Black Man, I said, normally, man, we usually about 2 or 3 weeks ahead of everybody else. So by the time they catch it in another 2 weeks, we'd already talked about it and moved on to something else. So if y'all think I'm playing, go back and watch some of my stuff. They talking about it today from 2 weeks ago. So I want to appreciate y'all, man, for having vision and having wisdom. And I want to thank y'all for coming out again. Thank y'all guys for coming out to another edition of the Barbershop, Black Man Unfiltered. Make sure you guys hit the like button and subscribe. Thank you guys, and good night, and God bless.